What's it got? What's it Bill Evans? I'm almost there to the protest. Looks like they're announcing some shit over the loudspeaker at them. What's happening out there, everybody? Just getting here. And I saw I was getting a little crazy before I left to come here. Santa there. Yeah, I saw that. We got Santa. All types of creatures out there. I'm like a block away now. It sucks that the only bike parking spot is like 3 or so blocks away. So when I get off the bike, I gotta park it back there, or I gotta pay like a fine. Yeah. I thought it was a peaceful protest. Let's see how it goes. It's whatever you want it to be. I'm just going to check out the little protest. Yeah, it's popcorn stream. It's popcorn stream. I'm almost there. I think I forgot my water. How far away? It's like on this block right here. Coming up on it. Yeah, I'll switch cameras. Yeah, it's getting louder as I get closer. I hear a bunch of like bells, and I smell some spicy spray. Yeah, I'm not sure how monetized that song is though. It's not like a super monetized song. Like certain songs are more monetized than others. familiar faces are. It's a protest. Oh, no, not that one.
There are a lot of people here in the United
one of the guys trying to attack me, so please stay away
Us hard taxpayers, paying taxes and stuff like that for illegal citizens, it's got to stop. Sanctuary cities have got to stop. Enough is enough. A lot of people need to speak up and do that.
What's up, everybody? I like this costume right here. I almost got this one actually. There goes the bumblebees. Good on that way. See what's going on. What's up, Bilbo? That depends. Are you a mega channel? There's better lighting right here. More or less right neutral. It's a comedy channel, bro. Chill. It's a comedy stream. That's cool. It's like a two-person costume. Do a flip? What? That's a tall one right there. Not sure if it goes on down this way or not. Yeah, all for comedy. Santa Claus wants to I like that Godzilla costume. Hot Wheels is, I think there's a couple of them. So I'm gonna go over there. stay away from that music though, so I can't go across the street. Go and yelling Koshkesh? What's Koshkesh? Sure what that bang was. The shepherd for the sheeples. It's an alien. Maybe I should go on to the other side. Koshkesh.
Or cited for applicable laws.
Am I even saying it right though? Koshkesh.
Crowd control measures, including impact munitions or other physical force. Please leave the roadway and move on to the sidewalk.
Oh! He's trying to bait somebody into starting shit.
Koshkesh. How do you say it though? Is it really fast, like Koshkesh?
the animal costumes and the Halloween costumes and all that shit. Very, very good. We're having fun and stuff, but a kid just got shot.
The watchers watching. A lot of people here tonight. Yeah, I didn't see that Tommy guy here. I'm not sure where he was at or whatever. This is pretty close to like the actual gate, so when the dudes come out, you know what I mean.
What's your name again? Katie.
Uh-oh, the bumblebees.
There's a swap card not far from here, I heard.
That's what happens when you get women, man. You get arrested. They're on the right. PPB is on the right side this time, guys. This time, guys, they are. They got it. Let's take them in. Let them do their job. They are going to arrest you. We're on the side of right this time. Don't drop the soap on me. Yes! Where's your hairband at, homie?
I'd be turning my badge in.
Officers, thank you guys.
Yo, what's up, Batman? Portland, Oregon. Yeah. Alright, let me just go back over this way. The Kings are even bigger players. Jesus is Kings. Jesus is Lord. No, I didn't get another cat, but I still have one cat. Yeah, thanks for plugging my channel, Spin City. They did a targeted arrest on somebody up this way. I'll have to check it out later when I get home. Oh shit, that guy's driving fast. Viva la migra. I think I should plug in my phone. What's up, Honey Badger? There's a lot of people here tonight. I know. Some people are just Antifa things, hashtag. There goes one.
I just don't get it.
Where's this? Portland, Oregon ice facility. Yeah, I tried to make it super specific description. It's a nice setup.
If your family's stressed about money, I feel for you. If you come and talk to us like human beings, we'll probably help you with your money to feed your family because we care about you. You might be our enemy, but we still care about you. I want to point a weapon at you.
I just legit, I was like, just looking, and I was just looking, and I was just looking, and then all of a sudden,
He's at the same speed of just walking.
I thought they implemented a 9 p.m. curfew. Oh no, not really. Not really. Do they won't. Hell yeah, guys, sound off in the comments with your opinions on this festivity tonight. We saw a targeted arrest, but we haven't seen anything else cool since I've been here. Balloon people? I don't know. I think it's just Halloween vibes. Who knows? Could be all types of things. A lot of bubbles in the air. Yeah, I'm just I'm staying out of the road for the most part. Try and keep it steady. I don't see any drones, but there's bubbles all over the place.
Not Haiti. Don't take the MAGA bait. 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 Not Haiti. Don't take the MAGA bait.
I'm trying to find the perfect zoom. Yeah.
Alright folks, as a reminder, take a look at the bubble. Don't run with the bubble. Run perpendicular to the bubble.
Excuse me. It's like a protest.
Geometry. Perpendicular. That's a 90-degree angle to the bubble. For those of you that didn't do geometry. And the stick here is stick and clear. Walk at a brisk pace. Don't run. Follow a lawful order. Don't obey the dance. Fuck the fastest Nazis.
Hell yeah.
Nothing yet. No, these guys just they do this shit every day.
They teach children to code in China.
Every day there's somebody new that's like trying to be the leader.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. One of the dudes gave his gun to his buddy who hasn't worked this lesson before, trying to get the gun on himself. What a shit show, man. Are you all sorts of tangled up? At least go to where we can't see you before you start this shit show. Fuck you, amateur hour.
Seriously, what's the fucking code?
You don't even want to look at the leader.
Walk like you got a stereo on. Were you just helping this thing his weapon on? If he got incompetent, he needed your help? Shit. Get a quick release harness.
Choking up!
To be fair, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was filmed in Syria. I really like that movie, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Is that flashlight one of those ones I see at my like only buy it on TV late at night. And it lights up the whole backyard. Is that one of those flashlights, or is that like a military version of it? I want to know. I know Christy knows the real kids. I know she's not buying you the good stuff, so it must be the made for TV stuff. Fuck you! I'm pretty sure I got that.
It's a protest. That's my best explanation.
Hey, how's the debate with the MAGA universe going over there? I see all the MAGA streams going. How's our debate? Are we winning? Are they winning? There's no debate with stupid, baby. It's like talking to a fucking brick wall. You're just wasting your breath. They be dumb. They in a cult. A cult led by a kitty diddling president.
Hey!
Release the file!
Release the file!
Release the file! The president is a kitty diddler.
Release the file!
Yeah. Him and P. Diddy, man. We're gonna get those kids in baby oil and just go at it.
This is
It's for
squad.
you, baby. I'm gonna get vulgar. Fuck you. You're pointing guns at me. I'm gonna get vulgar.
Rolling in.
That was like too far. Too far for me.
I just had to go with it. I
Are those actual guns or are those paintballs?
So you guys couldn't work a real job, so you get paid to stand up there. Get a real fucking job, losers!
It looks like us in SPD, did Portland's police fuck you off? It looks like they realized we weren't a threat, and they let you defend for yourself. Is that accurate? Nobody likes you, not even Portland police.
You like them? Your sister misses
Yo, thanks for joining Primus, Primos, Holly.
Small hands, small feet. All he does is lie and tweet. Small hands, small feet. All he does is lie and tweet. Don't be stupid, be a smarty. MAGA is a Nazi party. Don't be stupid, be a smarty. MAGA is a Nazi party. Don't be stupid, be a smarty. MAGA is a Nazi party. Don't be stupid, be a smarty. MAGA is a Nazi party. Fuck you, party.
Sorry, I had to put in my phone. If I can.
Oh my God, is that the wiener dog from last night? Is that the wiener dog from oh my God, you survived, baby. Oh my God, our that. Oh my God, you know she hates dogs. I will let you know about you too.
He's a lyrical genius.
We got bars still coming, folks. Don't get your wiener butt run over.
Oh, I thought they were listening to that music. I was like, hell yeah.
There you go, it's bouncing time.
So I just need to start pulling cars out.
A cat? There's a cat over there. Three frogs.
Is that the Super Shuffle? Is that the Super Shuffle right there? Oh wait, that's the Super Shuffle. The antics is not a thing, you dumb fuck.
Oh, juice happening.
We got some cars coming, sir.
Holy shit, guys. Do they know it's a war zone? What?
Yeah, okay, so you went that way, I guess.
Oh my God, is that Danny DeVito? Is that Danny DeVito over there? That's a white hat. North side, like Danny DeVito. Water.
You worked your ass off.
Are you guys going to do your performance and everything? How would you rate yourself? You can do more shows if you're dying last night. Give us a score.
Yeah. Did we?
Yeah. All right. Freestyle rap, by the way. Hey, you guys can throw out words so you know it's real. Hey, you want to throw out some words?
I didn't want to hear you.
Like to me, you're all still right, so I don't know. You're all the same to me. I don't know. Like, just different colors on me out there. Okay, racist, that's the word. Okay. Hey guys, what are we doing? We're trying to freestyle rap.
Give us a mic.
Everybody from the 312. We're at the.
Hey, there's a guy here, the media dude. Hey, dude. Media dude.
You lady had a concert for Chants.
Can you repeat that?
Hell yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. What about breakdancing? Can we get breakdancing too?
You got rhythm?
Jesus was woke? What? I guess.
Hopefully I can unite everyone with this song. Chilling right here outside of the Portland Ice building. Maybe it's that weed showing me we'll hit that ceiling. We staying high, never see my peak. Maybe NASA trying to take a peek at the files, not Epstein's. Maybe that I am church. Maybe it's my neck showing me I need a shirt. I made no sense for the people on this other side, but maybe it's this other side showing me the one side of the same hole, of the same coin. I be knowing that your man never get annoyed. This is a freestyle, knowing I will stay free inside the style that I really know that's me. Game telling me that I be playing like I'm smooth. Call me Rick James, you know that I be cool. Blinded by my greatness, you calling me Stevie. I be looking at the people who be knowing they envy. But I be poison, you be call me Ivy. Freestyle rap, you know that I be using. Maybe not perfect, but you know I got it. Beat so good, so you know it's hypnotic with it. I got the views, looking with no guns, I need no pew pews. I've been wondering if I'm feeling like I'm Huey. Talk about appropriation, you stuck inside your own oppression? Maybe it's a sick obsession, sick and twisted, self-inflicted. He's addicted to his demons talking. But this is freestyle, wasn't written. Greatness in my veins showing me I got that ambition. I need no confessions. I've been looking at the heathens, they be needing to reverend. Cut the snakes in the tall grass, looking at that girl over there with the fat ass.
Sexualizing women, huh?
Pigment make me think I'm stealing, but I be knowing that I'm getting in. Wondering if they pay the dividends. Game right, looking like a state wrong. Maybe it's the truth of my people showing we strong. But we be hoping that we play along. Flags on other side, knowing that we only what? Human. So much heat, you think I'm human. They be thinking what I'm saying is written. Don't even know the greatness presented. Don't even knowing that I'm feeling great. Looking at these fucking snakes, media, camera, but never get me with that action. Call me Nick, not Jackson. When I move my hips, like your bitch, call me Michael. When I check my kicks to my thanks to Jordan, I got that game like I'm feeling in. What can I rap with that? This is the freestyle. Hope you like this party, bitch. Cause in the last few moments, no one was arguing. All we were holding moments. Alright, that's it.
I think that's a listen.
let's do one more, and then I'm gonna get going. Alright, we're gonna get going. Now we're gonna get away with this song. I'm looking at the people because you know that we will get along. Maybe it's the keep showing me that we will need no rules.
The comments are hella funny.
I'm superb. Maybe it's the white folks living in the bird. I mean, you and me when I feel like I will bird. Maybe it's the head bobbing that show that I be hitting. It's not the stress on my mind, showing me a licking. But you know the time is ticking. Freestyle rap, but I'm thankful for this giving now. I lost the beat, I lost the flow, the motion's gone, but know that I'm keeping going. The beat on my shoulders showing that I am at-less. I know that the peace will come at last. In this moment that we've been, looking at the moment, knowing that we will win. Eyes closed, knowing I'm trying to open the soul that only growing, knowing that I am closing. I see the heart in the people, but we don't thinking we ain't nimble. Kendrick said to stay humble. No, I never mumble. Keep on going, so we be racing. Looking at the cameras, knowing that we staying high. Looking at the chicken, we be making fries. Looking at the people always passing by. Cars coming, we see the army sitting. We be wondering if the feds really are coming. We be drilling, we be living in hell. It's not the drinks at the bars, we be choosing the well. Nah, I make no sense. Got the game, but you're not calling me.
Exactly, Art. You got it.
Like I rap. The beat's so good, but I need to have you know this is freestyle, knowing I be not moving. Looking at me because you know that I'm getting. I hope you enjoying the moments that you standing, knowing you be there. I got this beat, J's on my feet. No, I ain't be lying, they be black studs. To be known. Alright, man. Alright, I'm losing it. Anyways, hope you guys had a good time. Sorry about that. Everyone drives home safely, by the way, because not everyone's staying out there like some of those stuff. Anyways, I'm gonna go freestyle over there though, because now it's like a lot. I wasn't expecting this many people.
Steak convention. It's in Portland.
York Times, honestly. So appreciate it. Of course, yeah. I just appreciate the fact that you guys are here, just keeping up with all this stuff, you know. For sure. You guys happen to have any openings for any jobs or anything? Honestly, because I haven't pulled the science degree, and right now I'm just looking at it. You know, I'm looking at 2 seasons right now. I'm trying to get a job more in my line, so if I can do reporting, that would be awesome. Like, I would love to. So.
Put that gun down, bitch!
Lots of discipline, sir!
The facility is closed, not open to the public. Stay out of the area of the driveway, allowed vehicular traffic. Stay on the sidewalk or across the street. Everyone must leave the restricted area
I've been doing it for
and may be subject to detention or arrest for failing to depart.
Thank you guys for being here.
This is the Federal Protective Service. The facility is closed, not open to the public. Stay out of the area of the driveway to allow for vehicular traffic. Remain on the sidewalk or across the street. Everyone must leave this restricted area and may be subject to detention or arrest for failing to depart.
Come on, bro.
This is the Federal Protective Service. The facility is closed, not open to the public. Stay
There's a lot of people now.
For everybody to know, it wasn't AC or the O system. PK! Peaceful civilians, there's a goddamn running a bomb, airborne captain. I see a gym bomb, a T-Rex.
That's the one time
Portland strong! Portland strong! Portland strong! Portland strong! Portland strong! Portland strong! I'm upset this old man. I'm sorry, sir. Oh my God, I got all summer bomb over here following you around the bell. Not saying I'm saying it's fucking evil. Where the fuck are you aiming at civilians, dickwad?
You're terrorists.
Captain America will stop him.
Domestic
See his
terrorists.
lights?
Got a fourth leg.
See Captain America? He's all lit up. It's a pretty neat, nifty little jacket. Put a lot of work in it. There's that two guys.
I bet you won't stand there when they come out. I bet you won't stand there when they come out.
I've seen that on TV.
I bet you won't block the driveway when they come out.
Oh my God, what's the wiener dog stuff?
Oh, it's such a war zone. The wiener dog's so scary. So terrifying.
You guys are throwing rocks at people down there. You guys are fucking terrorists.
Oh, are you afraid of a 4'10" woman talking shit?
No, you guys are hitting people in the head with rocks.
Go get a fucking girlfriend, dude. Go get a fucking girlfriend. You know
I don't need your fucking girlfriend. You talk about a
Honestly, go back to your mother's basement.
You sound like a moron.
Go back to your mother's basement.
You live in your mother's basement, obviously. Got another Antifa fucking terrorist here. Hey, you guys switch sides. George Soros.
This is the Federal Protective Service. The facility is closed, not open to the public.
Army, we got
The area
leftist morons.
That's what you guys are.
Is that it?
It's called a leftist moron.
A leftist moron.
Special
operations. Yeah, you're very special, I know.
Yeah.
What military branches you serve in? Special.
Which one?
You're very
The Salvation Army?
You're very special.
service, sir.
Is that kicking your mind?
Military service.
That kicks in your mind.
Didn't have the nuts to sign up.
Look at those eyes. That's those SS in your eyes.
No, you haven't even earned one of these patches.
Little fucking twerp.
Sit on it. Enjoy the failure, bitch.
Yeah, you shut the fuck up and walk away. Yeah, light these motherfuckers up. Light them up. Shoot them.
They said they wanted to kill our family. Get them!
Shoot them. Get them.
They got lasers. They got the lasers out.
Get them. Get them. Light them up. You losers ran! You little fucking pussies!
This is the Federal Protective Service. The facility is closed, not open to the public. Stay out of the area of the driveway to allow for vehicular traffic. Remain on the sidewalk or across the street. Everyone living in the restricted area may be subject to detention or arrest for failing to depart.
You're not that light!
Yeah, bro. Like my eyes are burning. Oh, fuck. I forgot to bring my water. Oh man. Fuck. Kyle Rittenhouse. I think Kyle Rittenhouse is on the roof tonight, bro. I think Kyle Rittenhouse joined ICE. He might be up there on the roof. Oh shit. My eyes are burning and my nose is running.
I'm going in the smoke. I got it. Ouch. How do you do it, man? You just take it. Hey, this man is tough. I would point the camera at you, but you are tough.
Just breathing it. Fuck. Guess I took the dabs gives me immunity or some shit.
Hey, the guy you shot was blind, man. He had his seeing pain. He had his vision impaired pain. He was the same guy you saw last night.
This is the Federal Protective Service. The facility is closed and not open to the public. Stay in the area of the driveway to allow for vehicular traffic. Remain on the sidewalk or across the street. Anyone to include the press trespassing on federal property is subject to arrest.
Turn the floodlights off and we'll go home. We take that goddamn weapon in. You're creating the conflict.
My camera's kind of blurry right now.
Go inside and we'll leave.
Everyone's got gas
We'll
masks.
be peaceful. We're playing music. All gates are open. Your squad coming out. Don't take the bait. Watch out, Winter Dog. You got fast planes after you. Where's Winter Dog? Come on. Find that money. Where's Winter Dog? Tackle! Get him! Oh my God, Winter Dog. Where's Winter Dog? Oh, you made it. Good job. Get that money over. There you go. Oh, yeah, got him! Got him! Beat him down! Yeah! I told you that you take his quarter. Take that motherfucker in! Fuck you! They were peaceful protesters. You want to come statue. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, where you going? I thought it was your street! Come on! Look at it! Light it on fire! Fuck it! Oh, we got another one! Another one! Take him in! Yeah! Grab that motherfucker! Take him in! He's gonna get hot! Here we go! I can't. Game back! Game back! Yeah, this one's gonna get hot. Hey, I thought you were close. I thought you were close to the guy. Don't chase the winner now! Get back in front! We were on the sidewalk! We were on the sidewalk following your orders, and you do that shit! Fuck you, man!
Damn, bro. A little smoky out here. Alright. Should have brought a fucking should have brought a fucking napkin. Oh, my bad, bro.
I believe it's Santa again.
Oh yeah, I forgot I had to like try to lift this thing up. That's a little easier.
I got the code. Who needs the footage for the bunny rabbit? I got his license plate number and his face. Who can I get the footage to?
The bunny rabbit.
It's a Washington license plate.
Air's still a little spicy. Round four. Silver gun metallic. And I'm sure he's heading back to Washington right now.
Santa, you rock. Yeah. Rabbit. Coming on the same.
That silly rabbit.
That silly rabbit. He's hunting rabbit. How about that one in the
Sorry, I mean another round of smokes, please. There better not be fentanyl on the bubbles because I got some on my phone. There's better lighting right here from this side.
Oh yeah, I do. I only got so much. I don't know if I got the explosions, but I do not know how to do it like that. I've never done it before.
A lot of people across the street too.
Oh,
Good question.
Yeah.
he's the one saying our street.
Is he? Oh, okay.
God.
And I saw you there, and you were like trying to make your way up. We ran over and grabbed you. Oh my god, and then we hit the shot door.
They're lurking up there. it's just with me. Well, there's like people everywhere, all around me. It's a fake rose.
Where'd you get that shirt? I'm probably find out but I want to get a shirt.
I like the Spider-Man too.
Hey, thank you, appreciate it.
Oh, really? Yeah, hey, I just not have
We were talking about how you cast the newspaper. Great job on that one,
So there's a lot of people here tonight. I think more than last night, but I wasn't here last night. I almost brought my inflatable costume, but it's too hard to see out of.
Fuck you, you dumb ugly bitches! That was stupid!
I like that Godzilla costume. It's really nice. Premium.
Everyone, I'd like your attention. I'm an IT person, and unfortunately, Finder has crashed again. And even
Grinder crash. Grinder crash.
I'm sure
Godzilla looking. He looks like a Chad, man.
Hey, per your recording, I thought you were closed. Shouldn't you go home, get off your roof, turn off the lights, and fuck off? Per your recording. We are the ICE kidnapping people, and we're closed tonight, so we're gonna throw munitions at you because we're assholes. Fuck you.
Yeah, true. Steven Kozard, what's up, Matt? What's up, M Soul? What's up, Action? Stay classy, Portland. It's a pasty furry convention. Bum, bum, bum.
Just want to make sure you asswipe understand you're going viral for gassing comics on you dorks. Seriously, therapy. Give it a try. We bought it for you. Just try it out. Listen to your ex-wife. Listen to your kids. Just give it a try. But honestly, you're going viral for... It looks like you're assaulting a furry convention, you weirdo. How the fuck are you going to spend that one?
I saw the next flag. I was like, oh no.
No,
We're good.
it's this one.
Can we get some dust up?
I'm showing my eyes right now. It's my blood shots.
Portlandia was great. Yeah.
And I almost came up with this gas tank as well, and then I just kind of thought about it, and I was like, I think it'd be really fun to go with that. Oh, maybe. I will probably go for it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I do have some plastic case now. I still do pretty hard.
Charles Booms to get a job. Bumbleclucks.
Are we the bad guys?
What is this for? I don't know.
Yeah, how you got out of there? Yeah.
It's for fun, I guess.
I'm like, motherfucker.
Neo-Confederates.
Your God, will just stand by your God, isn't on your side, your God, is a true and die, your God is an awesome God, your God, stood with whores and freaks, your God, helps the poor and the weak, my
That music's gonna get me in trouble.
There's an hateful fun, your God, He made everyone, my God. All the lies you spun, just hiding behind your God.
Angry Santa. Don't take the bag of bait, though. Don't take the bag of bait. You're going to feel the force. Don't get your shit now, because it's going to blow right back like you say. So I have respect for DHS. I'm probably high, but you DHS are dicks. Fucking rascal, fucking have this weird thing with this long backpack.
Your God, just stand by your God, isn't on your side, your God, to the true and die, your God is an awesome God, Your God, for the poison of grace, your God, but the triumph, my God. How could you even speak out, God, that is not your God? Your God, doesn't hate for fun, your God. You made everyone, my God. All the lies you spun just hiding behind your God.
Where are the skinheads? Do they even exist? I don't know. I don't think they come out to these things.
Pro America. Pro America. Pro America. Translate. Pro Translate. Yeah. Pro America.
12 is still going. Grab the Santa hat. No, I mean Santa's I don't know, I think he's on the good side. He's a good Santa. Jake from State Farm, what's up? Steven. There's a lot of Stevens. Yeah, they're pretty lucky, true. I know there's a lot of like crowdfunding for this type of stuff. Pretty busy out tonight. There's a lot more agents on the roof right now. What time is it? 10:30, 45. Six, seven. I don't fucking know, man. Yo. I don't fucking know at all. Wait, what'd you say, Miriam? Sorry.
Horace.
There's too many comments.
No, that's the song. She's over there.
Trying to keep up. Trying to get zoomed in. playing some like
Yeah, I've been
country
paying
music or something.
I've just been watching the game.
I feel like I could fall asleep here.
Live streaming. It's not a work.
Yeah, gets tired.
It's gonna be this much work, man.
Alright. Slide for CK. Slide for Charlie. This is all a distraction. Jesus helped the downtrodden, Republicans help the rich. Besides, it isn't just an American economy struggling, the world economy is struggling. We are feeling the effects of it. Pigeon Man. I could actually put my camera on a tripod for a second. My lower back is starting to hurt. So how are they going to fill the spots? Drain the swamp, Mr. President. See how well I can zoom. It's still pretty, it's kind of blurry at this zoom. That's pretty far away though. I'm glad everybody here is dressed up for Halloween. Yeah, I almost brought my Halloween costume tonight, but It would have been too much. Too much.
Y'all over there holding that banner?
I bet your lungs would have been thanking you if you had. Yeah, my lungs are a little,
You know they pulled children out of their beds in the middle of the night. Right? You know some of them were fucking naked, according to the reports. You know those children were zip tied, thrown in U-Hauls. They were separated from their parents for hours.
big sausage fest. There's a few girls here and there.
It's true. I don't have to tell you. That's in multiple news reports from reputable news outlets.
Love the bloody face person. That's gotta be copyrighted.
They're responsible for harming, right? You know, they also detained this kid in LA, 6 years old, identified in court documents as NMZ, 6-year-old kid with leukemia, right? So they detained him and his mother and sister at immigration court where they were going to check in. And one of the ICE agents, while detaining them, lifted up his shirt, and the kid saw the gun and he got so scared he peed himself. And they left him in those wet clothes for hours. You know, you scoff, but you know, these are news outlets I wish I were making this up. I wouldn't be out here if this weren't true, if this weren't the shit that I was seeing. Yeah, absolutely. You need another example? There's an 11-year-old U.S. citizen. She had a very rare grandchild. And they went ahead and deported her parents, and they said, hey parents, you can either be separated from your child and leave her here in the U.S. and we'll go ahead and, you know, put her in foster care or whatever, and then she can get her medical treatment, or she can be deported with you. And so she ended up going with her parents, but she's not able to access the medical treatment that she needs for her very rare brain tumor. And so they're applying for humanitarian parole, but in the meantime, she was missing her appointments. You know, there was this
Yeah, it's
22-year-old Jorge Luis
interesting.
Reynaldo. He's an asylum seeker and he's from Venezuela.
Interesting
You
night.
understand that for the asylum process to play out, you actually have to be on U.S. soil first. If you have to get here before you can claim asylum. Otherwise, it's a refugee process, and that's a different thing. So there's the Remain in Mexico policy, which a lot of people followed. But, you know, still ended up being detained and deported anyway. So this asylum seeker, you know, he's here in Portland, 22 years old. He's from Venezuela. He describes it, he said there was nothing left for me in Venezuela. There was no food on the shelves. We had no money, no future. So he trekked through the jungles to fucking get here, and when he got here, he claimed asylum, and all he wanted was to become an electrician and learn how to do electrician work. And he was going to his immigration appointments, and they detained him and they threw him in Northwest Detention Center. And you know what he said about that? He said it's tough in here, even for
Axolotl.
That's a 22-year-old who survived a trek through the jungle, saying
This
that
thing
the
right here.
Northwest Detention Center was tough even for the strongest among them.
Can't see my finger.
It's amazing to me that you can laugh and smile. It's amazing to me that you guys stand there
What's
laughing
up, Tommy
and smiling
Pickles?
and pretending like you're on some kind of weird moral, like, high horse holding up your thank you banner. You understand that you are standing on the side of power against the vulnerable, right? These people who have been out here protesting for, what is it, 160 days now? 120 days now. They came out here because they saw what was happening to the most vulnerable among us. And they decided to put themselves in harm's way to stand against what is being done to these people. There are so
Like and
many
subscribe, you
stories.
bastards.
You want me to thank these ICE agents? You know the things that I've seen them do personally? I came down here for the kids, for the families, for the people who came here for a better life because they believed in the American dream that we fucking
Why?
sold them.
Because I said so. Because it's
You know,
fun.
there's this myth like, oh, you come here legally. Asylum is a legal process. There were people in the middle of getting their green cards when they were deported. It's not like these stories are hidden from you. We all have Google. We all have Google.
Google.
You know what? That's a myth too. We're not poor. We are the richest country in the entire fucking world.
Besides China.
They just gave ICE more fucking money than almost any other country's military. And you want to tell me that we don't have the resources to support people who give back to this economy, who give back to their communities? And you know what? I don't even buy the shit that they need to be like productive members of society in order to earn
Google.
safety and security. That's fucking ridiculous right off the bat. But if you want to go ahead and take that argument that, like, you know, we only want you if you're fucking useful, I guarantee their time, their energy, and their effort is a lot more useful than yours. You know, I would direct you over to a display where there all of these signs with their stories are posted. I you know, wrote out all of the bullet points of the stories, the things they experienced, why they came here, how long they'd been here, what they were looking for, what they'd built in the time that they were here. Then I went ahead and attached the news articles so that, you know, you could go and source check it yourself and fact check it yourself if you don't believe me. But these guys keep tearing it down every time I click those source buttons. It's almost like they don't want you reading the stories of the people that they are actively hurting. But I honestly don't know why they're moved by those stories anyway. Because since you've been here, I'm sure you have witnessed the indiscriminate violence and the excessive brutality that they inflict upon the U.S. citizens that they are supposed to be protecting here. And by U.S. citizens, I'm talking about us protesters here, to clarify. I have seen them pepper spray young, unarmed women in the face.
Define indiscriminate. That's funny.
It's just so disappointing to see. It's so disappointing. It's so disappointing. Really, I wanted to believe that people were more compassionate. You know, according to their own data, only 6% of the people that they've detained have been convicted of violent crimes. That's according to their own data. You know, immigrants commit crimes at a much lower rate than U.S. foreign citizens. You understand, again, according to their own data. Hey, if you want to stop talking for a second so I can address the shit that you're yelling. Hey, yeah? So according to their... It's not my opinion. According to their own data, about 6% of the people that they've detained have been convicted of violent crimes. That's coming from a libertarian think tank called the Cato Institute that went ahead and reported.
People with their think tanks. Think tanks make people retarded. Never trust a think tank.
I'm sorry that facts make you mad, but I thought y'all were the facts over feelings people, right?
A think tank.
Do you know her own parents begged people not to politicize her death like that? I'm very familiar with her case, and of course it's a tragedy. Absolutely, but you know her own parents begged people not to politicize her death. Oh, you don't care what her parents, you don't care what the grieving parents? That's how I know that you don't give a shit about that woman who died. Because you don't give a shit about her family. You just said it. It's really embarrassing that people have to resort to ad hominems. It's okay, you're getting a little hysterical. Calm down. You're getting a little emotional. Relax. You need to calm down.
Trumpstein, 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 Trumpstein. Now there's a tongue twister. Trumpstein, Trumpstein, Trumpstein. Tongue twister. Trumpstein, Trumpstein, Trumpstein. No one cares, just get off the road. So clean it up and go home. I'm scheduling Trump for my surgery. Taylor Swift for president? Well, how dare you, Stinson? Taylor Swift, come on, man. The president can change healthcare. Where's Daryl Brooks when you need him? Daryl Brooks? Oh my God. You serve one good purpose, Daryl Brooks. Pokemon's gay. Pokemon's not gay. Pokemon, they turned the Pokemon gay? Okay, I trust you on that one. I'm protesting Ralph Wiggum. Who's cream? Ice cream. Bad Bunny for president. Who stinks? I stink. What's your name and where do you live? I love gay Pokemon. Yeah, there's a lot of gay ones. You got, I think Mr. Mime might be the gayest Pokemon. Like openly gay, maybe Jinx. Jinx is like transgender. Let's see. Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce on the next Democrat ticket. Oh. Hell yeah.
Guys, if you want to have a giant gay orgy, this group out here really wants to get gay. If you guys would like to start get the P. Diddy oil going, it's just like a big bag of orgy going on.
Skinny, liberal, ugly piece of
This is the group for you, they're taste for you, they love you, guys, they love you.
Do you think you're a badass or something? Go over there and suck off some liberals. I know you're planning on it tonight. It's been there for a moment there. I know they're horny for you. No way. They go out and they didn't do the interview that they promised me. But yet, I chased them down once again, Sandoz chased them.
Pokemon. Pokemon.
You're a bunch of freaking liars, the media.
I don't know.
Run the fade? Are we in lockup? Are we in run the fade? Let's run the fade.
You mean when people comment?
This is the Federal Protective Service. The facility is closed and not open to the public. Stay out of the area of the driveway to allow for vehicular traffic. Remain on the sidewalk or across the street. Federal Protective Service Include the facility is closed or not open to to the public to arrest. Stay out of the area of the driveway to allow for vehicular traffic. Remain on the sidewalk or across the street. Everyone must leave this restricted area and may be subject to detention or arrest for failing to depart.
Because I was going to tell them the side of the story that was a lie.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Get him, boys!
We got one.
Thank you.
Yeah!
Great job, guys. Thank you. USA! 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 Get those terrorists!
Get some! Get some!
USA!
Oh yeah!
USA! Yeah, break that bitch! Yeah! Not so tough now!
They need to get Chandler. That's what you get.
Woo! You know what? That's called consequences! Stop resisting! Stop resisting!
What the hell is wrong with you?
Used to this by now.
Clearing them out.
Now that is the most I've ever seen the arrest in one day.
Messing on.
Oh, it's gonna come our direction.
Oh, consequences!
I know. Yeah, this guy over here is like thinking.
You know what? I'm right in the midst of the tear gas. Everything else is down here. And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to put a lawsuit against these people. That's our own taxpayers' dollars going on right now. You know what? Let's keep us people safe.
They want to be animals. They're going to be treated like animals.
That sounds like freedom.
Good job, boys.
Oh, they got the guy with the stupid Captain America.
Oh, they got
Yeah.
Yeah!
100% what we must
Go home, liberals! Go home! Yeah!
Bye-bye, Captain America.
Not so tough now, huh? Not so tough.
That was amazing. Best tax dollars ever.
Why would you want to tackle them?
And you know what?
Tackle a federal officer.
Some of these ICE agents, you know, may not be for what's happening, but it's their job. And you know what? Thank you. Even if you're not for what's happening, it's your job, ICE agents. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know what? We got to keep the country safe.
Get back into your fucking pig pen.
Good job, guys. Exert him out.
Shows the type of USA you want.
Why are you running away, buddy?
That's all you want is a passport. That's why you come here night after night.
We don't want you in here, you faggot. You guys are faggots. We just came here because of your so-called peaceful protest, and it wasn't. It's your riots that said we're here to keep the riots under control. You idiot! Chandler! Chandler, help me fix your son's head! Faggot! You can't faggot! Fuck you!
Coming down to Escalation from outside of town, no less. That's the very definition of an outsider.
Shut up, you stupid little faggot! You sound like a stick in your mouth!
Of an outside.
Ooh! Hey! Get up!
Oh, he.
You guys are upset.
Yeah, they threw water bottles at us.
Where did everybody go? Run away, faggot! You're faggot! Hey, Michael, you're my bitch! You're a little bitch! You're a little bitch! Michael!
Wish anyone here was your bitch.
Trans women are men! Trans women are men! You're a little fucking bitch! You're a bitch! Trans women are men! Trans women are men! Trans women are men!
Don't you have a better comeback or did it all slide down your throat?
Yeah, go fuck yourself! You're
That's really the best comeback you have. That's really the best comeback you have. You're really choking on what just went down your throat. Huh? That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Trans faggot! I'm your trans faggot!
Coming down here to ask you. These are the ones that we've been telling you about for months. I got a camera too, so it works both ways. And you're the only ones that have been aggressive. You're the only ones sitting here calling people slurs. Says a hell of a lot more about you than it does about me. No
What the fuck is that? I don't understand you at all.
That's color blind is the best one they've had so far. One color bomb they bought, picked it up. That was a hot one. Yeah, oh yeah, they pushed me up the hill. Yeah. Oh yeah, Hey, show them how compassionate you.
Hey, compassion!
Can't hear you! Hey, can't hear you!
Can't hear you!
You gotta take the mask off so they can hear
Where's
you!
your microphone? Can't hear you!
It's not that bright.
You lost a couple brain cells in that one.
sitting there.
Elena, where'd your friends go? You little sad man. You shit. Hey Elena, why so close? Elena, why you so sad, bitch? Elena, you're a dumb bitch. You're a dumbass little bitch. Yeah, that's right. You're a dumb little bitch. You hear me? All those game suits, all those suits they were wearing didn't help you get away.
Yes. He had the kill cops shirt on. I don't know if they got jail or not.
You got a guy, white guy, mid-50s, hooded, that microphone skating all that shit. Like he's a little fucking ringleader.
Oh yeah.
Did they get him?
I don't know. Was he the guy who's been out here on the floor all night?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Well, I don't see him. Maybe they did. They did get Mr. American Steel. He said he worked for the federal government. Oh, really? Yeah, probably not too much longer. I said, well, my taxpayer dollars are paying for this. Right. Well, I noticed that one of the cops had his shield. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I'm buying his helicopter bid.
Can't only understanding at the most disgusting one.
You have to go ahead and be a good lapdog so Chrissy don't even shoot you like she does with her other dog. That's why you have to be such a good lapdog. Hey, by the way, that Pepperworks is a really good beef suggestion. Like my son is just a closet, so I'll get that shit.
Sorry, everybody.
Nobody will enter your driveway when I try to do it. It's all on this. It's usually the car.
Is that Gumby? Yeah, it looks like a pickle or something. Looks like a green banana, actually. And you look like a pickle. They need a medic down there. What's up, Twisted? What's up, Luff? What's up, Uni Communist? What's up, Jack the Ripper? What's up, Urban Wildlife? What's up, RS Danny? What's up, Standing Tall? What's up, Peter Watt? After that last one, a lot of people cleared out. But there's still a decent amount of people. There's people, a lot of people down there. In a tent and stuff. I thought they cleared the tents, but I guess they're back now. Yeah, no. Yeah, they need. They're asking for a medic in this one. Let's see how good the Zoom works. No kings because 3 terms is against the Constitution. Damn, look at that nice ass car. Holy shit. What a baller. Look at this motherfucking thing.
Yeah, fuck high. Fuck high.
Never seen, haven't seen a nice ass car like that in a while. Rolls Royce for real. Oh no, it's fading. The zoom isn't too bad on this camera. It's not the best, but it's pretty good. So it is a pickle, there it is. It's like a low tier pickle. It's not the greatest pickle costume I've ever seen. Alright. What time is it now? 11:30. Shit, I think I might leave it like 12 if nothing else happens. It's like 30 minutes from now. It's better, cleaner air at my house.
All you do is really be exactly how much you are. You really don't understand. You're up there fucking looking like a bunch of dollar store Darth Vaders all fucking masked up with your freaking ears.
What's with the green helmets? Oh, the green helmets. Those are like legal people, so that if damn, bruh.
Whoever quits their job gets a half a dozen donuts.
Beautiful.
I don't care if
The green helmets are like legal observers. If some people get in trouble, they They provide legal advice or something
You will,
like
however,
that.
have to pre-fill the donut yourself, but I don't think you'll have a problem with that. You'll go with
Should have brought some water. Bless you, energetic giraffes. Thank you. Appreciate you. Do you have Cash App? Yeah, my Cash App's in my bio. If y'all want to help me out at all. Probably be out here for like another 30 minutes or something. A lot of people cleared out. Tommy Boy for vice president? Wow. Cell phone depot. Imagine living right there and having to deal with this shit. Yeah. I know, right? Valid 253 DDDDD. Yeah, a lot of D's. I'd vote for that. I wish it wasn't so blurry, but I think it's because it's dark out. It's hard to not be blurry. Yeah, processing the rats inside. Mike Wazowski's here? I didn't see that. The rats are in the chat. Damn. The rats are in the chat.
Damn, that was scary as hell.
Look at that car. Pretty nice Mercedes. Alright, I'm getting kind of bored and nothing's going on really right now. After that last assault. Who told you? This is why the Democrats lost the election. Start a fight. Are you Daniel P? Yes, I am Twisted Kid. On Cash App. Yeah. On Cash App. I don't remember putting my name, but I guess maybe I did. Bitcoin? I don't know. Do I? Do I have to specify if I do or not? Guess I'm not opposed to Bitcoin. I just never used it before. I think the frogs left and most of the costume people aren't here right now. And they took a couple of people inside the building. This is the war zone. Well, rewind L shine. Rewind like 10 minutes, and you'll see a little bit of a war zone. If you want to see that, because it was just they did bring out the smoke and the pepper balls a few minutes ago. Did Soros not bring the food truck? Well, they got a new camp over there now. They got a.
Like a little martyr. Oh.
This is the Federal Protective Service. The facility is closed, not open to the public. Stay out of the area of the driveway to allow for vehicular traffic. Remain on the sidewalk or across the street. Everyone must leave this restricted area and may be subject to detention or arrest for failing to depart.
Welcome to the Q 2025. We're engaged on the wrong wall. Federal officers will arrest you.
I know.
Thanks for the likes, everybody. Appreciate you. Please subscribe and party on, Garth. Shout out Italy or Mexico or whatever that flag is. Probably Mexico. New subscriber, appreciate you, bro. Yeah, those pepper balls he sprayed, they like waft up into the air. They hit the back of your throat.
What happened? What happened?
Just now, someone was putting their foot over the line, so they sprayed a bunch of pepper balls at him. And then like 10 minutes ago, they did like an assault and came out with a bunch of gas and stuff. Pepper the floor.
Thank you, smell it.
I need to go home and go to bed, but it has been an honor. Like the fucking match not be believed. So I guess I'm gonna go home. Fuck you guys. All these people are the real patriots. You're their oppressor. Fuck you. And bless all of you. Have a great night.
Oh, he's going on. Yeah, I'll get some water. I mean, I'm good for now. I'm good. It's just a little pepper, a little spice. Really helps your senses. You know what I mean? Helps your sinuses. If you had a cold, get some pepper balls. Gas mask fun. How much do them gas masks go for? I could probably buy one right now. What's that thing right there? Is this like a signal jammer or some shit? Sound weapon. Well, they have a small camera over there. Red. Makes sense. Infrasound. Yeah, they haven't used that on us at all. Water, drinks. All is quiet now. Sorry about your cat. Thank you, Catfish Pinata. Appreciate you. I'm still really sad about my cat, but this takes my mind off of it, I guess, coming out here. She was a really sweet cat, but she caught a common thank you, Jane. Yeah. She had a disease that I'd never even heard of before. It's called I forget what it's called now. It's called like TIP or some shit. No, that's not it. Saturday Night Party, where is the DJ? The DJ left. This isn't Portland Andy, pendejo. No, this ain't Portland Andy. This is Portland Danny. Yeah, I got a lot of videos of her, and I still have another cat, so I'm not fully catless, but I think the cat, I think my other cat liked me more, which is sad. The cat that I have now, she's kind of like not as cuddly as my other cat. Can you stream Portland Andy stream? No.
Yeah, absolutely. And see the country, yeah.
I'm not sure how to do that, but I think Portland Andy left. Looks like a party going on over that part of that apartment. Like a miniature rave up in that joint. No one's gonna take away this second they trolling. You need to get well, I have one cat still, but maybe in the future I'll get another cat. Because that was the original idea why I got a second cat in the first place, so that my first cat could have a friend. But they never became friends, and then the one caught a disease. That's an apartment where they activate MK Ultra drones. Portland won't let Trump take our freedom.
Really? He's like, what do we do now?
Man, MK Ultra happened so long ago, though.
Yep. Hell yeah. Boom.
They can't take away any of the amendments. You can amend the amendments, right? Is there water? That's what I need, is some water. Just waiting. I would drink with you, with Andy, he's chill. I kind of feel like having a drink, but I think it's too late to get anything from the store.
I recognize those too. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah. I took it off. It was too covered, but.
Yeah, that's so good.
Yeah.
You better now? You good now?
I'm good, yeah. My face stopped burning. I'm just trying not to. I got like on my hood and shit. They shot me in the head, bro, like a couple times.
I think I'm out, yo. Have a good night.
I mean,
You
it's
too.
whatever. Dude, I'm worried.
Appreciate you, bro. I might be heading home soon too. It's kind of like
I mean, I'm verbose, but like
dying out here.
I don't want to go to jail because I want to keep fighting. But I mean,
And I'm getting a little hungry and thirsty.
They would, if they like,
arrest
you, you'd be there for like a couple hours. But just like
it's unbelievable, but it's like also like they would know. They know me. They were like, shoot out.
Oh really?
Rough out here, dude. Yeah. Same thought.
Yeah.
Thanks for the saying that we're like y'all medics.
Yeah, I'm helping people out here.
Yeah. I need some saline.
Is that set up pretty well for you guys?
What's up?
Yeah, that's set up pretty well. Yeah, these are pretty well. That's a one call.
Alright. What time is it? Almost 12. Alright, I'll show you.
I got shot.
There's like 10 people over there, 20, 30.
Not tonight, but
a lot of them are still over there. Anyways.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, those are the filters though. You need like you don't, it's not the spray paint, it's like a filter. Yeah, it's just it's this color.
Here comes the ambulance.
Yeah, of course. Safe day. Yeah.
I'll call you a name, love. That's a lot of pepper balls on the ground. Yeah, they did a lot earlier. That's a nice little chill spot. This is exciting. Well, it was exciting, but you know, it always goes in lulls and, you know, highs and lows of the protest. Now it's like the boring part, standing around, so I'm about to leave. Head out. It's about 12 here. So yeah, I'm gonna head out. Say goodbye to the sweet protest, everybody. It was so sweet. It was so awesome. No problem, bro. It's been like I guess I took like a week break from doing these protests or whatever. So maybe I'll come back tomorrow and shit. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow and see what's up down here. Yeah, no problem. So yeah, I'll keep streaming till I get to the bike. And thanks for all the comments, likes, subscribes, and yeah, the comments were really funny. I like, you know, y'all kept it entertaining even when the protest was boring. Take us for a ride? Well, I have to use my phone to open the bike. I could see, maybe I could use my other phone. I'll try. Here's a bike. Hold up. A bus ride. Take y'all for a bus ride. Do you do this often? Well, I mean, it's been I did it a few times, and I guess this is my 4th time out here, so you know, yeah, stay tuned for the next one because I'll probably come out tomorrow or something. Yeah, appreciate you, bro. Goodbye, giraffe. Thanks for the subscribe, Stinson. Everybody subscribe. I'm trying to use my other phone to get on the bike. The people united will never be defeated. Bikes flagged for repairs. Typical. Oh no, both these bikes are flagged for repairs. That's lame. Oh yeah. The protest continues, even though it's much smaller now. Do a ride by. Well, I was gonna do a ride by, but now I have to find another bike because both those bikes needed to be repaired. Find me at Home Depot. Steal a bike. I'm not like a pro at that or anything. A lot of people use those Lime scooters over there. But I don't have a Lime scooter account. I gotta use Nike Bike Town. Yeah, here's glorious downtown Portland. If anybody wanted to see the buildings and stuff. It's glorious, isn't it? In all of its glory. Boy, I think you got your glory. Boy, I think you got your glory. Fuck around, I think you got your glory. Let's see if this bike's working. Fuck around, I think you got your glory. Boy, I think you got your glory. Good day from Australia, mate. Good day to you, mate. Fucking flagged for repairs. All these bikes need repairs. It's bullshit. Just buy a bike. I've been thinking about buying like an electric scooter or an electric bike, but right now I just use the city bikes because I'm on the low income program, so I pretty much ride these bikes for free. So I mean, when the bikes aren't flagged for repairs, it's a really good system, you know, ride for free. You just gotta find a bike that's near you. So it's not too bad, can't complain. But eventually I'll buy my own scooter or bike. I'm considering buying an electric scooter, kind of like what Portland Andy has, but like different. I might get like a sit-down version of a scooter. You save money owning a bike. Yeah, true. But when I own a bike, then I have to do like maintenance on it. And when I rent the city bikes, you know, the maintenance is up to the city or the company or whatever. Thank you, cat. Ducky. So here's a big, that's a parking lot right there. And that's where a lot of these protesters will park. Like I've seen some of the Antifa people go back to their cars parked over here. My wife next thing. Here's a pretty nice little park over here. Are you in Portland too? Uni? Shout out all the Portlandians. Right now I'm by the Sky Car. There's the Sky Car thing. I've never taken the Sky Car, but I think it costs like 30. I don't know, I forget what the price is, but it's not that cheap to take the Sky Car from the bottom point to the top point. And it's not even, doesn't even take you very far. But it would be a fun thing to do sometime. Here's the nice hospital down here. State-of-the-art hospital. This is where they took care of me when my knee broke. So I can't complain about that. And it's also where the bikes are parked. Trump says this is a war zone and needs to deploy troops. Well, if you want to rewind the stream, you can see when the troops came out and they arrested people and shot gas and pepper balls and all that. So I mean, that part looks like a war zone when they arrested people and all that. Call of Duty Portland. I'd play Grand Theft Auto Portland, but you know, I always thought they should do that. They should do like a Grand Theft Auto for every like major city and have it like super accurate. So like if you live in Portland, then you could play Grand Theft Auto and just run around the neighborhoods that you recognize and, you know, do all types of shit. Here's the physical therapy room at the hospital. And shit, there's only one bike and it's fucking, oh no. Looks like I'm walking further until I find a working bike. Go have a beer with Andy. It says there's a school. I think Portland Andy lives like on the other side of the bridge. So thank you, Stinson. Which god? No bikes because they all got blown up in the war. GTA Portland, but everyone has bikes because nobody can afford cars. He's chilling somewhere drinking. Oh, he's chilling somewhere drinking? Damn, I could go for a beer right now, but I don't want to impose on anybody. I'll just go home and have myself some dabs. There's the moon hiding. Public bike service. Yeah, it's a public bike service. It's called Nike Bike Town. It's sponsored by Nike. And they actually they had the Nike Bike Town going for like a year. And then they started adding more bikes to they added a bunch more bikes and a bunch more scooters so that there's more available around town. What you dabbing on? Anything nice? You know, I got 4 different options. I think it's 2 hybrids and 2 indicas. And, you know, no complaints there. But it's nothing special. It's nothing expensive. It was like one of the cheaper ones they got, but you know, it still gets me high as hell. I was pretty blazed down here at the protest tonight. Thank you, David. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm really sad about my cat. She was way too young. She was way too young. It's sad. And I didn't even have her for very long. So yeah. But I don't want to rush and go out and get a new cat like immediately or whatever. I want to yeah, exactly. He got some stoner journalism tonight. I think most of these people take the protest too seriously, like it's a left and right battle. And I just come out here to, you know, enjoy the show and break out my popcorn and all that. Yeah, I love indica. But I'm no, you know, sometimes a sativa, sometimes there's like a sativa strain that's like so good, you can't say no to it. Yeah, the bike tells you, or the app tells you where the bikes are. So, and it tells you where the lockup stations are. So there's a bike lockup station right up here. Or if you just look at the map, sometimes it'll be like, there's a bike over here to the left. And sometimes you just find a bike in the bushes or some shit, like hidden. But you're like, hey, if it works, it works, you know? Someone stashed a bike like... And what was weird is today I got on one of the Nike bikes and I had already gotten on the bike, but someone tried to reserve the bike, so it almost fucked up the bike service. That one's broken. This one's broken and they burned it. They burned the screen. I mean, it's peaceful, but for like a big city, it's like, it's dead out here, you know what I mean? No one wants to be out here. It's literally dead. I mean, you could say it's peaceful, but that's because not a lot of people want to be out here right now. Because of the protests going on and because of all the homeless we got. So... Damn, all these bikes are flagged for fucking repairs. Every single bike is fucked up and broken. So, that's a big flaw in the public bike system, you know. Most of the bikes are flagged for repairs, and people go around purposely damaging the bikes just to make it, like, harder for people to use. Look, there's a scooter just flipped over laying right there. I think this is a hospital too. There's a bunch of really nice hospitals right here. It's like number 20. See? Unavailable. Flagged for repairs. Flagged for repairs. Flagged for repairs. Jesus Christ, bro. There's no fucking bikes. 0 bikes. The closest bike is like up here. I'm right here. I gotta go over this way. Like up this way. They don't. It's usually homeless people who will fuck with the bikes for whatever reason. Sometimes they'll burn it. Sometimes they'll just like damage it in other ways. But yeah, the homeless are a bigger problem than those protesters. The protesters are like a smaller problem. You're still up, thought you were going home an hour ago. Yeah, well, unfortunately there's no bikes, so I'm having to walk about a couple miles to find a bike and get the rest of the way home. I pretty much just got to go straight this way. This is South Waterfront and I live in like North Waterfront, so it's a little bit of a trek. How long have you been in Portland? I've been in Portland like 8 years now. Islam? Why did you say Islam with a question mark? Nah, I'm not Islamic, if that's what you mean. Well, there's the bikes for the protest zone. I think they do put like some sort of a buffer thing on the bikes, because like if you try and ride the bike like right past the building, I think the e-assist shuts off. So like you'll be going very slow on the bike if you go past the ice building, because it's one of those zones where it's like blocked off or whatever. Yeah. But anyways, check out all these bridges. They call this Bridge City. Look at all them bridges, man. I'm in downtown Portland on my way home. I smell some spray paint out here. I think someone's been tagging out here. And this is a pretty big like homeless area right down here. And I don't wanna walk up this path, but it might be the best path to take, but there's usually like rats on this fucking path right up here. There's a cool little spot up there. Cool little skate spot, kind of, or like place to bike around. Are the rats tasty? I don't know. But several times when I've come through this area, I see rats and a rabbit a couple of times. And then they placed all these boulders here because this used to be a big camp spot. It still kind of is a big camp spot, but now there's boulders there, so it's a little more difficult. So yeah, if I see a rat, I'll try and zoom in on it. Because this is when the rats come out. Late night like I am right now. That's when you'll see a bunch of rats. Even on the bike path. What city is this? I just moved to the area from New York City. This is Portland, Oregon, downtown. It's the two-legged rats you need to watch out for. Yeah. True. I'm worried about all kinds of rats out here. There's not a single good one. Not a single good rat in the bunch of them. Yeah, exactly. And there's more. I'm not sure which one there is more of. We might have more two-legged rats here than four-legged rats, if I'm being honest. I just saw two-legged rats, and I still haven't seen a four-legged rat. It's hard to find a good rat. I just heard them. I literally just heard them in the bushes, squeaking at me. All right. Let me see, where am I at now? This is much smoother on when you're on a bike. You know what I mean? Okay, I found a bike. I gotta go up this way, I guess. Gotta go uphill. Thank you for what all you're doing. Streamers are doing for us. Yeah, no problem. It's pretty fun. Can't complain. Otherwise, I would have just been sitting inside tonight, probably watching someone else's stream. So, might as well go out and get some fresh air and some tear gas myself. So much lawlessness in this video. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying this late night Portland walk, because not a lot of people get to see this Portland in the late night like this. Find some action. I'm actually kind of glad there's no action right now. It's pretty peaceful. If I see some action at this time of night, there's some real tweakers. Alright, I gotta get to the top of this hill, and then there should be some bikes for me to get on. Yeah, if you guys have never been to Portland, take in the late night view. This is on the Max track. This one goes to Milwaukee if you go that direction, or if you go this direction, that'll take you to like North Portland. So you can get pretty much all over taking the Max. And I used to take the Max, but there's always homeless people on the Max at the same time. There she blows. Alright, let me find this bike. I think I gotta go up here, across the street. Yeah, the protest pretty much died off. Usually does around this time. Nice couch. There's a bike. Let's see if this one works. Good night. All the bikes with flags were repaired. So yeah. Well, luckily there's some more right here to choose from. I think these ones are working. So yeah, they added a lot more bike town stops, and there's a lot more bikes to choose from, but still a lot of them are needing repair, and they never get repaired, it seems like. Damn it, I don't want that bike. Fuck. I don't want that one. This one only has 1 mile on it. Hell no. Good shit. What the fuck? Yellow light. Trying to kill me with this yellow light. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled. You might see some rats scurrying away. Yeah, that dude's big mad. He's yelling at the fucking sky. Yelling at the sky. Big mad at the sky. The night sky made him mad. People need to find someone better to take their anger out on. If you're out here screaming at the fucking sky, it's like, man, do something productive with your anger. Got it blocked off a bit. Yeah. That guy had a Spider-Mobile. Batmobile. Lucky we found a bike. Now it's all breezy from here. All breeze. Cling, clang. So yeah, here's the area where I usually see some rats, you know, running around on the bike path. But I don't see any right now, so. There's Young downtown. There's the river over there in the park. And then here's the skyscrapers and all that. The tall buildings and the bridges. Crazy how so many big cities are like exactly the same. People sleeping outside and this and that. Tents out here. A lot of tents and people just sleeping with like barely a blanket on them. Fuck that shit. You gotta sleep on the hard cement with barely even a blanket, with like rats running around and people screaming at nighttime. I've done it before, but I can tell you it's not great. Some people don't seem to not give a shit. Some people seem super comfortable. Here's the Portland sign. The Portland, Oregon. Some people probably get really deceived by this sign too. They see that sign and they're like, hey, it's flashing lights and a deer. Nope, they took the deer statue down. The elk statue's gone. Now it's just tents and shit. No more elk statue, just people sleeping under tarps and shit. If you don't have a tarp out here, your fucking blanket is gonna be soaked. And yeah, if your blanket gets soaked, there's no way to dry that shit out. There's no way to dry that shit out before you need it the next night. So the next night your blanket's still gonna be pretty much wet unless you can get it to a dryer overnight. There's some flashing lights down that way. There's a bunch of tents right there. Pop a wheelie. I've never been able to do a wheelie in my entire life, bro. Never. Especially not on those bikes. Those bikes are really like heavy bikes. They're not light. Don't dox yourself, homie. Oh, I won't. But I mean, it's not really a fucking secret. I pretty much post my whole life. Pretty much did dox myself already. Raging fire over there. Yeah, true. don't know if y'all saw that, but out in front of my building is always like that. There's always a gang of people out there and a fire in the parking lot right next to my building. So had to show y'all the digs. Summer, how cozy, summertime. Yeah, dude, they literally had a raging fire in the parking lot literally right outside my building. It's fucking insane.
It's the forerunner of something more serious. Tell Russia what's the next step.
Yeah.
If you do this again, we're going to start shooting it down. We're going to defend ourselves. We're not going to wring our hands and talk about, well, is this a hybrid war or is this a real war? Yeah. Nonsense.
Great.
Look,
Nonsense. Yeah, surprised I didn't get stabbed since I had my camera out. Usually they don't like cameras, and I usually don't film them. But, you know, since I already filmed everything else, might as well film them tonight for a little bit. It's fucking hot in here, man. I left the heat on, which is kind of a good thing. Oh, it's a Saturday night, so I live above a bar, and there's a bar crowd out there usually. So yeah, it doesn't, a little bit of people out there. Sometimes the bar crowd is more annoying than the homeless people, but sometimes it's the opposite. Anyway, I gotta open the window. It's hot. The cost to rent Biketown bike share depends on the plan you choose. A single ride. Yeah, and I'm on the Biketown for All program. So if you have food stamps or whatever else, you can apply for Biketown for All, and then a lot of your rides end up being free. Not every ride, but a lot of rides end up being free. What the fuck? Put a live stream out there. Wow. Hope you get monetized soon. I'm pretty much there. I have enough watch hours now, but YouTube has to update it. I have 4,000 watch hours now. YouTube just hasn't updated it. But yeah, I'm almost monetized, and thank you to whoever sent me a Cash App earlier. My house is kind of messed up right now. What's everybody else been doing tonight? If you buy a bike, all the rides will be free. You might even make money. Well, if I do buy a bike, it's gonna be an e-bike, and it's gonna be like a long-range e-bike. So it's on my list, but I think I might buy an electric scooter before I buy an electric bike. Just because scooters are kind of pretty fun to ride. I mean, bikes are better exercise, which I like, but scooters are just kind of like just breezing around. It's kind of like I don't know. 063, why an e-bike? Because I like e-bikes, and they get good range, and it's good exercise, and I guess lots of reasons. Portland's a big biking city, and we have a lot of, it's very accessible to bike around, so. You can pretty much get everywhere on a bike. And e-bikes are pretty low maintenance compared to a car. My son used to be so nice, took it for granted 50 years of globalist policies toilet. I have a non-e-bike that I had for up to 45 miles an hour. Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm not like opposed. I'm not like a, you know, I would get a regular bike if I found a cool one that I liked, and then it had all the gears and shit to make it for going uphill and all that. I don't need it to be like the fastest bike in the world, because I see some people zooming around like super fast, and like the faster you go, the more dangerous it is. Anyways, I'm gonna open the window. Scooters are looking awesome. This is a good look at the barflies. You want to see them? There's probably some hot bimbos out there, baby. It's actually a lot of people out tonight. I've never been to that bar or either of these bars, so I've never hung out. But I forgot to say, when I was on my way to the ICE protest, I did see like a mini rave on the side of the bike trail, like across the bridge, under the, I think it's under the Morrison Bridge. They were having like a miniature rave, and there was actually a decent amount of people over there. The bar is fun, karaoke. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 24. Hey, maybe when I go to sleep, that's a good idea, Ruyadri. Maybe when I go to sleep, instead of leaving the camera on myself, I'll just point the camera out the window, and y'all can see the morning tweakers. Y'all can see the morning tweakers in the street traffic. Yeah, I'll do that, bro. So when I go to bed, I'll just leave my camera like looking down on the street, and y'all can see. Sometimes tweakers will gather right here, and you know what I mean? There was human shit right here this morning. You know what I mean? It's fucking insane out here. Excuse me. Alright, yeah, it's time for a dab, so let me take a seat. Yeah, it's kind of hard to make sense of it. Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I gotta wipe this. Yeah, I hear Portland used to be much better back in the day. I don't like new Portland. There's too many gay, trans shit going on here. Too much homeless, too much far left craziness. Not enough normal people. And I'm just saying there's too much of it, and it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I live in that neighborhood, you know what I mean? I like live in a gay and trans neighborhood. I wouldn't say it bothers me. There's not enough people. There's not enough straight people is what I'm trying to say. There's not enough straight people here. And I'm straight, so. I feel like it's hard to be straight in Portland. Yeah, I feel like gay people probably have a bigger problem with me than I do with them. But you never know. They don't bother me until they bother me. That's a good way to put it. That's how I felt for 40 years. No openly gay people, and I'm gay. I don't know, it's all kind of complicated because gay people and trans people have never done anything to me to negatively affect me, but I'm just saying, like, if you're a straight person in Portland, like, I don't even know where to go because, and shit like that. We were harassed and violently attacked for decades, and the shit I hide, and I'm straight. Fuck people. What the fuck is that, man? Did I get shot? Yeah. Well, always starts with a fair idea, defending unfairly repressed minorities, and then that gets addressed, but it gets weaponized, and the exception gets made the rule.
Pussy boy. Yeah, he is a pussy boy. Pussy boy. Yeah, he is a pussy boy. Pussy boy. Yeah, he is a pussy boy. Pussy boy. That's right. He a big pussy boy. Pussy boy. That's right. He a big pussy boy. Pussy boy. Get in the ring with me. Get in the ring with me. Pussy boy. Get in the ring with me. Get in the ring with me. Pussy boy. Get in the ring with me. I told you, I will pay you $500 if you get in the ring. It's that simple. You'll get a ring, I'll get in there, I'll head gear, no MC gloves. We'll see how tough you are. We'll see how tough you are. See how you are. See how you play with that. We'll see how tough you are. I'll even come to that shithole Alabama. Alright, pussy boy, big old pussy boy. I'll even come to
Am I not alive, Mist Assassin?
that shithole Alabama. Alright, pussy boy, big old. Alright, pussy boy. You a big pussy boy. Pussy boy, pussy boy, pussy boy. That's right. You a big pussy boy. Pussy boy, pussy boy, pussy boy. Pussy boy, off me about. Pussy boy, off me about. Pussy boy, off me about. He's just like the problem.
Weirdo in the chat.
Let me show you. He's just like the problem. Small little problem, not a big deal. Let me show you. Where's the boy in North Mailbox? Where's the boy in North Mailbox? Mailbox. Here's the strap on. I'm gonna arrive, so we'll take you. Where's the boy in North Mailbox? Mailbox. That's right. He a big pussy ball. Pussy ball. Pussy ball. Pussy ball. That's right. He a big pussy ball. Pussy ball. Pussy ball. Which one's a pussy?
Let's chat, Leo. Hit me with the chat, bro. There have been cases of octopus escaping their enclosures and sneaking into the open pools and eating the crabs. Why would I turn off the music? It's a dab.
I'm doing a drag spooky hour.
How am I gonna dab without music? I'm gonna dab without music. Of course I believe in aliens. Did you see the fucking footage of the Hellfire missile? The Hellfire missile? There's an orb flying and a Hellfire missile bounced off of it. Good call. You have a convo with music. Hey Leo, what conversation did you want to have, bro? He's got to cough up all that pepper spray.
When you don't even do a nice thing, for some reason you should so many times. Who's the monster? He had my mother's picture up there and they thought it was okay. Who's the monster? I called Chitway's dad to ask him to reel it in. Then I'm the man. Who's the monster? I find it hysterical that I'm the monster. I'm the monster. I'm the monster. I'm the monster. Who's the monster? Who's the monster? Who's the monster? Who's the monster? Who's the monster?
Bro, look it up. Here, actually, I'll show it to you. There's a whole video, bro. It's an orb. It's an alien orb, bro. Everybody tell him about the orb. I know you guys have seen the clip. What up, Vincent Van Gogh on crack? My name is Asmongold's son, sir. I'm Asmongold and Snoop Dogg's son. Who the fuck is Vincent Van Gogh? Do you know why Mothman got kicked out of Lamb Store? He got attached to the merchandise. You make Oregon people look like idiots. Keep Portland weird. Leo. We were just at the protest. Yeah, we saw a bunch of fucking people way stupider than me there. If you think I'm stupid, you should rewind the video and check out the protest. If you thought I was stupid, damn, bro. No, but I really wasn't lying about the orb thing. It's called Hellfire missile fired at orb.
And as I want to queue up a video that I've been given, and as before it starts, I'm going to describe. This was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. You cannot see that drone. And so, I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does.
Check this video out. That's an orb they're tracking. Like an alien orb. It's not a very great looking video, but it's the best view I can give you. But just, yeah, there's the Hellfire missile coming in. So that little thing you saw, that was the Hellfire missile hitting the orb and bouncing off. That's the ocean beneath it. So this is flying over the ocean at very high speed, and that Hellfire missile bounced right off the drone, off the orb, and it just keeps going.
This is when it zoomed out, so you can still see it traveling.
There it goes. There's the orb just continues to travel.
So, Mr. Knapp, have you heard about...
Question 1, who says it's a Hellfire missile? The guy in the video literally just said, if you listen to the intro, I'll play it one more time.
I want to queue up a video that I've been given. And as before it starts, I'm going to describe.
Who says it's a drone?
This was taken October 30th.
It's not a drone, it's an orb. Listen to the video, bro.
Of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen.
He says it's a MQ-9 drone tracking an orb off the coast of Yemen.
You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile.
Another MQ-9 drone fires a Hellfire missile at the drone, and it bounces off the drone, and the drone continues. You're really gonna question who the person is? You're questioning his credibility or some shit? It says Mr. Burleson. He's not the... It's not his video. It's not he says, she says. Bro, it's literally a video. Yemen. Bro, Leo, I feel like you're trolling now.
You cannot see that drone. And so, I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does.
The video speaks for itself, bro. There's an orb flying over the ocean. No one knows what the orb is or who owns the orb. They fire a missile at it because it's in their airspace. The Hellfire missile bounces right there, right off of the drone. The orb continues to go. It's not even his video. No, it's not his video. It's the military's video. The military released this video.
This is when it zoomed out, so you can still see it traveling.
Anyways, that's pretty good evidence for fucking aliens right there, man. That's pretty good evidence for aliens. If anyone's never seen that drone video before, or that orb video.
Who's the monster? Who's the monster? Who's the monster? Who's the monster? Call me Dukzilla. Who's the monster? I'm a monster, right? I'm the monster. Call me Rankin Finger. Who's the monster? I'm a monster, right? I'm the monster. Call me Dukzilla. Who's the monster? I'm a monster, right? I'm the monster. Call me Rankin Finger. Who's the monster? I'm a monster, right? I'm the monster. Who's the monster? Who's the monster?
There's been way more stories about orbs than just that one. They've released all types of stories about orbs, but that's the first like good video evidence I've seen of the orbs, and it's fucking crazy. And like there's more, like the military are starting to release more footage because no one's sure who owns it or whose it is or what it is. It's craziness, man.
Who's the monster? Who's the monster? Who's the monster? I'm the monster. I'm the monster. Who's the monster? Who's the monster? I'm the monster. Who's the monster? Who's the monster? Who's the monster?
It looks like I'm going bald. This is the same hairline I've had my whole life, bro. Hey, I'm actually not a big alien guy. I'm not a huge alien guy, but that video speaks volumes. That orb video, you know what I mean? It speaks volumes. Yeah, I think the protest is over with for tonight. Oh yeah, I'm not sure how to switch titles during my stream. I gotta bounce y'all. Yeah, I forgot to change my title. I don't think I can. How to change my live stream title on YouTube while I'm still streaming.
Change your title through YouTube Studio. While live, go to YouTube Studio, click Content, select the Live tab, find your current stream, click the pencil icon, Details, edit the title, and then save the changes.
YouTube Studio. Yeah, like Leo, you're cool. You're a cool guy, Leo. I appreciate you. Wait, what do I do after I go to YouTube Studio to change my live stream title?
Click the Save button within YouTube Studio to apply the change.
How do I edit the title?
After logging into YouTube Studio, go to the Content tab, click the pencil icon, Details next to your live stream or video, edit the title field at the top, and then click Save.
Ban cornball. Cheers. Walrus in the chat. So you're going to block a person who has a question? No, I don't want to block anybody. What was your question again? I missed it. No, I didn't block you. I called you out being a jackass. You can only change titles on a desktop. Oh, the laptop? Okay, I can do that. I missed the question. I just question facts. Why code?
I'm one man. So change lives in the better. I'm one man. Receive the myriad calls and texts. I'm one man. Love mother, home fan, and house. I'm one man. And then chooses like this book. I'm one man. I'm one man. School teacher, change lives in the better.
weed smokers jackasses now? Damn, bro. He does not like weed.
The song kids sing like stand-up gigs, D. How'd you feel about that? They called up the club in Corpus Christi, threatened the club owner if he hadn't commit a bunch of bites on his women, D. How'd you feel about that? Got a cold beat, candle needed enough sold out. Nothing to do with it, I did. Nothing to do with it, I did, D. Nothing to do with it, I did.
It's Stuttering John. This is DJ Dabble's remix.
Nothing to do with it, I did, D. It's because I'm a lefty. Just doing a political show. I got kids. I got kids. I'm a lefty. Just doing a political show. I represent love, peace, harmony, with acceptance. I'm one man. School teacher, change lives for the better. I'm one man. You see the myriad of calls and texts. I'm one man. I'm one man. I'm one man. I didn't choose to start this book. Did I work for a controversial show? Yeah, like Howard Stern. Yeah, like Howard Stern. Yeah. The things said then, yeah, that can't be said now. Yeah, was it a different time? Yeah. Can people change? Yeah. With the time? Yeah. Do we have a proud to? Yeah. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's all growth. Yeah. Learn. Yeah.
He does not understand. What? You talking about me?
Change lives for the better.
Who the fuck are you talking about? You talking about me? I don't represent 90% of Oregon? What the hell are you talking about? Are you talking about because I'm not gay? Are you saying 90% of Oregon is gay? It's not 90%, bro. I think only like 50% of Oregon is gay or trans. Sorry, I'm changing my title right now. Hercules. Disappointed. Gay? K? Sorry, I'm trying to change my title right now. I got distracted. Here's the fucking... content. Oh, okay, I found it. Alright, I'm changing my title so that you can't. It's a meme, canvas as Hercules. I think I've seen that meme. You said it's the disappointed Hercules meme? Hey man, we can switch to every topic. What are you talking about, Leo? Like, what, you can't stay on topic. What is the topic? You haven't even brought a topic. You keep switching it up. You're such a weak troll, bro. Disappointed Hercules meme. He's very disappointed. Alright, I'm changing the title. Quit being butthurt, bro. We all tried. Ending into aliens. Okay, bro. What do you want to talk about, bro? bro.
Too late, motherfuckers.
You made
your bed, now you gotta shit in it. I'm the guys, I get it. I'm the only one who has a career. I'm the guys, I get it. I have a career in something. I'm the guys, I get it. I'm dating, I get it. It's amazing, I get it. I'm smart, I get it. I'm the guys, career, something I'm the kind. I get it, I'm dating, I get it, it's amazing, I get it, I'm the go. I must be the most interesting man. I must be the most interesting man in the world, dude. I must be the most interesting man. I could be good, I could be good, don't let me go. Yeah, what about me? Look on my wrist right there. What about me, dude? Every show you do. What about me? The whole battle verse. What about me? It's amazing. Big global news, front page, big training. Big global news, England, that's on fire. I'm the dude. Big global news everywhere. Even in the country of China. And I did that. I was the big people trade to the White House.
But the fact is, in a single person is a small factor in that equation. Hey, Leo, try English, bro. What the hell are you talking about? Leo's rooting for Iceberg. I don't know. My topics are pretty dark.
Guys, I get it. I'm the only one who have no career. Guys, I get it. I have a career, something. I'm the guys, I get it. I'm dating, I get it. It's amazing, I get it. I'm the go. I have real legal deaths on. Like David Cicilline wrote the articles of a the dude.
Nah, we ain't getting on that digital ID bullshit. Hell no.
I have real legal deaths on. Like Eric Swalwell wrote the articles. I have real legal deaths on. Like John Hatton, who also wrote the articles of a
Bro, I couldn't understand your sentence at all. Let's read that again. What did he say? Let's go back. What did he say? Did you delete the comment, bro? But the fun fact is, in a single person is a small factor in that equation. Whatever the fuck that means, bro.
Career, something. I'm the guys, I get it. I'm dating, I get it. It's amazing, I get it. I'm smart, okay. I'm the guys, I get it. I'm the only one who have no career. Guys, I get it. I have a career, something. I'm the guys, I get it. I'm dating, I get it. It's amazing, I get it. I'm smart, okay. I'm the go.
DJ Dapple's made that into like a really cool song.
Leo, are you from Portland? Because you're making Portland look bad, bro.
Showing what it's like to have big players on the shows. I work my whole days away, every fucking waking day, I work my whole days away, every fucking waking day. Beyond 13 hours per year, you are not shit. Don't get it twisted in your gassed up brain, you stupid bitch. You are not shit. Don't get it twisted. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Can you go face to face with this shit? Can you go face to face with this shit? You can't hang with this shit, motherfucker. Can you go face to face with this shit? Can you go face to face with this shit? You can't do this shit. You don't got it. You guys are all talking nothing. You guys are all talking nothing compared to me. You guys are all talking nothing compared to me. I got 205. Them are not too fucking bad. Big dick energy, showing what it's like to have big dick energy, showing what it's like to have big dick energy, showing what it's like to have big dick energy, showing what it's like to have big dick energy. When something bad happens, whip your cock out. Whip your cock out, whip your cock out. When something bad happens, whip your cock out, big dick energy. When something bad happens, whip your cock out, with your Costco, with your Costco. When something bad happens, with your Costco, big dick energy.
Yeah, I got a PayPal or a Cash App if you want to.
We horrific tales from creepy clowns to spine-tingling monsters. Spirit has the scariest collection of costumes, accessories, and everything you can imagine for Halloween.
This is actually a really good meme.
Reactions and reactions. Actions 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 and reactions.
It's in my bio. Like, let me see. All my links are in my bio.
I'm done. Goodbye. Get out of here. Fuck you. That's it. Fuck you. That's it. Goodbye. I'm done. Goodbye. Get out of here. Fuck you. That's it. Fuck you. That's it. Knock it in, so my fucking friend. Knock it in, so my fucking friend. Nah, not fucking happening in a million years. Don't you fucking sit there and trash. You know what? I don't fucking give a shit. I don't fucking give a shit. You know what? I don't fucking give a shit. I don't fucking give a shit. Come on my show and start calling my fucking friends fucking names. Duh. Come on my show and start calling my fucking friends ever. Actions and reactions. 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 I go to the legend all the time. I go to the legend all the time about baseball. I go to the legend all the time talking about baseball. And I love baseball! Not only do I know his last name, where he lives, life's name, kid's name, and everything else, that's right. Not only do I know his last name, where he lives, life's name, kid's name, and everything, but he's gone. We're count God. You too God. Don't cross the no. Goodbye. Bye sign. Bye sign. Bye sign. That's right. We're count God. You too God. Don't cross the no. Goodbye. Bye sign. That's what happens when you're blind. Actions and reactions. 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 That's not when it happened. It happened when I was at McDonald's, you dumb fuck.
Ugh. Party time, Leo. Let's get in the ring, Leo. It'll be a paid event.
See that? Watching a week, bro. That's me. That's right. That's me. Look different, huh? Little summer. I think so. Don't you? That's right. Badly. That's right. And soon you're gonna thank me for giving you a beating in the ring. Open box. Open box. Box. Open box. Open box. 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 Open box. Open box.
Holy fuck!
Box. Open box. Open box. 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 Open box. This is what the Duke has been doing every day. Doing every day. Doing every day. Okay? This is what the Duke has been doing every day. In the fucking gym. That's what the Duke is doing. I look pretty fit, don't I, motherfucker? Well, I am motherfucker. I am big.
Holy fucking shit!
Women's aware. Ball as look at his shoulders, dickhead. Look at the buys. Look at the buys. That's what's coming for you. So when you think about how you're gonna walk my ass in the ring, you better think about that. You better think about it. Cause these fucking things are gonna be moving in and out real quick. Don't be box. In the ring, of course. Don't be box. You do serve to serve. Box. Don't be box. I don't promote any violence. Don't be box. This is all box. Box. Don't be box. Some people just, they cross the line. Box. That's the dude. Box. Don't be box. He's ready. I'm training almost every day, and I can't wait to throw down. Box. Don't be box. Probably the hardest match. Probably the hardest match I've ever had in my life. But I don't like it. I don't like it when things aren't going my way. You turn the tables on me. You turn the tables the wrong way. You got me mad now. I stood around listening to everything you had to say. I did everything necessary. When you turn around and you backstab me one way or another, when you treat me out of what rightfully mine, that's when I get angry. Now I'm the one doing the challenging. The challenge to you, Motley Crue, get in the ring with me. I'm issuing a challenge to you, Motley Crue, get in the ring with me. This time I'm going forward. Now let's go to the ring. Box. Yep. In the ring, of course. Yep. Don't be box. Yep. Serve to serve. Box. Yep. Don't be box. I don't promote any violence. Yep. Don't be box. This is all box. Box. Yep. Box. Some people just, they cross the line. Box. That's the yep. Box. Yep. Box. He's ready. I'm training almost every day, and I can't wait to throw down. Box. Yep. Box. Charlie, you have no idea. You were walking a sleeping giant. And his sleep.
Someday I'll be a real man, and someday I'll never be a bitter old man like you, Leo. Never catch me in someone else's chat being a bitch.
When I fought Crazy Caddy, I'm faster, stronger, and smarter. So don't think you're gonna fucking last long in the ring against me, Chadley. You're not. You're gonna go down quicker than a prostitute on a $1,000 job.
I've been trying to stay consistent. You sound kind of bitter, but didn't you have a question, or did you forget?
Actions have reactions. Actions have reactions. Actions.
No, you forgot to ask a question. You pretty much never asked a question. But it's okay.
My world told me not to get him off, not to get him off, not to get him off. My world told me.
Oh, I thought he was gay. That was the question right after I said the music was too loud about 17 minutes ago. Maybe that was it. Well, I'm pretty sure we already answered that question, so.
Do it anymore when I go for it. Everything, I'm just done with it. Everything, I'm just done with it. Everything, I'm just done with it. Everything, I'm fucking done. Too young to sit all these people, these aren't my friends. Scaring me down. Every fucking moment that I show myself, I can't do it no more. If that's the way they treat me, fuck it, I'm done. I'm just done. So fucking sick of it. I have been more than fucking good to these people. This is the things I get for everything I've done. I guess I'm a piece of shit. I'm pathetic. No, I'm not. I'm a little bit. No, I'm not. I'm a little bit fucking better than that. Regardless, my world told me not to get him off. Not to get him off. Not to get him off. My world told me wonder at it. My world, I don't give a fuck, I ain't changing. I don't give a fuck, I ain't changing. I don't give a fuck, I ain't changing. I don't give a fuck, I ain't changing for nobody. And that's fact. There's a man in this world that has a heart regardless of the shit world wants to give him. Looking for some semblance of humanity in the world, and I did. Well, fuck it. I did the shit to make sure I live in my own home, and I fucking paid for it.
How much Tylenol does it take to screw in a Leo?
So much. Everybody had grand old time. So I got a lot of hard work, resentment. Damn right, world. My world told me that to get a lock, that to get a lock, that to...
Hey man, keep it up, Leo. I like your spunk. Keep lifting, bro.
That to get a lock, that to get a lock. My world told me that to get a lock. I won't do it anymore.
You got what it takes to make it, kid. I'll tell you that much. Anyone noticing the policeman looks safer next to the Americans supporting America? What's up, Sailor Moon? What the frick is this? What's your profile picture, bro? What is that? What the fuck is that?
Attention where it matters. But yeah, let's play with the Minnesota boy somewhere.
I'm not a
and let's have a...
Oh, sorry, I meant bruh.
Sorry for the choppy start. $200. $200 is to...
Have you ever heard this song? I'm a dude, he's a dude, she's a dude, we're all dudes, hey! I think you're a bruh.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all of that stuff. Gifted membership. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all of that. Thank you so much. Hey guys, 115 away! I fucking hate missing Thursday goals when we've been perfect all week. Perfect.
Yeah, I'll call you ma'am, Ashley, whatever you want.
In a goal now, I have become invested. We got it in a goal now, I have to base myself. We got it in a goal now, I'm battling the can. We got it in a goal now, I'm begging for this one. If I would just let it go and go, you know you win some, you lose some, you win some, you lose some. I didn't even take that back again. Now I'm enjoying God. I fucking hate this world, I did fucking hate this world.
Leo.
If all of us who claim to love the show could win a few dollars, knock it out, knock it out. Sure would be nice. If all of us who claim to love the show click one of the links, it's not that hard. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all of that stuff. Gifted membership. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all of that. I think we've earned it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all of that stuff. Gifted membership. Streamlabs, PayPal.
Okay, I don't even know if that's your real...
What else was I watching? Portland needs to be annexed. They're kind of working on that right now. Ash and Leo are the same. Entertaining. Yeah, I mean, Portland's kind of getting a national spotlight right now. So I think changes are coming to Portland. Nobody cared. I screamed for help as more homeless men joined and unloaded. He didn't touch you. It's sick. Now Ash and I are the same. Did you guys hear they freed Gaza? They freed Palestine finally? After all that chanting, they finally freed Palestine. It's such a sick place. They raped me. I have a police report. Yeah, there was actually a serial rapist that got caught. He was like going from tent to tent graping, and they finally caught his ass and charged him. But he was doing it for a long time. I'll never go back. Yeah, it's like not a safe place for women downtown. It's a piece of protest. That's a relief. Millie is so full of shite. that her name draws flies. Jesus.
Well, anyway, I just pulled down. I've been following you, of course, since then because I remembered what your name was. I followed all your what you're going through.
Yeah, Portland's
we should be
not the
saying
greatest.
goodnight to Given the Order of Canada because you are like I've seen how you've impacted people around the world. I see how you just ask them to engage in conversation and like my hat's off to you because the abuse you guys take. I don't know how you can stand it. I really don't. I don't know how they're allowed to publicly assault you. And anyway, I'm really quite emotional because you were the first person.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it.
I do.
I was just telling you, a very diverse group of people.
No, I'm straight. How about you, Kyle?
Every week and say, did you see what Marjorie Taylor Greene said? These are people that are Democrats, Republicans, people that are socialists, people that are more, cultural conservatives. Your message is resonating with a lot of different diverse groups of people right now. What do you attribute that to? You know, we were just talking about the need for like a new lane politically, and a lot of people are feeling that the country is like incredibly divided. You have become kind of this, because you've always kind of been a very outspoken figure, and
divergent.
People have strong opinions about you. Why do you find now?
I don't know what I want to watch. Autism in the chat. When did you find out how gay you were? Get great follow up. I like that. Excellent follow up. Hey, now I'm a far right. I thought he was chill. I think everyone's far right by the new standards, you know what I mean? I'm center right. It's huge. I'm getting sick to my stomach. Does Kyle spit or swallow? I think he swallows. Got him! Kyle, it's okay. You can accept your homosexuality without projecting. Yes, you are what you are. Thanks, honey. That's Portland. Kyle swallows. That's why his username is Pound Town TB. Pound Town, baby. Take your ass down.
It's a little
Pound
clouds
Town.
and scared it.
I'm gonna play my favorite song again one more time. All these crazy libs need mental help, Brody. I know they aren't getting the help they need. Crazy isn't a descriptive; it's a dismissal, and my mental health is fine. Portland has these bathhouses, you see. Portland has these orgy houses and these glory holes, you see. I say we ask him how to walk outside and show us all those peaceful protesters. Well, I'm at the bar. These are bar people right now. That's who's outside right now. I was in this swing and a lot of guys kept coming in and out and I was so out of it, but it was fun. This swing? Like a sex swing? Goddamn. Yes, dummy. am, bro.
Ritual start. Here we go. Turn the shower on, then I check the water. Turn the shower on, then I check the lead. Put the fucking brush under the faucet like this 10 times. 10 times. 1, 2, 3, then I look down. 4, then I look down. 5, then I look down. 6, 7, 8, then I look down. 9, then I look down. 10, then I look down. Wet my hand down 4 times. Then wash left leg, right leg, go to the back like that, and then this twice. Then I turn around and go like that. See, there's my second thing. That means, turn the thing right, then lock my face, street run. Turn the thing right, then lock my, turn the thing right, then lock my face, street run. Turn the thing right, then lock my, turn it up, wash the renal area twice. Then I wash the breath 3 times. 1 complete wash of penis and bull. If I don't put the on the other day, I wash the bull sack, wash the butt crack, wash the bull sack, wash the butt crack, wash the bull sack, wash the butt crack, wash the bull sack, wash the butt crack. Okay, everyone following? You know, and I had shampoo in my hair a couple times, then I rinse it all out. Did it 4th time. Did it 4th time, then I go 1, 2, then 1, 2, 3, 4, equals 10, 4 steps down, I'm good. 1, 2, then 1, 2, 3, 4, equals 10, 4 steps down, I'm good. Turn this thing up.
Tommy got his third round. I didn't see Tommy tonight, but I heard that he might have gotten in a fight tonight.
Get over there! That's my life, man.
Tommy's this guy who's been at the protest all week and shit, and his account kind of like blew up on X. He got like 15,000 followers on X now. The last time I checked. I love Trump. Some of you protest. I don't protest. I just film it. That's right.
Yeah, he is a pussy boy. Pussy boy. Yeah, he is. Run off mailbox. He does like the problem. And, let me show you. He does like the problem. Small little problem, not big. Let me show you. Put the boy off mailbox. Gets the strap on, I'm gonna arrive, so we'll take. Put the boy off mailbox.
If Trump died, that mean it would be JD as president, right? Let's check it out. Let's read the news. Did President Trump just pass away?
No, President Donald Trump has not passed away.
Nope, he didn't die. Not yet.
Pussy boy. Yeah, he is a pussy boy. Pussy boy. Yeah, he is a pussy boy. Pussy boy. Yeah, he is a pussy boy. Pussy boy. That's right. He a big pussy ball. That's right. He a big pussy ball. Which one's a pussy boy? Put him off mailbox. Which one's a pussy boy? Get in the ring with me. Get in the ring with me. Pussy boy. Get in the ring with me. Get in the ring with me. Pussy boy. Get in the ring with me. I told you, I will pay you $500 if you get in the ring. It's that simple. We'll get a ring, I'll get in there, I will have beer, UFC gloves. We'll see how tough you are. We'll see how tough you are. See how you play with that. We'll see how tough you are. I'll even come to that shithole Alabama. Alright, pussy boy, they know pussy boy. I'll even come to that shithole Alabama. Alright, pussy boy, they know pussy that grind. He a big pussy ball. pussy, that's right. Yeah, bitch, pussy ball. Pussy ball, pussy ball. Which one's a pussy boy? Pussy boy, I lost mailbox. Pussy boy, I lost mailbox. Which one's a pussy boy? Pussy boy, I lost mailbox. Pussy boy, I lost mailbox. Which one's a pussy boy?
Oh yeah, if David's still here, thank you, David.
He got a slight little problem. And, let me show you. He's got a slight little problem. Small little problem, not a big deal. Let me show you. What's the boy on the mailbox? What's the boy on the mailbox? Mailbox. Gets the strap on, I'm gonna arrive, so it'll save me. What's the boy on the mailbox? Mailbox. That's right. Yeah, big pussy ball. Pussy ball. Pussy ball. Pussy, that's right. Yeah, big pussy ball. Pussy ball. Pussy ball. Which one's a pussy boy? What's the boy on the mailbox? What's the boy on the mailbox? Mailbox. What's the boy on the mailbox? What's the boy on the mailbox? Mailbox. That's right. If I were you, I would just go get your mailbox fixed so you can get mail. Well, I thought you get mail there anyway. But that's about it. There's one more I'm going to show you in the neighborhood.
Helping people? You mean like charity and volunteering and shit like that? Yeah, I mean, I can imagine myself doing that. I've never done it, but I could imagine it.
Really that complimentary. Yeah, big way. Big way.
Yeah, big pussy ball. Pussy ball, pussy ball, pussy ball. That's right.
Stu Pitt.
What, Stu Pitt, you don't think is his real name? I guess probably not.
You know what I'm saying, and plus I don't say a last name.
But how would you even not recognise that? Oh, yes, director Reynolds.
Wait a minute, we just got this in. Breaking news.
Alright, we're ready.
That's right.
Oh no. No. Is this true?
Snack time.
What? Diane Keaton died. Is that true?
Like he knew her.
Hold on.
I know. We were supposed to hang out next week.
Why only 79 years young?
What is your name? Say
Bloody dead. Bloody dead.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow. Hit him hard.
79? Oh, that's so fucking sad.
39 sad.
What'd you die of?
Alright, get him out of here. He's a fucking idiot. What'd she die of? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. 79? Why? Why, God?
I was waiting for Annie Hall, too.
Why did God give her the big kibosh? Why? More breaking news.
Did you just call me queer?
Oh. Not on camera.
Remember that. You just asking. Alright, now we got ready for the package?
Well, not everybody, but certainly some people know it. How are you, everybody? Welcome to the world famous Stuttering John podcast.
Now, this is when Clay joins him from the other day. Mike, you were doing shit, so you didn't see any of this.
Yeah, I didn't see any of this.
I'm a huge Clay mark, so I'm watching. It maybe was his best appearance yet.
Yeah, I don't like to block anybody. Let everybody speak their mind.
Maybe. I mean, the trolling, the face-to-face trolling is on a level. I mean, we have seen it in the past. Shout out to Doom, and shout out to Luigi for sending this, but This is from the past. Check this out.
I am John Melendez, and I approve this message. You put me in a dangerous position by doxing me. I didn't dox you.
What should I rap?
This is when.
What should I rap? You know, about money. Rap about money. And weed. Those are popular topics.
I thought he had Penis Wrinkle's name is Stu Pitt.
I don't have a problem with immigrants. I have a problem with illegal.
My practice kids are now arrested. I want my 100K bet paid unblocked and Saul banned, or I'm going to YouTube. Go ahead.
That's one of your troll PIs giving you stupid information again that you believe fucking hook, line, and sinker every time.
Thanks for the $2. I know you're taking it down. I downloaded that. Oh, I thought you were talking about the other thing. I thought you mean nothing. I don't care. I don't even know if that's your real name.
Okay, I don't even know if that's your real name, Stu Pitt.
What, Stu Pitt? You don't think is his real name? I guess probably not, John.
You know, that's what I'm saying. And plus, I don't say a last name.
Yeah, but how would you even not recognise that instantly? How many names has Penis Wrinkle had from your stupid PI, whoever, give me this information?
Yeah, I think we should like shut down immigration until we fucking end homelessness here.
I mean, Clay's been dragged through the mud. He's beaten up.
Well, I mean, not fully shut down immigration, but like, you know what I mean? There's been a homeless problem here for like what? Like a big, like growing homeless problem. Just growing and growing.
He's had enough, so this shit now that we're about to watch, this is Clay, like, he doesn't give a fuck anymore.
Starring your favorite world-famous host, stuttering John Melendez. And without further ado, let me bring in the most loyal friend of mine in the Dabbleverse.
Whose name I don't
where you
even
could
know.
have a spat, you could have a disagreement, but at the end of the day,
I wouldn't say most, but a lot choose to be homeless. And for the people who do choose to be homeless, we should just make an area for them, so they're not on the sidewalks and shit.
still love each other. Please welcome my man, Clay Dabbler. Hey, Clay.
Johnny boy. And forgive me now, see, I told you you forget by tomorrow, but even that pissed you off. You're like a fucking volcano.
Well, what happened was, Clay, is like, Rob is tweeting shit at me, Ashley Cummings is texting me, then my most loyal friend, Clay Dabbler, jumps on the bandwagon. I'm like, I was trying to keep peace the whole time.
Well, I didn't see any of that. I didn't see Rob tweeting or anything else.
Yeah, I was homeless before. I didn't choose to be.
That all I literally.
Pretties.
While recent figures vary slightly, there are significantly more vacant housing units in the US than people experiencing homelessness.
Yeah.
For example, in
See, there's way more vacant houses than there are homeless people. We need to have some kind of universal basic income so that we can put those people off the streets and into those vacant houses. Like, what the fuck?
There have been plenty of times when Rob was on, I said to Rob, is it okay if I bring this person in? I always ask the person before.
Yo, my money's stacking so high, I be getting it higher. I'm like a light. I'm gonna light a fire. My fucking home got me tired. Yeah, I be getting high, reaching the clouds. I get so high, they be looking to divide. Shit. Bars, bro.
Bring somebody in if it's okay.
I'm telling you, if you'd have done that to me, I'd have left.
If I was
if you had Kiki and Abba in the room talking to you, and you literally went,
I went.
So before I surprise somebody, even if it's with my mate, before I surprise somebody, I feel to give them the respect.
Yeah, all right. But let them know.
No, hold on. Because then Keanu might say, no.
Well, they were doing targeted arrests, so like they would come out to let cars in, and then a lot of the agents would run out and grab people. What a weird world we inherited. Right.
I'll just leave. And then I say, okay. Because
So if Keanu leaves, then why do you have to check with them first before you bring him on?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you just say, hey, I'm bringing Rob on, and then all of a sudden Keanu...
I'm not a protester, like I said. I'm just a filmer, videographer.
goes, I don't want to be on with Rob, and she leaves. You go, all right, later. Hey, Rob, so how's it going?
Yeah, I'm doing my show.
He's trying to, it's like this boat he's on just keeps getting holes on it. He's got toes and thumbs, and that's it. You can't keep all these plugged up, man. You fucked up.
How many times have we heard him?
Yeah, I streamed it. If you want to join my stream and you scroll back, you can see all the smoke and shit from tonight.
Don't tell me who I can have on my show to play and other.
Right.
I'm not going to choose anybody over Rob. If Abba would
Okay, then that's fair enough.
Yeah,
that was my point.
If Abba would have said no, then I'll say, well, that's too bad. I'm going to bring Rob on. And that's just how...
Again, so it doesn't matter what Abba would say or Keanu, but he's still asking them anyways for their permission.
Mm-hmm.
How does that make sense? And it doesn't matter to him how they react, positively or negatively. So again, why are you asking?
Those.
That's what I wanted to hear, but from what I saw, I felt like that wouldn't have been the case.
No, you and Rob take precedent. No offense, Abba, and no offense, Keanu. You and Rob take precedent over them. So
you just killed probably 80% of my argument, which I think it should. So why go completely apeshit when I point that out to you?
Because when you said to me, when you started with me, and then when I started going back with you, and then you said I didn't even watch the whole show, it blew my stack, because I'm like, you don't even know what really happened, and you're making comments based on assumption. And you know what happens when you assume, right?
Oh, go fuck yourself. That's what happens. And second, why does he have to watch an entire show based on one section of it? You know what I mean? Why does he have to watch the entire show? So what if he watches the whole show and he goes, I still feel the same way. What? No, you got to watch it a second time.
Yeah.
Until it clicks. Sorry, I forgot. No, you got.
Am I allowed to play that on my stream? CSM clan owner. Is that what I type in? CSM clan owner or Kingver?
Watch it another time. With the reverb, John.
Of course it makes an ass of you and me, but you are very fucking explosive, man. Like, being your friend, like, not shitting you, is like walking a tightrope of fucking...
Oh my God, look, that's not the pot calling the kettle black. Oh my...
Headshot 223. Gas in my truck. I can't play that. I can't play that. They'll flag me.
With John, it's like, block me.
Boy, he hates hearing the truth.
That's great.
Ooh,
It's
any
great.
criticism, man.
Woo! Hey, fucking, you're dead to me.
Your DMs when you've been there.
Right, well, you already did, didn't you? You love doing that. Even though, what was it? I'm not going to read these verbatim and then proceeds to read them verbatim.
I like how he goes, no, I changed a few words. Why read it at all?
Oh, really? Yeah, to make me sound like more of a cunt.
No, I changed Kiki to Keanu and Keanu to Kiki.
Oh, great, yeah.
No, but the point being is...
So the words he changed, so he goes, I'm not going to read your DMs verbatim. And he goes, no, I changed some words. I changed Kiki to Keanu and Keanu to Kiki.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
wrong again, Clay. Wrong again.
You know, like Neil was here. If you ask Neil, and he already said it, I kept singing, all we are saying, give peace a chance. I kept saying, as the great Rodney King said, can't we all get along? And
you see the telemarketing script I always talk about?
Yeah.
Every time he talks about this tale, this night, this incident, it's the same fucking part of the script.
It's
Every
OCD
time.
prison right there.
Yeah.
It just clicks in, he can't get out of it.
He has OCDs for lies. Nothing else. Not cleanliness, not, organizational skills, just lies. Sometimes I have to lie 4 times.
I'm not sure if they got the frogs or not, but the frogs were chilling at one point, and then after a while I didn't see any of them. Oh, thank you, bro. Appreciate you. I have a Lambo, I'm telling you. Also, my name starts with I shall. I got you, I got you.
If I leave the house, it's great.
If I think I have to go back inside and lie again.
You gotta touch the light switch and lie 6 times. What did she die of? Her parachute didn't know. Yeah, it's a million-year-old joke. John drives drunk. True story. According to Dave Dappler, John and his evil hitman squad. Saw Mensa dummy at Aldi's the other day. Couldn't figure out self-checkout. Needed cashier to do it. Appeared hungover, sweaty, and miserable, allegedly. Cirrhosis of the river with a celebrity sighting and a blind item. I like it.
Surprised John isn't working there. That's the only surprise.
Right.
A comment was made about Rob having sex with dogs. I immediately denounced it and said, that's not true. Don't say that. But in the same breath, when Rob made an anti-trans comment, I said, I don't want any anti-trans shit on you. So
I obviously understand the trans shit you have to be more defensive of than anything else, obviously, for that.
Yeah, listen, you can do whatever you want on my show, but dog fucking and trans is not welcome here. I denounce dog fucking. I denounce anti-trans.
Wrong reasons.
No, Clay, I've always been LGBTQ plus.
I'll allow it.
Clay.
They went out far this time. Yeah, it was kind of cool. I chose the right night to go out to the protest. 'Cause it got pretty crazy tonight.
Click, 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 click.
Who did that? What was it, kindergartner?
Oh my god. You should sell. Do you know you could probably sell some of your old art? I bet people would
Hey,
buy it.
I've been pro LGBTQ plus.
What's up, Kurt?
Since I was a little kid.
So you still got the piece, the War and Peace one. You have still got that.
I have all those. Yeah.
Would you sell them?
No, I've been offered to do an art gallery, but I didn't want to.
No, but like someone in doubt. I've been offered to do an art gallery. That's not what it's called, right?
No, have a showing.
Showing, yeah.
I've been some guy offered me to do an art gallery.
Guy's name was Art Gallery.
Wanted me to move some stuff out of this gallery, yeah.
Some people have asked me to do an art gallery.
There's those, what, 5 little fucking things or 2 on poster board?
Yeah.
I have all those, yeah.
Would you sell it?
Yeah, the smoke got in my eyes. I couldn't see. It was burning my eyes. And then I got hella... My throat was getting it, my nose, everything, but... I think I might get a gas mask or some shit.
No, I've been offered to do an art gallery, but I didn't want to.
No, but yeah. Hey, John, you should do a gallery on the sidewalk on trash day. You should put them all up.
I didn't see JD Delay there tonight. Not when I was there. I didn't see Tommy either. I think I saw Katie Davis Court undercover. I saw that other blonde chick there, the shorter one. I forgot what her name is, Rebel something. I saw Freeman's just $109. $109. Freedom cost $109. Yeah, I saw it. I don't think I saw the chicken guy. Unless he was in one of the other costumes. There's a bunch of inflatable costumes there tonight. You hear that fucking shit outside? The fuck is that? Fucking shitty people. Loud bastards. I'm actually surprised Doc's JD. What's outside? Yeah, there's a bunch of loud ass people outside at the bar. They doxed him? Like where he lives and shit? They're partying, yeah, because it's Saturday. Right, it's 2 a.m. though. And right now is usually when they leave. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Fucking annoying. Freedom isn't free. Buckle 9. Buckle 5. Buckle 5. Yeah, they're super loud out there. I don't know, sounds like sounds like they're breaking some shit. But I'll leave that to them. Your color is sold and starting nose rings can be pierced at home. Hey. Medicine free, folks like to anybody. Freedom isn't free. Oh, God. Freedom costs a buckle five. Freedom costs a buckle five. Buckle 5. Ducka, ducka, ducka. Ducka, 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 ducka. Freedom costs a buck. Oh, 5. Dude, I want them to make a fucking sequel to that movie so bad. We need a Team America too. Ships descend with rolling guns above. Lord, the flags are draped in stars so bright. Darkness hides beneath these endless leaves. Oh, to never see how far we fight. Watch the jungle breathe you in. Ooh, it's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. X-wings in the tree. It's a trap. It's a trap. Smoke hides what you see. Columns marching endless troop line. Yeah, that's where they hold the righteous line. All their plans cannot ever erase. Ooh, the silence waiting in the night. Every pathway laid with fire. Ooh, it's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. X-wings in the trees. It's a trap. It's a trap. Smoke hides what you see. Fathers lost along the burning trail. Lord, the sons still carry every scar. Marching droids ignite the midnight field. Ooh, no sister safe beneath their star. When your orders meet the field, ooh, it's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. X-wings
swings in the trees. It's a trap, it's a trap. Smoke hides what you see. Names are falling through the tangled leaves. Yeah, they call it justice from above. But every hill that lights in rebel flames, who still holds the names of those we love? Marching into what you claim. Ooh, it's a trap, it's a trap, it's a trap. Smoke swings in the trees. It's a trap, it's a trap. Smoke hides what you see.
Hell yeah.
Hi.
Love that song. I wish I could play more songs though. It's too bad they have this copyright bullshit. Copyright bullshit, copyright bull. Another violent attack from peaceful protests outside this person was attacked with a rock. So apparently some guy got attacked with a rock tonight. That's cool. Same protest that we were just at. History. Excellent burp, sir. That was a weak one. Let's see what else did we miss from the protests. Here we go. Here's a good video of the smoke from tonight. So I was on the other side. I was like over on the other side. Trying to see where I'm at. Yeah, they were lighting motherfuckers up tonight. Holy shit. Oh, what happened to this stream?
Oh my god! What is happening? What is happening? Oh my god!
Orange
Oh my
smoke.
god! Oh fuck.
Yeah, this was earlier tonight. We were there. Craziness.
This is... Lisa Wednesday. Oh, look at him just kicking at us. Look at him just kicking at us. Oh, shit. Oh!
Grabbing
my
them.
god!
Is that the frog?
Oh my god.
This is a better angle than what I had.
I gotta turn out. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Like, come on now. No way.
Rest in peace. Damn, bro. Wild, Wild West. We in the wild, wild west.
Like someone in the Dabbleverse might
Somebody offered me $50 for my BP oil crisis painting.
I would rather be tickled for an hour. I think I could handle that if I didn't die.
See that one?
Yeah. I've seen them all with the money that spells love or whatever it is.
No, the money that spells happiness. And the funny story about this, because the whole note underneath would be...
Oh, this is great. This is great. This is, Mike, this is insight into how much the writers hated him at the Tonight Show. Listen to this story.
And you find it, and the whole I don't really care. I mean, I do.
Oh, don't tell me.
One of the writers were in my office, and they're hanging out, and the painting was up to my left, and he goes, "What happened to your painting?" I went, "What?" He goes,
"Oh, the money's gone."
All the money's gone. I looked up, all the 20s, 10s, and 5s and dollars were all taken off it. I guess the fucking janitor crew stole all the money.
Yeah, the janitor crew.
Right. And the writers just happened to notice your artwork didn't have the money. It was them, you idiot. And I love that he's like the 20s, 10s, and 5s. Yeah, okay. Like he's gluing a 20 to a fucking painting. And if they were, then you know who took it down. Him.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, it's so funny.
Can you imagine hanging that up in your office, though? You hang up your kids. If you're going to hang up any artwork, you hang up your kids' art.
Nah.
Good old Project Veritas exposing the rot.
This I made on my own. The kids, I had to use her as help, you know?
Yeah, this shit sucks. The kids put it on my wall.
But it's the best that the writers are like, what happened to your painting, dude?
So I guess to them, they found their happiness, didn't they?
I bet you'd have stolen it eventually, anyway. So you're not spoken to Rob?
I don't really care. I mean, I do.
Have you spoke to Rob?
I haven't, but we texted and we made up, I think. I mean, I said, I stated my opinion, and Ashley Cummings, who I love, I think is gorgeous and a beautiful soul.
Bless you.
And I just said, why is it okay?
There's a lot of people who misjudge me because I'm, whatever.
I didn't even know she hated Keanu. She probably told me, but I don't remember sometimes because everybody hates everybody in this fucking Dabbleverse.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you who to. I didn't care who. It wasn't about who you had on for me. It was just
but listen.
Have a good night.
I heard Ashley's going to go on other shows and trash me. Have at it. The point is, I'm not going to trash you, Ashley. I'll never trash Rob. I don't care I don't care whatever he says.
Mark that, Frog, because something tells me those two will be a target on him. They'll be on his list real soon.
And the same with you. I mean, I'll be mad, but I'm not gonna fucking, I'm not.
That's why I don't react to it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say.
How come he's not gonna say anything bad about Rob though? His favorite thing to call anybody is a transphobe. He just admitted that Rob said something transphobic on his show, and he's like, "Yeah, I spoke to him. We're all cool."
Yeah. Well, not only that, his other favorite thing is to list all the people that have turned on him, that he's been victimized by, that have stabbed him in the back. Mm-hmm. And by Rob going on Twitter and saying...
I just don't even know why trans is such a big topic if it affects so few people, you know what I mean? What's up, Molly? That's not on my priority list.
Wasn't happy about the way things went down. That's a betrayal to John. Yeah. You hear him. He brings it up. He went on a Twitter thing, So there's something Rob knows. There's stuff Rob must know, because anytime John is, John didn't want to lose that gig at first at the Carlson, so he's very careful with Moonhead.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So you can always tell when somebody's got shit on him by the way he reacts. And I love that he's going to Clay. He's like, I would never attack you. Meanwhile, he had him on a show one time where he was literally trying to dox him in real time on the air. Is this you? Is this you?
Oh yeah, you're not going to say anything about my looks. What do you mean? What the fuck does that mean?
Did I
say? That was weird. No, there's a weird comment. Like, what could you say? I wear a mask.
Did I call you a coward for wearing a mask?
No.
Stop worrying.
Did I defend you? Did I defend you in my chat earlier when people were saying, "Why do you let Clay call himself Clay?" And not
60 years old. Just want to point that out. Go ahead.
Phantom Enigma? Did I not?
Yeah, but
whoa,
Hold on. Enigma.
Whoa. I don't know if you can put that in the book, but
In chat earlier when people were saying, "Why do you let Clay call himself Clay?" and not Phantom Enigma? Did I not?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's like a cultural thing now. It's like some people are trans just to fit in with the popular culture or whatever.
Enigma.
Same thing with LGBT.
Cool, man.
It's just obvious that we both said the same thing.
I know,
Phantom
Clay.
Enigma is just a
I
name.
saw you beat me, right?
Yeah, I beat you to it.
Yeah, but I already sent it. It just took a second to go.
Great minds, great minds.
Yeah, but I defend you. I said Clay is a name.
Yeah, I mean Clay.
I stood up and I said, Clay is as far as names go. Clay is a name. Thank you.
That rolls off the tongue a bit better than, or just Clay.
Yeah, the Phantom Enigma.
It's lame.
And here's the other thing. You're a friend. I'm going to visit you in England. This guy I don't even know. And here's the other thing.
Yeah.
The guy that
And my name has meaning behind it as well. Sorry.
I'm sorry? Listen, Clay, as you see here, I say no super chats will be read on the point in the night. The reason being, Clay, and just hear me out here. I'm providing content for what? 20 shows? I'm providing content for fucking how many people? I'm doing free entertainment here. And let's face it, my show is the most entertaining out of anybody. If it weren't, you wouldn't have fucking Pinky sniping me every second. You wouldn't have everybody watching me, everybody clipping me. And if they're gonna start just sending me $1.99 insults, well, fuck it, I won't do it. I don't have to do this shit.
Oh, Johnny. What's wrong? Why are you mad? How many people do you have watching him? 400? 600? 700? I mean, come on. You got a lot of people watching you. If every one of them gave you $1, forget $1.99, $1. Think of that. Wow. Come on. We got 1,200 in here. Think we're going to tell people you can only give this amount? If it works, I would. All right, let's see what happens.
You know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying.
But the point being is, like, I don't mind.
This is all because of Dave Daffler. Fucking with him $2 at a time. This was the show after that, and he put that scroll that he's like, nothing will be read under $4.99.
Mind that people, I understand, that people can't afford, but if it's just going to be,
thank you, pal.
How dare you?
No.
Okay,
stop it right now. We will not put up any dollar super stickers or super chats. No. Stop that.
Now let me explain something to you as well. As someone who was a super chatter at one point.
That's crazy. They had a whole freestyle rap thing at the ICE protest tonight. That was kind of random.
You just spend quite a lot of money on you. When you're constantly interacting with you, and every show you might send fucking $4 or $5 $2 super chats. You send that 5 days a week. The fucking and then you get your bill.
Hip hop kind of needs a revival because hip hop's in a weird state right now.
At the end of the month, and it's like $300 in $2 super chats. That's $300 that's gone into your bank. So, like, that's my argument about you shouldn't really always knock the $2. Some people would kill for the $2 super chats. I get it. You feel like you're worth more than that, but
well, I do. I'm sorry. And you look.
But I'm telling you from the super chats perspective, that's how it is.
Clay, I'm gonna shut you up right now. Am I doing?
Yeah, but I didn't hear that part, Caleb. I didn't hear him say that, but damn, that's fucked up. Bad news, Molly. One of my cats had to get put down. My new cat had she had a fatal diagnosis. So sadly I had to, she's no longer with us.
Fund me.
Well, what does that have to do with $2 super chats?
Right.
What is, I mean, if we are suing you, then maybe you would be doing a GoFundMe. But you're suing us.
Yeah.
Why would you need a GoFundMe?
Yeah. She had some weird disease I'd never even heard of. And it apparently has no cure, but it's treatable. It has no cure, but it's treatable. But the treatment is really expensive, and they were telling me, like, we used to be able to only get these drugs on the black market, but now they have better access to the drugs, but the drugs are still really expensive. Yeah, she was really cute. Really cute cat, really sweet cat. But I think her previous owners didn't take that great care of her, and she came with a bunch of health problems and shit. Pets can be way better than friends. Yeah. Well, you don't know. You're afraid that science might be right and everything you were told is wrong.
Cancel. You need to go find me sometime. Sometime, we don't know.
Am I doing griftathons? Am I doing all these fucking these things to grift people out of money? No.
Yeah, no shit. His show is a GoFundMe. It really is.
Yeah.
He did 3 shows yesterday on me. 3 fucking shows. Now I ask you, why would you do 3 shows if you're making so much money? Seriously, think about it. Think about it. Now, Brennan did 2 today. That's an oddity.
That's right.
But normally, Kevin does 1 show a day. I do 1 show a day. I don't feel the need to do any more than 1. I don't feel the need to poach my guests. Not my guests, poach my people that are getting
Wow.
super chats.
Wow.
I'm
Look at all these shows.
I'm not doing live events to grift people. I'm not doing any of that.
No.
I'm not doing GoFundMe.
We got a hanger, Sarge.
I'm not doing GoFundMes. I'm not trying to grift people to help my legal case. I'm not doing anything like that. So is it really that hard to say instead of $1.99, do $4.99?
Put it down.
Well, but like I said, you know, like I can only
You know what I'm
say my
asking
point.
you? All right,
I can't, he goes, it has nothing to do with my point, actually.
who are the real grifters? Me just saying, just go another $2, or guys doing a GoFundMe, raising fucking thousands of dollars.
So what if they rate?
All right, well, all right. First of all, it's not our GoFundMe.
Correct.
We didn't start it.
Dr. Steve set this whole thing up because he's a mensch. Remember the guy who you wanted to ruin his life?
Mm-hmm.
He was wearing a shirt you didn't like?
Yeah, maybe if you hadn't been such a shithead to Dr. Steve, you wouldn't have done this.
Actions have reactions. Yeah, man.
Excuse me.
Does it say none under $5.99 or no $2.99?
No supercharge will be read under $4.99.
Oh, under $4.99.
So that's not.
What are they? Are they good cats?
It's a little pompous for me to say no $1.99 super chats.
Why does everyone keep asking me to do a backflip? I've never been able to do any kind of flips.
Stop! I mean, you know, pay the piper.
But you must be the third person to ask me to do a backflip. When I was 6, my family moved away, and all my friends moved away from all my friends to a place where there were no children. My best friend was a black cat. We played together, and he slept on my bed. Yeah, cats are really good friends.
Oh. Yeah. Meanwhile, he's turning down $1, $2. Senor Nasudo, thank you very much for the Buck 49 super sticker. Joe Gillis, thank you.
I could do a front flip like off a dock into some water, but not a backflip.
Very much for the super sticker. Chain Smoker, thank you very much for the super sticker. Dave Daffler, you son of a bitch, super sticker. Andrew V, $5 super sticker. He said, fuck your dollar. How about 5? Beef Trippers with $1 coming around the corner. We got, God damn it, I skipped that one. Whoever you are, I love you. Thank you for the $1. Dave Daffler with another $1. Let's go. Man, there was a lot. Holy shit. See, John, that's like $4 grand we just made. Idiot. My HPV is flared up. John Edward Melinda.
I can do a heel flip and a varial heel flip. Pop shove it.
I've been offered to pitch for the Yankees, but what a picture. Oh, what a picture. I'll give you $100 if Frog wears one of Jenna's shirts.
I am
Yeah,
wearing
no
a Jenna shirt.
Yeah, it's a waste of $100.
Yeah, we need something a little sexier. Go do it.
Right. Two Enigmas stole my truck.
Phantom Enigma?
There you go. All John's fault. Stuck with this for 2 weeks.
Phantom Enigma?
Are we sure it's trolling and not humiliation thing? He hollers at him fully to shut up, to shut him up. It's really embarrassing. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, She-Beast. But I don't know. I think at this point, he's letting him yell at him for the simple fact that he knows he can troll him so easily.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's become fun for him.
See, I wasn't kidding.
Yeah, there you go.
What's wrong with you?
A lot. A lot.
Did you just call me queer?
We didn't have to.
Thank you.
Shirt yelled at us.
Appreciate you.
Buddy Hinton with a super sticker of $1. Thank you, buddy. Johnny Knoxville, thank you very much for the super sticker, $2. AJ, take my money, honey. 8 months. Let's go. Chachi, I hate him. That's all. Hey, Don. Hey, Chachi. Larry Dickman, one of my favorites. Thank you. $2. Anthony's Peter Face. SJ is a real schmohawk, right, Julie Egerberg and Mike Morstein? L'chaim.
L'chaim.
L'chaim. Let's go. Hey, we're going behind the wall in a little while, tier 2 to do the raid. So if you haven't caught a gifted tier membership yet, that's your fault, not their fault.
Mm-hmm.
And sign up. Get yourself a tier 2 membership and join us behind the wall. Look at you, you son of a bitch. A man of his word. Wow. Hey, Mr. Sar, you're one of the good ones.
It's not very fair. I was already wearing it, but thank you.
Well, listen, he paid up. He made a thing, and you did the thing. And the thing's taken care of.
And we are going to have a meeting with HR after this.
Yeah, you can't be showing that.
Cats are like little cougars in your house.
Much skin at work, dude.
Don't judge me.
How am I supposed to concentrate?
Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you turned on accept gifted memberships, because the Johnsons are here. Gifted 10.
Butt raping.
Butt raping.
Butt rape.
He has done a lot of butt raping.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Johnson, thank you for your service as always. Mrs. Johnson, thank you for servicing the man who served. Thank you very much. You two are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really like big dogs, but big dogs are like the hardest to own because they slobber so much and stuff like that.
We love us some Johnsons. Thank you.
Like St. Bernards are so cool.
Phantom Enigma?
All right. SJ looks like he was shot at and missed and shit at and hit. War damn Chewy. Come on. Good to see you there, Joe. All right, let's go.
Hey, they might send you, like I said, they're going to send you $5 eventually, but I might want 2 messages out of their $5 rather than 1.
2 messages.
Oh, hold on. The boss is here. John can't fathom how you have raised $30,000 in support against his ridiculous case. He should be the guy people contribute money to. How can this be without it being some kind of scam? Right. Right. Well, it's like when he made no money doing his show and other shows did. Well,
I like Dotsons. And I like Labradoodles. Those are kind of like small to mid-size. Labradoodles are really cool.
of course, the other shows are it's fake. Everything's fake. The views, the money, the memberships, it's all fake.
Right.
However, you got to sleep at night, pal. That ain't my problem.
You're a man that's going to look.
Yeah, you just call me an asshole. All right, I got it the first time.
Yeah, you're a man that wants a bargain as well, right? Yeah, we all want a bargain.
Look, I'm not saying
the sirens.
Listen, Clay, I'm not saying I'm always going to do this, but I'll tell you right now. Yesterday pissed me off because every super chat was $1.99. I'm like, you know what? Fuck that. You know, I'm not gonna. Clay.
Big dog.
Listen, I was making about $1,500 a day on the Tonight Show. Okay, $1,500 a day. Okay, and now I'm gonna fucking, now I'm gonna fucking give the same talents for $1.99.
So you would sit in your office at the Tonight Show and just call people dumb fucks and dox people, and this is the talents that you displayed at the Tonight Show? What weird?
See, I wish I could get a Great Dane that looked like Scooby-Doo. Then I'd do a whole cosplay thing as Shaggy. If I had a nice Scooby-looking dog.
Here, watching clips of yourself from 30 years ago? What are you giving away for free here? You should be this guy should be thanking anyone that gives him a penny for what he's putting out.
Mm-hmm.
Garbage is worth more than what he's putting out on this show.
Actually, he should have been getting paid what he's getting paid now, back when he was with the Tonight Show.
Yeah.
Say this Tonight Show, bro. This is YouTube, isn't it? This is
I'm worth it. I'm sorry.
But I will say, if you're not a fan of the shitware and TSN, giving John money really puts the shitware in his feels. You see it like if you watch their show, you can tell like when you earn all that money on your birthday, how he's feeling. It's like,
have I?
It hurt my fear. Shut up, Clay. I told you that in confidence, you asshole.
Never.
I know, he constantly says it. He's triggered by it. Like I think it all the time. I think John has never said it. And shitware promotes it.
Never said what?
I love you to his kid.
What's he talking about that John's never said? Frog? Oh, Frog?
Oh, Frog.
Without Andy here, when I have to pee, I have to go.
Let me push my button to call him now. I had that hooked up.
S-Man is coming for everybody.
That's the wrong button. I apologize. Frog?
Mongolian pussy.
Frog.
I'm putting my wife's underwear on now. Maybe we can make some more money.
Small dog.
Oh, I think you're right. I never said I love you to John. Okay, all right.
Hey, let me say it first and then you'll agree.
Wait, he said, let me say it first and then you agree. You just told him.
If you like me, you're entertained, or if you hate me.
You need something?
And you're right.
Where'd you go? Is what I need to know. Oh, God, man. What did I want to ask him now? Oh, never mind. The whole thing's wasted. It's gone.
What did John never say?
Right. He said, John said, I never said once, and Clay wouldn't let him finish.
not to give us money in super chats, which I didn't even bother. I didn't even bother going back to pull clips of it because it's a ridiculous statement.
This guy's gone out of his way to get sponsors canceled, no money. Get the fuck out of here. That's what he was bragging about?
How many times have we heard him do the rant about how could you people give money to a guy, the bullies, one guy? You know, we've heard it a million times.
Mm-hmm. How do I get one of these fake gifted memberships? You got to turn on accept gifted memberships. The link is in the description. And then you got to hope for some generosity, which we've seen quite a bit of tonight. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it.
I think there's a few people getting in their bills about as well.
I'm going to take that fucking lighter and stick it with a sundown.
This is a fucking clicky. This is a click on.
Yeah, I hear it every goddamn second. Get a fidget. Get a fidget. Here, come here.
A fidget?
Yeah.
Or like a fidget spinner?
No, not a spinner. Get a fidget. I'm going to get you one of these, okay? I'm going to get you a fidget. All right?
What's that?
I'll show you. It's my...
He'll get it for him till he sees what shipping's going to cost.
I'll
give it to you when I get over there.
Like John is a fidget. Legally, I think.
Yeah.
That's the name of it. It's called a fidget. Now...
She kind of gets tired of
let's
me.
see. I can't find my fidgets.
She's tired of me messing with her.
You still seeing that lady? She's still stringing you along?
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
I'm getting up to some crazy shit with that woman, man.
What?
I said I'm getting up to some crazy shit with that woman.
Oh, that, the one with the man hands?
No, the one, she's nice, this one, she's slim. The older one, I sent you a picture of her, but you said you didn't think she was that nice.
Hold on.
In the flesh, she's good enough for me, mate. It's going alright. But do you know what the weird thing is? And I don't want to be a bitch about it, but I still see her on the dating app that we met on. Like, I know I haven't even been on there, but I did pop on there and I saw she...
He's not listening to a word Clay saying.
Been on there and I thought, yeah, that's a bit suspect.
Okay, hold on. Clay, I swear to God, I'm going to take that fucking thing and I'm going to fuck...
Well, that's why he started messing with the lighter.
Yeah.
He finally got you to listen, stupid.
Look, do me a favor, get one of these, okay? This is my friend's company, okay? Do me a favor, get one of these.
Mike's so good.
Get one of these, okay? I'll buy it for you, all right?
That's not going to make any noise.
Oh.
Idiot. Get the metal rings trick as a magician. That'll be quiet.
Gonna fucking light my cigarette, is it?
Clay, before I go ballistic on Pinky,
I gotta feed my cat real quick.
Thanks, Stalin.
Yeah, was that a cock ring? I think Ronnie Mund owned one of those.
19, our Misery Loves Clips are doomed. I do want to play this. Now, I'm gonna have to do the music only because I can't play the music. But this is the actual Grease opening. I can't even. I have some funny drop-ins on here, but I can't even play that. I'll probably get struck. I'll try.
By the way.
I don't know if I can play. But
we can sing it.
Did you ever see this bit with me on Jay?
Probably not. Maybe.
I'll probably get struck as well. I don't know.
Are you ready to try this?
I don't really care. I mean, I do.
We watched that one at the house, right? At the Devil House?
Yeah.
Expecting a big one, so.
Nah.
Spoiler alert, Jay's not really drowning him, so don't even waste your time.
I'm over it. Well, it was also my birthday. I mean, that's the other thing. It's like, come on, man.
Come on.
I'm trying to... What?
I'm living life, bruh. Come on. I came Friday. Can't devote my whole weekend to the
this is so thorough Joe Burrow, by the way. That's who it is.
I'm having a little drink tonight.
All right, now, Clay. So, I'm just going to play it, but I'm going to stop it. Because this is the fuck. First of all, Clay, do I really go after Pinky at all?
No, not really.
I mean,
guys
why
remember
not?
just the other day when he called Pinky his mortal enemy, and we were like,
Yeah.
wouldn't we be his mortal enemy?
Yeah.
He's his mortal enemy, but he doesn't go after.
Then go after him. I tell you, he showed up at his place.
You have some respect for him. We did.
Yes, thank you. It's quite apparent that I fucking compliment him. I say at least he's had a show business career, albeit brief. I fucking will say that at least he actually did something in show business. I'll compliment him on his stand-up. I mean, I have been incredibly kind to him, considering all the shit he's thrown my way. Now, check this out.
Yeah, I used to, when you were gone, I watched him a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's mad. Maybe he's lost some viewers since you came back.
Probably, but now, well, I know it drove him crazy for the $2,000 I made on Saturday and Sunday, but now here we go.
Oh, now it's $2,000?
Ah, well.
Man. He's like the movie Big Fish, but all his stories suck and they upset you. You know, yeah. It's like, I hope this guy doesn't get off this deathbed. What do you think of that?
Then I thought about it and I realized.
You didn't even
Who did this? Southern Jim Burrow? Anyway, Stutter John's going to be at the Strax Factory October 23rd. I thought that was a weekend, but it's going to be on a Thursday. So I might do my show from the Stress Factory on Thursday. But I will be there. And the best part about John being in the tent is he's outside. And right behind the tent is a big parking garage. And I've been, I don't know if I was on the show.
If I'm Vinny, I do a whole thing around this, right? I put out ads, I put out posters. One night, 0 comedians. Here, boom, 7 p.m. start time.
But for a while I was doing shows with Jim Brewer there. He was doing a lot of outside shows. He was.
Yeah, why don't you book something at Vinny's? Why don't you book something there instead of going there to harass John?
Doing like a residency there. During COVID, he would do like once a week on a Tuesday, and then I would go over and say hello just to get out of the house. And then I would do you know.
Wait, what are you guys debating? Trends or something? I haven't been following quite.
They shoot the shit with him, and a couple times I opened for him. Anyway, one time he was going on, and like a car horn alarm went off. And he couldn't do anything about it.
Human beings. Hell yeah. That's what's up. Human beings and shit, man.
For you who was in Half-Baked, he couldn't do a fucking thing about it. There's a big parking garage, and it's basically do-it-yourself parking garage. You get the ticket when you go in, and on the way out. And the way out, you used to pay a person.
Wow.
But they
Who's worse at telling stories, John or Kevin?
It's might be a photo finish, and like the closest photo finish we've ever seen.
Hey, so I was able to confirm today that Brennan is correct about this. If you're performing in the tent, from what I heard, there's a parking garage that's like, 40 feet away, and apparently since the parking structure's there and the building's on the other side, it creates like an echo chamber.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember, because that tent happened during COVID. That was when he put the tent up in the first place, so I remember.
Yeah.
I remember the tent setup. I didn't do that one. I did a show in Queens at a diner parking lot. I believe the Bel Air Diner in that parking lot. I did that show. And
what time is it where you guys are at? Are you guys on the other side of the world or something?
Thought was car alarms was just people honking, because apparently that's laughter.
Right, instead of laughing, you would honk.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's annoying is what we do.
With John doing one of those, how long before he got run over?
It's so bad when you just hear the wipers working and no hot. You go.
Well, you have to if he's on stage.
It's a parking lot. Yeah, they gotta clean the windshield when he's up.
So
So when Stuttering John goes there, if I'm thrown out, I will heckle the fuck out of him.
Okay.
So if they throw me out, then I'll just go to my car and set off my car alarm.
Yeah, you may count as
They had a holding deal for a sitcom at one point.
Yeah, assumptions are always a bad thing. You know what I mean? Never assume, because, you know, people are just, you know, people are deceptive.
Saturday Night Live.
So I think this is the tent. And there's the parking garage.
Oh, wow.
It's like right next to it.
Wow. In military terms, that's called a kill box that they're in right now. Oh, yeah. That's not good.
And the cops ain't gonna come and help you. They're not.
I love that. I love that. You go, once that car alarm starts, no SWAT team can help you.
He'll just go around just hitting cars to set off the alarm.
They don't give a fuck. If someone's car alarm is going off, unless it's going...
Yeah, let's do a military...
Right, so we don't know how.
What am I hearing? What is it?
I don't know.
What happened?
I don't...
Alright, I don't know. I'm hearing... I just heard him go again. Diane Keaton's dead. He goes, I don't know how. He said, I don't know how.
Check it out, so it should be good.
How?
You're such an idiot.
How did you die?
Josh from Jersey had a funny title for the movie, The Hack Locker. Alright.
Going up for 10 hours, they're not gonna do a fucking thing. So, yes, Stuttering John show will be sabotaged.
What's he got to stick
That's a fact, Jack. Only 2 turns of service, of course. I digress. So it's on a Thursday, which is very good for me. Very good for me.
Very good.
Yeah, he's not doing stand-up that night.
No, I think Monday through Sunday would be good time.
That's the problem with his kind.
So like I said, maybe I'll do the show
points and goes
from Witness Factory. Maybe I'll do it from my car. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe Barry Ribs will be there. Barry Ribs likes to go there because the train stops there at New Brunswick. So, you know, John came to my building one time, so it's only fair, right?
Okay, now, first of all, he's encouraging people to come to my gig. That's what he's doing. Now,
yeah, say thank you. say thank you, Kevin, for promoting this fucking show in a tent that I'm doing.
I went to your apartment, which is in a building. Only I went to the lobby. You invited me, you dumb fuck. Are you suffering from fucking dementia? You told me to come and bring my swim trunks.
Oh, so he thought Kevin was serious when, because he doesn't remember how he was telling Kevin he was coming to see him. Like, Frog, we should go back and look for some of those. Him announcing his arrival to Kevin's place.
Well, you know what's funny, Jules?
Yeah.
I went through the MLC archive to see if I could find this invitation, because John kept saying, somebody will find that, and like, my thought was, wouldn't it be funny if I found it and sent it to him and was like, you know, love you, the frog, but I could not find it, so I'm not sure if it's, maybe Brendan tweeted it, but I don't know if he said it on his show, because we can't find it.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it was a tweet. Yeah, because I'm sure if...
I appreciate you guys. Are you know, commenting and stuff. Helps out with the algorithm, even if I'm not fully tuned in on it. Good night, energetic.
I did say it was sarcastically because at that time John was doing his cross-country tour of people he was going to beat up.
Right.
It's all entertainment to me, man.
Like Fatty Patty said, right up! Right up!
I think we will. I think we're halfway to world peace, bro.
You told me to come and we'll go fucking swim. Like, do you suffer from fucking Alzheimer's, you pinky fuck? And you invited me! Don't
That's like the
fucking
third one.
rewrite history!
Jerk off.
What a jerk.
Just enough to get me upset, and now I can cleanse my palate with a nice raid. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get to these super chats and super tips, and then we're going behind the wall tier 2. So you got about 10-15 minutes.
I've only played disc golf a few times with my brother. Actually, on my YouTube channel, you can go back. You can watch my. Gone in a long time. I miss it. Yeah. Well, maybe next time the weather's nice, you can go.
If you're not getting a membership, hit subscribe, and
you only live once. Do what makes you happy. On Washington, Lewis County, not from. Yeah. I go back and I go to Washington sometimes. Brain pans.
and all that good stuff. And thanks for being here. Kelly Clarkson is beautiful. Super sticker of $2. Thank you, Kelly. Nomad Trash, thank you very much for the super
Hell yeah, archaeologist.
sticker. Sticky Sock coming in with a super sticker. He's as useless as Anne Frank's drum set. I love it. Thank you. Hey, IAD Murderer Ray DeVito with $1.49.
Lake McCormick.
Bacon Bits, member for 1 month. FSG.
There's a lot of cool nature spots in Oregon and Washington that I want to go to.
You're in. Thank you. Howdy, boys. Much love from Phoenix. Hey, Frog and Dom. Ernie, good to see you, pal. Hope
That's like a goal of mine. Eventually, I just want to hit the road and do a road trip and go to cool ass travel places and be out there. You can block me if you don't want to read me, bro. Girlfriend. Austin
but fails to mention his lawyer is probably doing his case pro bono, like Michael Popak did. Yeah, most likely. Coco Loco with $1. Thank you. Duke John's cat Xavier with $1.49. Thank you very much. Fancy Hippo with a gifted membership, tier 2. Thank you, Fancy.
Not right.
Evening, boys. Evening to you, Fancy Hippo. Always a pleasure. The same talents. That makes me sick. Yes, right? If I'm doing the same talents. John is the Aaron Boone of podcasting. I'm a Yankee fan. I got a gifted membership. Thank you. Armand, thank you for being here. Glad you got one. Make sure you thank the person who got it for you.
So I've been looking through John's stress factor here. He's the only person in the tent for the whole month. Like everybody else is in the club. Like
I've never taken an IQ test. Mountains, yeah. Gotta have mountains. I don't like places that are too flat. You gotta have some hills and some trees. All that good stuff. Yeah, I like old buildings too.
Well, they're putting them in the tent to give them a thing.
Old building.
I don't have kids.
You know what time it is? I'm feeling a little lull. And it's time for some pick-me-up. You know what I'm talking about? It's that time. Dab Tim.
We're gonna rob an entire country. The Lady of Arentero.
With 500 million all by herself.
Exact the moment.
I really meant it's time for some. Dun, 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 dun.
18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big head Johnny Cox wanted to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanted to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch on their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks. Ram Ranch really rocks.
Salmon fishing.
Hot, hard, buff cowboys, their cocks throbbing hard. 18 more wild cowboys out in the yard. Big bulging cocks ever so hard. Orgy in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big head throbbing cocks. Ram a cowboy butt like a breed of ram wanting to rut. Hard throbbing cocks getting sucked real deep. Cowboys even getting fucked in their sleep. Ram Ranch, it rocks. Cowboys love big hard throbbing cocks. "18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big head throbbing cocks wanting to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanted to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch on their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks. Ram Ranch really rocks." Hot, hard, buff cowboys, their cocks throbbing hard. 18 more wild cowboys out in the yard. Big bulging cocks ever so hard.
Ram Ranch.
Orgy in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big hard throbbing cocks. Ram and cowboy butt like a breed of ram wanting to rut.
Natalie Ritual.
"18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big head throbbing cocks wanted to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanted to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch on their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks. Ram Ranch really rocks. Big hard throbbing cocks getting sucked real deep. Cowboys even getting fucked in their sleep. Ram Ranch, it rocks. Cowboys love big hard throbbing cocks. "18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Ever so hard. What are you gay? What are you gay?
Mr. Should I call you Mr.? Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
What are you?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
You are
a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
transgender.
You are a transgender, and you're a gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you?
I am Pepe Julian Onzima.
His claim is he's biologically fated to be a woman. What makes him? I'm glad Pepe is back.
I'm glad she has got.
Can you shake hands before we proceed?
Of course.
Do you know the way?
nsaba mukama amaanyi go gayingira omwana waffe ono kamusabireko
Pastor, let's maintain civility on the show. Let's maintain civility. Let's maintain civility. Pastor Semper argues that these are the instruments you use.
These are vegetables.
Yes.
We know.
I eat this on my plate.
You eat them on your plate.
Yes.
You don't use them when you're having carnal knowledge.
Absolutely no, and Semper should stop misinforming the public.
Katona alimba.
You are paid heavy to promote homosexuality in Uganda. What's your reaction?
Space movie?
It is not true. He claims I have a lot of money, I'm wearing fancy clothes and all that stuff. I do not even earn the amount of money he thinks. I do not even earn $100 a month or even annually. I do not make the money that he thinks that we make.
Okay, a carrot with a banana. And I want this young woman to explain to you.
Let's give him a chance.
What does she use for sex? What do they use for sex? What?
Pay Julian Onzi. Thank you, Mr. Should I call you Mr.? Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
Morning too.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
You are gay. You are a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
You are a transgender, and you're a gay rights activist and an outspoken Mr. Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
Morning too.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You are a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
You are a trans.
That clip is so fucking legendary. Oh my god.
So to me, it was like, what's the pronoun thing? And you educated me in that, and I just want to applaud you and your colleagues for what you're doing. You are awesome. You're like awesome. I was so like.
Young university students from University of Victoria, especially that kid in the pink shirt.
Yeah.
IQ tests are kind of subjective too, in some kind of a way. They're not like, I don't know.
So means I can be safe whenever I'd like, right? So move along. Get the fuck out of here. Move along. Hey, get out of here. You guys were the ones that were first. Get out of here. Okay, maybe take a look. Yeah, okay. Where are you safe?
So are you able to?
You guys see some fully grown adults who are take your tantrum without them.
Because you're the only man in the group.
Get out of here. Move along.
Hold on, let me check this out. A lot of countries don't even have IQ tests. How are IQs determined around the world, and what is the main flaws in the IQ test system?
IQ scores are derived from standardized tests, like the Wechsler and Stanford Binet scales, where an individual's raw score is compared to the scores of others in a large reference group, with the average score typically set to 100 and a standard deviation of 15. The main flaws in the IQ test system include cultural bias. Tests, often developed in Western cultures, may contain content or use language that favors certain cultural or socioeconomic backgrounds, potentially underestimating the intelligence of diverse groups. Narrow definition of intelligence. They primarily measure a limited set of cognitive abilities, logic, reasoning, and memory, and generally fail to account for other aspects of intellect like creativity, practical skills, emotional intelligence, or social adaptability. Construct validity. There's an ongoing debate over whether a single number can accurately measure the abstract and complex concept of general intelligence, a G factor.
What do you think of 1990 space movie? Oh, I'll look it up. Is it an actual full movie? 1992. Not the actual title of the movie. Just see what Google says. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I've seen that movie. Yeah, I've seen that movie. I watched that movie a couple of years ago. Gay Niggas from Outer Space. You should watch it. It's a European film. It's fucking hilarious. You guys want to watch it? I'll put that shit on right now. They have it on YouTube. It's the weirdest premise for a movie ever. It's the weirdest premise for a movie ever. Everyone's gay and everyone's black and everyone's in outer space, man. I thought they had the whole thing on YouTube. I think this is it right here. Gay N-I-G from outer space. Worldwide gay movies.
The universe, its mighty power, its evolutionary force, not to be stopped by anyone. And its beauty. Yes.
Yes.
This is a happy place to stay, filled with harmony and cosmic joy. A freedom place where men can express themselves and be as when they were born. All that's just because someone cares, because someone looks after us. When we sleep, when we play, when we act natural. This is a movie about those who risk life and partners to guarantee the conflict in the free universe. This is a movie about the gay niggers from outer space. The gay niggers come from the planet Venus in the 8 sun system, far, far away from here. And they are much, much more intelligent than any other creature in the universe. And the most fascinating thing about them is that they, with the help of their super intelligence and their highly developed telepathic system brain tapping, have been able to create a world, a society, a perfect way of living without the presence of women. A male-only world.
So yeah, they create a society where it's a male-only world, and everyone's black.
It's one of the Federation's gay nigger ships. Let's give it to us too. Let's take a look at the crew. We have Captain B. Dick, a strict, well-educated leader. Not so friendly and a father figure for the rest of the crew. Chief Technician Sergeant Shave Balls, a long time person and a damn good space technician. And for a long time been working together with Captain B. Dick.
This shit's fucking hilarious.
With Mr. Schwall, a German-speaking gay nigger from the area of Planet Venus. They still practice the old.
Oh shit. I wonder if they'll copyright strike me for this shit.
Religion, a ritual way of worshipping human excrements. It's a psychological genius on board who saved the ship and its crew many times.
Oh, I switched the camera and it crashed for a second.
And here's the gay agent Arminass, who just finished gay agent school and is on his first ride in space. Fifth and last member of the Room Musculatoris 2 crew is the data man, Dr. D. Udo, an expert in biology and the manipulation of other races and life forms in the universe.
There's no way.
A very important person on these special missions. But let them speak for themselves.
Captain, we got something on the radar.
What is it?
Well, sir, it's too big to be another ship or meteor. To me, it looks like
Like what?
a planet.
A planet? Ein Planet!
A planet?
I'm pretty sure all these actors are like Europeans. They're not black. Or I forget.
Got it!
But this film was like made in like Amsterdam or some shit.
Get coordinates, Ildo, and give me a diacom in 5 minutes. And Shmuel, check the mental analysis machine.
Sir, we'll be able to do an ultra sweep over in 25 seconds.
Blaxploitation. Oh wow.
Hey everybody, ultra sweep over in 18 seconds. Arminass, activate canopy sensor in the trans power system. Ildo?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Ultra sweep over!
Ultra sweep over. Ultra sweep over.
Okay, Chief, I got the decom. What we have here is a planet called Earth. There is life on its own and a lot of water. It seems rather primitive. And sir, there is something terrible going on down there.
Take it easy, Ildo. Don't paint the devil on the wall.
But sir, there is, pardon me, female creatures on the planet.
Raumkreaturen!
Female creatures?
Female creatures!
Female creatures!
Okay, calm down. We've got to check this out. It might be dangerous, but it's our duty. Arminass, put us through to our planet. I got to talk to the headquarters.
Female creatures!
Hello, headquarters. Come in. Here is Captain B. Dick, P code 2940018. On Discovery ship Ring Musculatoris 2. Come in.
Hello, Captain B. Dick. This is the President of the Federation of Intergalactic Gay Planets. What we have here is highly classified gay material. We haven't dealt with a case of this magnitude in many years. I just got your diacom, and our mainframe computer doesn't respond. I even talked to the Council of Wise Men, and believe it or not, even they can't give us any useful information about the strange female creatures. I'm afraid we'll have to get in closer contact.
My school was cool. We watched so many cool movies at my school.
You mean, send a man down there?
Yeah, we have to be sure. But take care, it might be dangerous. Good luck, CBD.
Everybody listen. We got to beam somebody down to get more precise information. Ilgo, prepare beaming. The Sergeant shave balls, activate stellar reference, and remove light shield 2. Armanauts, go in the relaxing room. I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir!
Good Omens.
Sir, I know you are going to send me down. But, sir, I am afraid I have never seen a female close hands. Only
They're scared of
pictures.
they're scared of females.
I know you're afraid, Armanos. But my son, this is just a step on the long road to becoming
Can't
a
have
real
no
gamer.
females, man.
It started when your father first gave birth to you. And who knows, maybe after this mission, you'll get the sign of the brown
His
wing.
father gave birth to
You can
him.
truly call yourself a gay nigger.
Truly call yourself a gay.
That's what you've been preparing for, since you went to gay agent school.
You really think so, sir? Then I'm prepared. And, sir, thanks for your nice words. You are such a kind captain.
Nothing
to thank for. You know I got an eye on your ass.
Activate down beaming translator. Activate down beaming translator.
Activated.
Bereit und Feuer klar, Kapitän.
Ready for down beaming.
Damn. I think it would be appropriate in school, like middle school.
Hey, can I help you? You look lost. I thought maybe we could spend some time together, if you know what I mean. And I think you do.
Female! Female!
Killed her. Saw that female and he killed her.
Ilgo, put his arm in the plasma detector and keep an eye on him. Shwool, get the equipment for brain tapping.
Female. Did you guys see that? You saw a few.
Alles klar für Gehirnzapfung.
Glow.
Yes, go on. Sergeant Shaveballs, put it on the big asteroid screen. Oh, no, no, no.
Oh no! Holy phallus, what are they doing down there?
This must be this kissing I've been reading about. This is simply too much.
They're gonna blow up the
Men, I have decided that we go down and save this planet. We will not tolerate any oppression of our male brothers anywhere in the universe. Let's go and terminate these evil female creatures and make planet Earth a gay place to stay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir!
Yeah. Make Earth a gay place to stay. Make Earth a gay place to stay.
Bingo, put the radio meter gate up on 45 and activate the grooviator.
Ilgo battery activate.
Attention. Check all systems operative and keep an eye on the protometers. Let's get the map on the asteroid screen.
Ready for email combination.
The area they call Russia. Give us information about that.
My EBT card.
Russia. Special remarks. Dirty and very untrustworthy. Email population. 4,300,924. Combination area.
I don't really want to watch this full movie, man.
The things you're saying are resonating with me. So many different types of people, including liberals.
You know, I've basically been observing the same thing. It's based on the phone calls that are coming in my office. It's in my social media comments. People that reach out to me, I'm also experiencing that same thing. What I've been doing is being just completely honest in my statements. And I'm 51 years old, and I'm a mom. I've got my 3 children are 22, 26, and 28. And so I'm not only have lived a lot of my life and been very successful, but now I'm seeing my children try to pave their way in our country as adults, and I'm seeing the challenges they're facing, and they're horrific. And so I'm taking basically a stance that is truly from a mother's heart and how broken I see our country. And it really upsets me deeply. It angers me. And I think for people to understand, like, well, who's Marjorie Taylor Greene and what is she saying? A lot of people that maybe don't know much about me don't know that I didn't come up through the Republican ranks in Georgia. I've lived there my entire life, but I never even went to a single Republican Party meeting until I showed up at one and said I'm running for Congress. And I campaigned on being angry at Republicans for not doing.
I'm telling you that. Why are you guys all picking on the woman here? Why don't you talk to me? You want us to pick on you? What do you think democracy is? What do you think it's about?
I understand the opinion of democracy, but you have a free speech.
The girl will progress. You won't be left behind. The girl will progress.
Just go hop in the ground and,
The world will progress. You don't know who you talk to. Trans people are everywhere. Come out here saying gender ideology doesn't matter. That's not bullying. This is free speech. You guys can stand up here and yell. We can yell too. What are you trying to do? What are these shitty defunct articles you read trying to make you...
New Micro Brow Pencil. Get your brows in shape. Micro precise, micro strong brow. From out of shape to shaped and defined. Smudge and break resistant in 12 water.
Lincoln City. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, one of these days I'll go to the coast.
Opinions are based on feelings.
I gotta get a new place to stay because I don't have a parking spot where I live right now. I need a parking spot.
You feel nasty.
When was the last time you were even in a school? So you're talking about in an institution of
Get out of here. You're not welcome. You're not welcome. You're not welcome.
I think you learned something other than from my fucking children.
Appreciate that.
And we're gonna tape it.
We're expressing our right to free speech the same way you guys are. I'm not hurting you at all. Oh my God.
Okay, so you're afraid. Okay, good. That's good. I want you scared. I want you gone. You're not.
Balloons. We do this for a lot of people. Oh yeah.
You don't wonder why two people holding us.
A
love Washington's coast and Oregon's coast. Yeah, I have Discord. I think it's in my bio. Or it's just I'm a Trip Pacific on Discord. For sure. I was never able to get a hold of Andrew Wilson's producer on Discord because they said they were going to send me a free hoodie or something. And I got in touch with one guy, but I never got in touch with the producer. So I don't think I'm getting that free hoodie. Set up a server. Surfing on the coast is fun. Damn, I'd be scared to surf on the coast. That sounds fucking sketchy. One 1940s IQ test. But I like to lick turtles.
All this beer is Nobody wants you here. Nobody wants you here. Just move along. If she was a transphobe, absolutely. If she was a transphobe, I would tell my grandmother to fuck off. No, because
I'm glad I'm not that kid's grandmother.
it's my favorite when you prefer pineapple on your pizza. Not whether people deserve rights.
Yeah.
Move along. Like, get out of here.
Yeah, so some guy got, tonight at the protest, some guy got hit with a rock. I think that was before I got there. I'm not sure what time it was. Oh shit. Yeah, some dude came up behind some dude and hit him with a rock. Hit him with a rock and ran away. That was tonight at the Portland protest. Crazy, man. Surfed at nice and quiet.
I really wonder what the collective IQ of all these guys is. It's gotta be approaching 90.
Well, we're equal opportunity. We don't judge people based on age or sex or gender.
Screaming at you from across the way there?
I can't hear you because all the noise.
Would you be more comfortable if we were yelling at you from over the way there?
Yell anywhere you want.
Okay.
You're saying that we are threatening you. Would you feel less threatened if we were over there?
Okay.
You just said we were threatening you. We're going to stand here as long as you're standing here. Alright, keep 6 feet. Hey, fuck TK Raleigh! Trans lives matter!
Trans lives matter! Trans lives matter! Trans lives matter! Trans lives matter! Trans lives matter! You suck! You suck!
Well, I'm glad I don't go to the University of Victoria. This guy's an athlete. Look at it go. Nice. Excellent form.
I'm still new to Discord. It's kind of weird.
Everything shut the fuck up. The sun's gonna come out in Are you guys the Nazis, like the actual?
Why don't you guys take on?
Thousands of lives would have been.
The world's greatest expert on urban warfare, Colonel John Spencer.
Award-winning scholar and military analyst.
Considered one of the world's leading experts on urban warfare.
It's a political organization with an army that invaded on the morning of October 7th in a scale unseen really in modern times. They had studied every location that they were going to attack. Hamas military planning was very credible. The underground is more important than surface to the enemy strategy. That is where their fighters are, that's where the hostages are, that's where their leadership are.
They were manufacturing in Gaza.
Manufacturing in Gaza. But as I walked through that equipment, you saw everything from Russian, North Korean, Chinese. You have basically a highway going from Egypt into Gaza. When you have to vaccinate the entire Gazan population from polio that was starting to spike. And Israel did that. There's never been a war where the attacking military feeds the enemy's population during the battle. Not World War I, II, Vietnam, Korea, none of them. To say that it was intentional, that you're just trying to scorch the earth, you're trying to destroy everything, it's not true. One of the biggest killers in Gaza has been...
I wondered if we might actually finish on the peace plan.
The 20-point plan as written is a...
Denny's has 5 slams starting at $5. 4 meals, stacked high and under budget. 5 slams starting at $5?
Colonel Spencer, thank you so much for taking time to speak with me here in Israel. It is October 7th as we're talking now, and we've I think just heard that Hamas accepted the Trump 20-point plan, but by the time this interview is released, who knows what could happen. We're still in war, I would say, to some extent. And you, throughout this 2 years of the Israel-Hamas war, which started, of course, on October 7th, have been in and out of Gaza. You are one of the world's preeminent, if not the preeminent, expert on urban warfare. Perhaps embarrassingly, I'm not sure, Prime Minister Netanyahu referenced you in his UN General Assembly speech 2 weeks ago in New York, and you have been speaking about the realities of war throughout this conflict. Now, of course, this is a conflict on several fronts. We've got southern Lebanon in the north, Syria, Iran.
They're both good at different times, you know what I mean?
Yes, another front. But I wanted to, if possible...
I just like the lime chips sometimes. Love that lime.
Just last point on the framing of this conversation. It seems to me that from the very beginning of the war, there's been a total asymmetry when it comes to informations. Let's say at the Al Ali hospital, it blows up, or there's a bomb, suddenly there's a lot of hoo-ha about what happened, accusations it's the IDF that have targeted. Later transpires that it's Islamic Jihad, one of their missiles has gone awry, and what you end up is with a lot of the media is taken up with accusations of famine, accusations of genocide, accusations of all of these misdoings by Israel, whether or not they're true. But the reality of the conflict itself seems to be lost. So we don't ever really hear about what are the objectives, what are the strategies and tactics, not least because the IDF are not going to say all of those things. They can't say everything because they can't reveal their strategy against Hamas. So I'm not sure if you appreciate the how I've just framed this conversation, but what I'm hoping to get from you is a picture of the conflict in strategic military terms from October 7th. Now, I appreciate that that's quite a lot to get through, but it still would be useful to understand that side of I certainly, that's what I want to understand. So if you're okay with that, and unless you object to any of their framing there, perhaps we can start with October 7 itself, the launch from Gaza by Hamas into Israel of what they call the Al-Aqsa flood mission. Am I right in understanding that was supposed to be part of a joint effort from all of the neighbors of Israel, including Hezbollah in the north, Iran, the Houthis, and a joint attack which Hamas were too early on and got ahead on? And or what do we know about the Al-Aqsa flood now, 2 years later?
Sure, and thanks for having me on, Winston. A big fan of the show. So we are on the 2-year, I guess you could say, anniversary of the attack, and I have now been back. This is my 7th trip. I wanted to get here immediately after October 7th to understand from a military analysis October 7th. Some people call it a terrorist attack. It was a terrorist attack. It'll go down in history as one of the largest terrorist attacks, but it was more than that. It was it was an invasion. From every military definition, it was an invasion by another entity. It happened to be a terror military, right? But it's more than an insurgent or terrorist force like ISIS, Al Qaeda, anything like that. I mean, Israel left Gaza in 2005, 2006 they're elected, 2007 they seized power. It's a political organization with an army. They built an army that invaded on the morning of October 7th in a scale unseen really in modern times. You're right, though, that it was a coordinated attack with other entities, mainly Hezbollah in the north, which is a much larger military.
I'm still up. Just but did I die? But did you die?
Vast more resources on the northern border of Israel, which had already set up all the equipment, and they discovered this after the fact. It's the mopeds, the GoPros, all of the equipment ready to go just on the other side of the border to launch onto the Golan Heights and other areas in October 7th from that direction. And you have to think of there's Hamas in other places other than Gaza, right? There's Hamas in Judea, Samaria, there's Hamas in Lebanon. There were other entities even within what's called the West Bank that were supposed to rise up. You're right, because of the military necessity, even for Hamas, to have secrecy on their operation, and they also had trust issues. So Hamas and Hezbollah are not the same in any way, even religious sects. You have a Shia, Sunni kind of divide, but they were aligned in their, just like the Islamic regime in Iran aligns all of its proxies with the unified goal of the destruction of Israel, and then the Western way of living part of that. So, like you said, it's pretty much known information now. One, that this wasn't.
I think a lot of people might be winding down. Isn't that a terrorist platform?
An Islamic regime in Iran backed operation. So intelligence.
I'm gonna have a little late night snack now that I think about it. Late night snack. Late night snack.
In Gaza since October 7th shows that direct connection to Hezbollah or to Hamas.
Right.
But the same thing with Hezbollah is that there is now intelligence showing that Hamas didn't necessarily jump the gun because it made its decisions on why it launched on this holiday morning. There was protests going on against the Israeli government beforehand. They felt that there was a lot of division in society. They just felt it was the right time. But they didn't trust Nasrallah and Hezbollah. So it wasn't they didn't just not send the message, they didn't trust them. So they were hoping that once they invaded that flag would go up and then people would join them if they were supposed to.
How do you know they didn't trust Nasrallah?
Again, more intelligence found in Gaza since October 7th. So they found, like the intelligence about Iran, but also the Hezbollah mistrust. So
I'm watching Winston Marshall's podcast. They're talking about Gaza, and they got a really, really smart expert on the situation on there.
Like Yahya Sinwar's personal messages and things in the way they communicated to Hezbollah. That's really why we pretty much know that as a fact. That there's a trust issue, and if you just know the differences in the two organizations, like there's no reason even why they should work together other than for the unified destruction. And to be clear, Hezbollah did join the fight on October 8th. It just didn't send the October 7th wave because Nasrallah made another calculation, which he made multiple since October 7th, that are somewhat unusual. Even when Israel invaded southern Lebanon or attacked into it, Hezbollah pulled back its Red One forces because it didn't want them destroyed. everybody's always thinking the strategy, the long-term strategy.
Doesn't that suggest that Hezbollah weren't nearly as prepared that they should have been if they really genuinely thought it was a good idea to invade Israel? On the topic of Palestine, let's take a quick look at how the media is reporting on Starmer's decision to recognize a Palestinian state using ground news. Left-leaning The New Arab ran the headline, "Activists demand more meaningful action, end to arms sales after Palestine recognition." Contrast that with right-leaning The Daily Skeptic, who led with, "Keir Starmer confirms Britain will ignore US and Israeli anger and recognize a Palestinian state." Two very different narratives from the left and the right on the same story. We specifically partnered with Ground News because their app and website helped me and my team cut through media bias and get the full picture on any story like this one. There are over 240 articles published on Starmer's decision, and we can access every single one through Ground News, complete with source, context, and key breakdowns. Seeing all sides, regardless of political lean, is essential to cutting through media bias and getting informed the right way. That's why Ground News's blind spot feed, which highlights stories underreported by either side, is such a powerful tool. I genuinely believe in what Ground News is doing, and I encourage you to check it out by scanning the QR code or visiting ground.news/Winston. If you subscribe through my link, you'll get 4% off unlimited access. Ground News is subscriber funded. So, by supporting my sponsors, you're also supporting this show.
I mean, they had prepared everything. So if you understand the way that Hezbollah was arrayed in southern Lebanon, is that they weren't always there. They had tunnels and pre-positioned positions in the wood lines and things that were all of the people disguised as civilians that were Hezbollah would come and then go into the environment and grab what their equipment pre-positioned. So they had found multiple bunkers full of that equipment ready to go. But you're right, they weren't in the bunkers on the morning of October 7th ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
And to send them afterwards, you're right, to send them immediately after the October 7th happened, then they would be visible to the Israelis who were launching towards northern, because that was a big fear of theirs. So Israel had to make a big decision, and I've talked to General Gallant and the Prime Minister about that decision of whether to reinforce the north where the largest threat could come from, or the south. And if Nasrallah hadn't sent the Red One after October 7th, not been a part of the surprise attack when Israel was basically blind for multiple reasons, then they would have confronted a lot less than had they gone. So then you make a decision of, if we go now, we'll lose a lot more soldiers. So they decided on the easy card, Hezbollah did, and just started launching rockets on October 8th.
When you say Israel were blind for multiple reasons, yes, what do you mean by that?
So the way that you have to give credit, and I've written about this, the way that Hamas did the operation. Not only did there were signals that on the night of October 6th that it was something really bad was getting ready to happen.
I wish I had a dog named Scooby or Scrappy. I wish. Until then, I'll just party with my cat.
Right, so one of the biggest things was the SIM cards in Gaza were switched to Israeli SIM cards so they could operate in Israel. And that was a big thing throughout the night. Like, this is a rehearsal because they had done it before. Hamas had done this before. And
they've done the SIM card thing before.
And they've done basically a readiness drill like this, like get everybody up and ready and get all the people and the fighters. Yeah, they're military, so they rehearsed attack. And the Israeli intelligence and military people on the night of October 6th were like, is this a test or a rehearsal again, or is it the real thing? And they had there's a lot of history there on making that wrong decision. But after they launched, the way that Hamas launched is that they had studied every location that they were going to attack. So all the 20 plus urban sites, Faraza, and all of them, they had studied them in detail, but they'd also studied Israeli responses. Even you go back to the test of the wall, like Hamas did its work in analyzing what Israel might do. So when they entered, they knocked out all the cameras immediately. So they sent quadcopters and other things and knocked out all the cameras that Israel relies on as early warning and to be able to see what's going on in the border. They tried to bring down cell phone towers. So they went immediately to the cell phone towers and tried to bring down the cell phone towers. They went to locations where anybody might come and discover what's going on or come as a reinforcement. So I know you've driven down there, the 232. They sent platoons of Hamas special forces, the Nukba fighters, to the locations to set up ambushes so nobody could come into southern Israel. And then you have the last element of blinding Israel was the EMS system. And I've discovered this in other terrorist attacks, like the Mumbai attacks of 26/11, is that 911, and here it's 611, but when you call it can only.
It's crazy. Santa Claus was down there tonight, and he got the license plate of one of the dudes who ran away. Santa Claus is on the good side tonight. What's up, Dave V? How's it going?
So many calls. So now you have this massive invasion, and everybody's dialing 911 basically. And you overload the emergency system to the point where they start diverting calls to Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. And then in the chaos of that, nobody can communicate, nobody understands what's going on. And this is, as I analyze even the morning of October 7th till the mid-afternoon, there's people who fight terrorists and think that it's done because they don't know that there's 20 plus breaches of the perimeter wall, that there's thousands of Hamas, and then waves of Palestinians that are coming in. It's just not only the chaos, but they were very deliberate in how they blinded not just Israel's defense forces, its security forces, but even the nation to not know what's going on. So that's why we, like from the outside world on X, are seeing videos and like we know as much as the Israeli authorities do at that point.
And that chaos was enough to hinder the IDF in a quick response.
That blinding and the deliberate, and I taught this, and I wrote this, actually I reposted the Time Magazine article up. And I taught at our U.S. Army Ranger School. I taught militaries how to attack other enemy areas, and Hamas military planning was very credible. So they sent these ambush locations, not just to the entire envelope, what they call it, southern Israel, like the 232, let's say where the black aerial
It's pretty much 4 a.m. here now. So I guess I should get to bed, huh?
Is to lock it down. So you want to lock down your objective.
Yes.
Their objective was all of southern Israel. They locked that down, but they also locked down any location they were attacking, like Faraza, Re'im, all of them. And then they would put out sniper positions and ambush positions to lock it down, so that way the fighters inside could do what they wanted to do with no worry of anybody coming to save the other people.
So there's an argument that's been made quite regularly, which is that Hamas, after choosing to invade Israel, then chose to have the theater of war be Gaza itself, because there they are able to fight a type of war where they can hide behind their own civilians and thus create furore and create propaganda and down the line accuse Israel of genocide and win on the propaganda war on the world stage. Did they believe on October 7th they were actually going to have a successful multi-front invasion of Israel and succeed in destroying Israel?
I agree, and I've heard these conversations. Like, I don't give Hamas that much credit to that. Everything that's unfolded since October 7th was their plan. I agree that there was definitely deliberate planning, and this is even evidence that the fighters, they brought in food with them, medicine. They planned to stay. They had maps to other sites like the nuclear site in the south.
But they planned to stay, or they planned to stay there as long as they could to cause as much trouble as they could to eventually bring everything back to Gaza. Seeing as we know a bit, you've already suggested we know a bit about strategy. What was in the leadership of Hamas at that point? What do we know?
So since the taking of hostages was such a deliberate strategy, although there is some chaos there where you have civilians taking hostages, you have other fighters, since we know that was a deliberate part, that was definitely part of the plan of Yahya Sinwar, is to capture the hostages as their ultimate, as they know from recent history of any hostage taking, that will, no matter what happens, garner immense amounts of credit, basically, or ability to negotiate things. But no, I do believe there, like you said, that there are many courses of action here, and their primary course of action was to stay as long as they could and destroy as much as Israel as they could, and they were sacrificing the fighters in that effort, right? Because they have this, we have this thing called rational actor theory, and people think that it applies to everybody. And where you see ration in their strategy, there's also irrationality of their strategy of, doesn't matter if all the fighters died, their goal was in the afterlife of achieving martyrdom and, you know, the destruction of Israel eventually.
Right.
But since we know so much about their first phase of the invasion was to stay as long as they could, to have other people rise up and join them, and to create as much of destruction. So it's a little bit of yes and no. Yes, that they had multiple phases of the operation, to include taking the hostages back into Gaza, and I just wrote the case study on the first Gaza war in 2008, and knowing that they can survive immense amounts of attack and use, they did it back then in 2008 too, the international media, the numbers game, the tunnel network to defend themselves, all of this. But that doesn't mean they didn't have a primary plan of destroying as much and doing as much as this as possible with everybody else joining them and having that be the primary plan.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost,
I'll be honest, my first therapy session did not go well, but it taught me something important. You don't get the best results by picking a therapist based on a photo. And when it comes to therapy, the quality...
almost like this is a backup plan. And even within that, I don't think they believed, even within their own strategic analysis, that Israel could continue the operation as long as they have, seeing what's happened in the last 2 years, like you said, on the 7-front war. And this is getting into, again, Hezbollah. Hamas's strategy didn't calculate Hezbollah's actions. And Hezbollah was a big deterrent during the first phases of this war to what should we do? Because Hezbollah launched even its rocket supplies, 100,000 rockets, at that point, precision guided munition, everything, immense amounts of destruction was done to Israel, way farther than what was done on October 7th. Yeah. And then you have the Iran card where...
Appreciate you, Clip.
Hezbollah launched, because I was, again, interviewing all the senior leadership. The biggest concern about if Hezbollah launches is if...
I might nod off too, but, you know.
Israel responds to Hezbollah, then Iran verbally states, if you touch Hezbollah, we're coming in. And Iran has come in, right? So I don't give Hamas credit for all that.
Right. Okay, but then, as you say that, it just goes to show what an incredible feat it has been for Israel in response to deal with that multi-front war, the timing of each operation, each theater to be approached. It's like the ultimate game, 7D chess.
That's right. And resources, right? So this, ends ways and means, we say. You're right. Everybody outside of, that doesn't visit here, thinks Israel's this all-powerful, despite its small size, and, like the ridiculousness of, well, if they can do that to Hezbollah with the pagers and the strategic strikes, why couldn't they do that with Hamas? Just the ignorance of warfare. But most people don't look at it like you just said, as in Israel has resources, but a very minimum resource compared to the amount of threat they're facing. So to navigate not just the resource constraint of basically a citizen army that you need to mobilize, but then put back into the economy, and mobilize, put back in,
right,
and keep doing that.
Yes, I hadn't even considered that.
So you don't have a standing army that can do all this at once, and they couldn't. So they have to make these really bad decisions of where do you fight and navigate those strategic waters of all of the internationalness, even the 12-day war. Like, you've got to give Israel credit for basically diminishing, dismantling, defanging, destroying their enemies one at a time over the last 2 years.
Yes, quite. So before we come to the IDF invasion of Gaza, which began on October 27th, I would love to get a picture of what the munitions and weaponry of Hamas was in Gaza, or at least what we know. Of course, we know about their tremendous terror tunnels, but what did they have in stock? What presumably we must have some sense of they must have had some sense of their own capabilities.
Sure. And what you can say with anybody's intelligence is that there's a really good history of intelligence being wrong. So they mostly get it wrong, but they try to get it as least wrong as possible. So the estimates of Hamas going after October 7th is 30 to 50,000. That's a pretty big.
The terrorists.
Fighters in Hamas's military.
Man, it's crazy that Hamas situation. I mean that Palestine situation. But apparently they ended it. They got a peace treaty.
And I think we were talking about that before the show comes into play. Is that in my world there isn't one terrorist and civilian. There is combatant and non-combatant. So after October 7th, Israel invokes self-defense and wages a war against Hamas, the political organization, its military. So the numbers I'm giving you are of its military: 30 to 50,000 fighters, 5 brigades, 24 battalions arrayed across the Gaza Strip in defensive positions that they've been working on for 20 years, which really matters. That they've prepared every ground of Gaza for war for over 20 years, which gets you to the tunnel network, but that's not the only thing. So 30 to 50,000 fighters, but then you have what is now believed to be over 20,000 short-range rockets. Because they launched 4,000 rockets in the opening morning of October 7th, which was more than was launched in the.
So you're talking about like instincts and, uncontrollable things.
Their second Lebanon war in the opening hours. But they had 20,000 of these.
But these are not great rockets, right? These are pretty small warheads.
Small warheads with no precision capabilities.
Right.
Which really matters because when you're lobbing them towards, if everybody wants to talk about laws of war, if you lob missiles towards a city, a civilian area, you don't have the ability to distinguish, which is one of the principles of where it's going, then it's a war crime. So these, like you said, lower yield, but they're still very dangerous, especially in quantity, but even a single one will kill people. 20,000 of those, ranging in warhead size.
Ranging warhead size up to? What's the largest warhead?
I don't know that, actually. I'll say what I don't know because it's so varied. Because one of their manufacturing capability Israel didn't know about. Like they just discovered one last week.
They were manufacturing in Gaza.
Manufacturing in Gaza. So that's the other kind of surprise that people thought this was all basically either kind of jerry-rigged or homemade stuff or imported and smuggled in. But it was a combination of it all. And actually, they just found another one in northern Gaza last week, a weapons manufacturing plant underground. So with military lathes and everything. We've seen the videos of them.
I don't know if all y'all can hear, but like they're still blasting music. It's 4 a.m. here, and they still got music that's shaking the fucking walls playing. They don't do this very often, but sometimes on the weekend they'll be like this in my building.
Their water pipes to create rockets, but everything from militarized versions that they imported in to the ones they homemade. And we know that they use the munitions, so they've manufactured since October 7th, because they use the unexploded ordnance of IDF bombs and artillery.
Might be a popper party. I think it might be my neighbor to the left, or it could be down below, because down below me is a bar. Yeah, it's shaking the walls. Very loud vibration through the walls.
Now take the explosives out of that, because that's usually your dependent variable of creating rockets is the explosives that you need.
Right.
You need some propellant, but it's really the explosive. But they're really big on taking the unexploded ordnance that Israel has dropped or fired and using that to make the rockets. But on October 7th, over 20,000 is what they believe at this point what was available to the Hamas military. Then you have a whole range of the small arms capabilities. So the IED is probably one of, just like any.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. They got them swings fully occupied.
Trick, you were talking about fighter. one of their biggest assets is the IEDs. So the IEDs in the roads, in the tunnels, in the walls, in the homes. And then they had the whole array of small arms, RPGs, AK-47s, you know, sniper rifles, all of those. Very limited night vision goggles, some, but very limited thermals. Kind of but from a military perspective, 50,000 fighters just in their military, which gets you to the kind of the recruitment and other militaries in Gaza. So you have like, and I know you know this, but when you start talking about, like you said, just
Nice. That game's really hard. I was always really good at pretty good at Call of Duty, but I stopped playing for a while, and then Warzone came out, and every time I tried it, I sucked because like everyone was so much better, and the maps were so big.
it's in the environment as Israel's about to approach, is that people believe that you have Hamas and then everybody else, and they're not involved. Well, in my world, you have combatants and non-combatants. A non-combatant is a civilian who is not partaking.
Man, I gotta play some Skate tomorrow. I've been slacking on that game.
Participating in the conflict. But as soon as the war begins, anybody who's in Hamas, a named card-carrying member of Hamas, can be killed. Doesn't matter what they're doing. Now, if they're somebody else, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, or just a civilian, and they participate in the hostilities in any way, like shoot at the idea, report intelligence on the idea, hold a hostage. So a civilian who holds a hostage is now a member of the organization that is fighting in the war.
Would you include someone who knows where the hostages are but doesn't report on it?
No.
No. Okay.
And this is in John Spencer's interpretation. The laws of war, which I'm a big advocate for. I think we've...
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to the ICE protests tomorrow. What's up, Lady Spitz? How's it going?
Participating in the hostilities. And there's a whole list of them. You could be a guy who carries the ammo, or you have that person on the cell phone on a rooftop who's reporting on the intelligence, or with a camera.
I actually have my own inflatable. I have my own inflatable costume. I just got to figure out how I would bring it with me to the protest. Because I didn't really need my backpack if I showed up with the costume. I wouldn't really need my backpack if I just had a way to... Yeah, I could figure it out.
I know of a very recent history, a camera on the IDF that's participating in the hostilities and can be targeted. So,
right.
They did have like a K2 KATU. They had like a live stream out there, supposedly but no, they mostly go to bed around. I think everyone's in bed right now. Everyone, all the protesters went back to their tents and shit.
I think there's anything to the report that some of the weaponry left behind by America in Afghan in the 2021 Joe Biden pullout.
You don't think so? Yeah, probably not. I think the costume that I bought was kind of a bad idea too, because I don't know where I'm supposed to wear this costume at. It's not like a mobile costume, you know what I mean? You can't go anywhere in this costume. You pretty much got to be standing in like one spot because you can't see anything. It's too like dangerous to walk in unless you're just walking in like Halloween. So I think for actual Halloween, I was thinking the meth kept them going. Yeah, a lot of them are on like drugs and shit. Well, the costume that I got is an inflatable costume, and it's like a dead baby pretty much. That's what it looks like. But yeah, it's like you can't like see much. So yeah, PC Master Race. Fucking. I forgot what I was about to say. Oh yeah, I gotta buy a new costume now. I think. I don't know.
From Afghanistan made its way to Gaza?
Sure, but not at a scale that would have an impact.
Not at a scale.
And I actually toured a lot of the stuff that was left in after October 7th, so there's been some videos of it. And as I walked through this, which is very impressive equipment, even the thermobaric grenades they made homemade, which is a thermobaric is a very lethal way of sucking the oxygen out of an environment, a room, and then replacing it with fire, the vacuum bombs, everything. But as I walked through that equipment, you saw everything from Russian, North Korean, Chinese, American. I've heard that in the beginning, but it wasn't like it was like troves of it. Really, I mean, if you think about the post-Benghazi, more of those weapons would have made it into Gaza than stuff that was left in Afghanistan, just by terrain-wise.
Right, okay. So when you say, let's say, like you mentioned China, that you're not suggesting that China have, it's just
Gucci.
that it's made its way there
Illicit
over
arms
years,
market,
perhaps over
yeah.
decades, right?
Yeah,
So some of this will be old weapons, right?
And
I like when the trolls come through. What's up, Tommy Boolin? How's my cat? Well, I have my old cat, my original cat. She's perfectly fine, but my other cat was really sick, and she was really sick all of a sudden, and I took her to the vet, and they gave me a fatal diagnosis, and she had to be euthanized. So sadly, she's not with us anymore. Rest in peace.
now we know, and not that we didn't know, although there's a history there between the Egypt-Gaza border, right, in the tunnels. So they found over 100, not saying 100 were used, after October 7th, between Egypt and Gaza that you could drive trucks through. So it isn't hard to think about how weapons got into Gaza. You have basically a highway going from Egypt into Gaza. And if you just know the right people to pay, even though in 2017, Egypt went through a whole campaign, very little international attention, where they eradicated the population on their side of the fence. So there used to be a Rafah on the Egypt side of Gaza that they told them all to go somewhere else. They don't care where they went, and they knocked down thousands of houses. They filled the tunnels with sewage and seawater, and they tried to eliminate because they were having a problem with terrorism,
right.
The cross-borderness between Gaza and Egypt.
So I had British military expert Andrew Fox on the show, and I came away from that conversation under the impression that the IEDs, as you mentioned, have been pretty crucial in shaping how the war played out in Gaza. And I'd love your opinion on this. The way he described it to me was these were IEDs that had camera operated, so Hamas can leave the IEDs.
You hear they already freed Palestine.
Wherever they want. With cameras looking at them, they're not tripwires, and they don't need to be detonated with someone nearby. Well, obviously it wouldn't be, but in trying to deal with that, the IDF, they come in. They as soon as they walk into the building, Hamas know to trigger and select the IED. So as a consequence,
Gaza
the IDF have tried to evacuate civilians or non-combatants, as you.
Well, they got a peace treaty now.
Say, and then send in airstrikes to flatten certain areas, as that's the easiest way to get rid of all of these IEDs without themselves falling prey to the IEDs. And as a consequence of that, we see this total sort of desolation of and wipeout of Gaza. Do you sort of agree with? Have I understood that correctly? And is this a sort of IED war?
So, yes and no. Again, as the academic in me likes to put what we call the yes and. Absolutely, that's a factor. Definitely not an IED war. If anything, it's a tunnel war. This is the first war that I've ever studied, and I'm currently studying multiple wars right now in Ukraine, writing a book about the Azerbaijan War 2020. Unlike any other, even urban-centric warfare that I ever studied, the underground is more important than the surface to the enemy's strategy. So for Hamas, that is where their fighters are, that's where the hostages are, that's where the leadership are, that's where the
free Israel too.
ADs are as well. But in explaining some of the surface
you know what else? Free Portland.
Damage in high intensity urban conflict, you absolutely have to discuss the other component of Hamas's terrain denial, which is this use of the IEDs in pervasive IEDs, unlike other people can comprehend. So it's right to just talk about it. That's not the only tactic that the IDF does to deal with these, but we've seen, IEDs go...
Free healthcare? How about this?
It's kind of like urban, like it's hard to talk about, like when did it start?
Universal basic income for everybody. How about that one?
Even the IEDs that we faced in Iraq and Afghanistan are an offshoot of things like the
We need universal basic income to end the homeless crisis.
What we call the EFPs came out of Lebanon. They're a Hezbollah Shia militia kind of asset that the Islamic regime in Iran then pushed into Iraq and later into Afghanistan. The use of IEDs is just an asymmetric guerrilla warfare.
And they need to lower the prices of hotels. The price of hotels are out of control.
Active.
Why not income and healthcare? That's why not?
Gaza, it's very useful to talk about because people believe that all the damage is just Israel bombing against targets that they see. Definitely a part.
But I don't make the rules, you know what I mean?
Of it, it's.
Yeah, no, we need to solve the housing crisis.
Snipers, it's the close battle, but it's also the IED because they do things like not just. And it's hard to discuss an IED. What Andrew was talking about with those, which is a evolution of the IED, right? So there's always a game of if you're an IED in placer, how to get it to go off when you want it.
Yeah, but hotels are out of control too, because you know what I mean? Sometimes there's nowhere to go besides a hotel. And those prices are ridiculous.
There's so many ways to do it, and one of the ways that Hezbollah started using was these wire control, as in cameras, fixed cameras that are sending a signal to somewhere else. Usually,
I think Kentucky has pretty decent prices.
Hardwired, not Wi-Fi, because there's ways to deal with that. And then also command detonating the explosive without electronic, because electronic, as the IED evolution has happened, I can block all electronic signals in an area as I enter them so that nothing can blow up because of an electronic signal, like a car fob was really famous in Iraq and Afghanistan, where they just hit their car fob and they send a signal to it. But if you hardwire it all, and again, if you've had 20 years, which is the difference here that as somebody who studied urban warfare across time, the biggest difference that we're talking about here is that Hamas has prepared that ground for 20 years. And then if you have 20 years, you can be really creative on how you place IEDs, how you build tunnels, how you even set up kill zones. So many elements of it.
You know, I was online the other day and I stumbled across this video. It was from Chuck Norris, and it left me a little shocked. He's in his 80s and says he feels like he's in his 50s. He had some pretty cool tips in there too on what he's doing, including these 3 foods that he avoids like the plague. Now, at first I was a bit skeptical, but he explained all the things he was doing, and it was super simple. If it's good enough for Chuck, then it's good enough for all of us. But with any new method, of course, results can vary. The video is definitely worth checking out, and here is a special link just for you watchers of the Winston Marshall Show. Watch the video now at chuckdefense.com/win. That's Chuck Defense, that's a defense with an S rather than a C, .com/win. To make it even easier, I linked it below the video and you can check it out yourself. It's pretty quick and seriously, it's been a game changer. Now, back to the interview.
When people see the destruction, though, it is good to remind them about the IEDs. Because people think about IEDs, if they're thinking about Iraq, Afghanistan, you're thinking about roadside bombs. Where in Gaza, there are roadside bombs that are killing IDF soldiers. But the entire house has been marked as an explosive, as in the entire house is rigged to blow. So you enter it, it blows up, which is not new in urban warfare either, but the street, the wall in the street, I mean, it's just pervasive that once you have evacuated civilians, like you said, and the IDF have been very successful at evacuating civilians, especially before the close fight when you would face an IED. But of course, if you know there's an IED in the building, you can, of course,
I miss the old prices for hotels.
Bomb it. But there's also ways of an entire street is embedded with IEDs, but you know you have to go into it. So one of the, and I think the Prime Minister mentioned it in a briefing, so it's not classified, where they'll take an old armored personnel carrier, fill that armored personnel carrier full of explosives, and then drive it down the street, and then blow the vehicle, so then it blows all the IEDs that are along that street. There are many ways. And this is when you get people who look at the photos and say, you know, why did this happen? And there's not one reason that destruction is there. There's like a whole list of reasons. And the number one reason, though, is Hamas. And to say that it was intentional, that you're just trying to scorch the earth, you're trying to destroy everything, it's not true. And there's so many of these things that are happening, like the IEDs, like the tunnel networks, like the buildings rigged to blow, caches in them that are part of the explanation.
You've said, and this is a quote I have from Jake Wallace-Simons' book, that since the IDF have been giving warnings and conducting evacuations before having to do what you've just described, this has helped Hamas survive and ultimately prolonged the war, and with it the devastation. So tactically, it doesn't sound like why did the IDF decide to make that trade-off? Was it for their own, to appear to do the right thing? Was it for noble reasons? Or if it has indeed backfired, why was it a mistake? Do you think they would have done it differently now, knowing that? Or how do you explain it?
It's not easy to explain quickly, unfortunately, because even that statement, which gets into, which is, I'm quoted, and I'll stand by this, again, people can have the...
Damn, bro. That's what's up.
An opinion, you can't have the facts. And somebody studied urban warfare for over a decade, written on almost every major urban battle that a Western military has been a part of. Israel has done more, has implemented more measures to prevent civilian harm than any military in history. Notification is a big part of it. Now you are, like, the statement that the notifications have protracted the war. There are many things that have protracted this war and prevented the IDF from achieving their goals, or even Israel. The number one thing that has happened, which is very ahistorical in none of the urban battles or wars I've ever studied, is the fact that the civilians are trapped in a very small area. So Gaza is 25 miles long, 5 to 7 miles wide, 2.2 million people. Although that's a lot, I fought in the neighborhood of Baghdad. That was 2.2 million. It's a 6 million person city. But in this case of Gaza is that there's never been a case like this where one country, Egypt, has said, I don't care who you are, civilians cannot come out of Gaza into my country. I have no other example of that. So that leads you to the idea of being faced with impossible conditions of figuring out a way to get to the enemy while getting his or her, I guess, population out of the harm's way, which is kind of embedded in all of the laws of war. If you look at all the laws of war, they're pretty much all directed towards preventing harm against those not involved in the war.
But if you're telling them to evacuate, presumably Hamas then just evacuate, and so they themselves will just follow the civilians. Is that what's happened? If Hamas followed the civilian population around Gaza, wherever they've been moved to throughout the last 2 years?
It's been a big part of it. And again, that one's not as easy to answer as you think as well. Definitely in the beginning, when the focus was on northern Gaza, and the focus on northern Gaza because that was where the center of gravity of the Hamas military was, Israel said everybody evacuate to south of the Wadi Gaza, which is almost a repeat what we're seeing now, although it's been successful, is that you're right, Hamas just moved, not to say, but some stayed. So that's also been the uniqueness that, yes, Hamas moved, you told them you're coming, you told them exactly where you're going, which is crazy that the IDF isn't given credit for trying to prevent civilian harm by giving up all elements of surprise. They started handing out their maps, like literally telling them even in a neighborhood, like today I'll be in this area of the map. If you're a civilian, get out of there or stay away from this area, which also tells the enemy.
Yes, quite.
But,
so, by the way, as a side, this answers the question is why is it that Israel can be so precise when it comes to Hezbollah in southern Lebanon or Iran in the 12-day war, but it's such a different story when it comes to Hamas.
The goals are different. Yeah. So this is the apples to oranges, every element of the comparative, even that comparison, right? So what happened in southern Lebanon before Israel did that is that it gave notification and the entire population of southern Lebanon left.
Yes.
They had somewhere to go.
Right. I will say though in response, I was just in southern Lebanon about a month ago, and the stories I was being told was like, oh yeah, I was driving around Tyre and on the radio, Israel came on the radio and said, back off away from that car. So they were able to tell other civilians to back away from Hezbollah targets in real time. So then I guess the question would be, why then were they not able to do that in Gaza? It's a huge ask, and I don't imagine any other military in history has been asked why it won't warn individuals around.
But it has, right? So it does. So if even the practice of roof knocking, and we're seeing it even now in Gaza City, the Battle of Gaza City. There's a building that the IDF identify has military purpose for it, whether it's holding Hamas fighters, used for communication, whatever. They call everybody in that building, say, please evacuate this building, you have an hour. It's something they've done in the past. So they actually do it in Gaza as well, but there are so many differences on the density of the population, the notification, the types of targets, the intelligence variables. So they're actually doing it in Gaza as well, but the contexts are also massively different. You have to give the IDF credit for the way they notify civilians, and not just the flyers that they drop, but the same thing with the TV, social media, radio, direct calls. And they've aired some of these where they'll call a family in Gaza. They did it in Rafah, where they had a very high percentage of evacuation, where they would call a father of a family and say, is this so-and-so? Yes, this is so-and-so. This is the IDF. How many people do you have in your home? This many. Please evacuate. I'd rather die, is what the person says on the other end. It's just crazy to say that the IDF haven't gone above and beyond what's anybody's ever done in the past. Nobody's ever done these phone calls, voice messages, drones, handing out their maps. None of that. And they keep it up because all warfare is always a balance between the military objective and the humanitarian imperatives. So even when the law says you can and can't do this, there's always a factor of you still need to do everything reasonable and feasible to limit civilian harm. And Israel has done that in spades in a condition that no other military has ever faced, especially in Gaza, with the civilians being trapped and creating this problem of even the enemy going into the safest areas like al-Mawasi. Where was Mohammed Depp, who is the commander, the ghost of Gaza, the #1 commander of Hamas for 3 decades? He was killed near al-Mawasi humanitarian zone, where he was using the one area that's supposed to be safe for civilians as a shield to hide himself.
Right. Is there anything I've missed in this conversation so far on Hamas military capability. So we've talked a decent about their missiles, IED use, and then they will have had some artillery, presumably, and some
mortars. Not artillery. They have mortars, medium to light mortars. The sniper threat is really big there. So the sniper threat is as big as
they're snipers.
They are snipers.
Okay.
Every time that I've gone in, it's a very high threat. The ID threat is always evolving a bit, and it is a faceless, really hard to combat threat. Although, again, Israel is very creative in how they lead with bulldozer, things like that are help minimize. But you always have to look at,
what do you mean they lead with a bulldozer?
So Israel, unlike any military outside of the few high intensity fights that the Western military have been involved in, like the Battle of Fallujah or even Mosul, Mawari, Israel is the only military in the world that by design leads with this very large bulldozer, a D9 bulldozer, in front of their formation going into a contested urban environment. Because not only can it take the hit of any IED, doesn't matter what it is, it can take the hit of any RPG or anything the enemy wants to stop it, can't stop it. So if the IDF are going into an area, any neighborhood, they're usually leading with that bulldozer just as a protective element to clear the way and protect the tank that's behind it, with the infantry personnel carrier that's behind that, with the infantry on the ground behind that. That bulldozer becomes the critical piece of equipment. It really became important during this war when, like the U.S. administration said, I'm not going to send you Caterpillar bulldozer replacement parts. And everybody's like, oh, that doesn't matter. No. They're saying they're going to take away one of the most critical things that protects the IDF in Gaza.
So October 27th, 20 days after, we've only done 20 days of the war, so October 27th, the IDF launched their full-scale ground invasion of Gaza.
You know what they say. You get out, what you put in. I'm 2 steps ahead, and then a step ahead. We've got big goals in this kingdom. I built this, level by level, box by box. I've reached the top. New game, same dedication. No ads, ever. I don't even need Wi-Fi. No risk, no rewards. It's time to level up. This is Royal Kingdom. You think this is a game? It is.
I've read it was 100,000 troops. Is that accurate, or is that an overstatement?
No, it's an understatement.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because then how you measure tooth versus tail, what divisions are actually penetrating versus fighter versus logistics. So there are over 300,000 that were mobilized on October 8th. Probably about 300,000 arrayed around Gaza. When you get into pushing into Gaza, so the 4 divisions that are pushing in, if you counted those, you get to about 100,000 yet. But okay. It's way more than that.
And that's into northern Gaza?
They went into they attacked every element. Some people argue they should have attacked greater into southern, but if you look at the array of divisions, it's 3 divisions in northern Gaza, and then 1 division central Gaza, and 1 division towards southern. What their goal isn't the same as the 3 divisions, since northern Gaza was the main effort. And when they had 1 division that punched their way all the way to the coast, through the middle, along where the Netrim corridor is now, and then you had the 2 divisions that come, unlike I'm sure it's a question, unlike Hamas wanted you to, which is the one principles of warfare is never fight the way the enemy wants you to fight. So Israel went around the 20 years of defensive lines that Hamas had built, which were arrayed towards Israel. So Israel's 3 divisions, 1 punched all the way to the coast, the other 2 hit northwest Gaza and then came down the shoreline and punched in behind them.
Okay, but do they choose to do northern Gaza because that's where they believe the hostages were? What was the tactical decision to go there specifically?
It's a combination of factors. some being where hostages were, right? Al Shifa Hospital, hostages taken there. Northern Gaza, though, was the center of gravity of the Hamas military. Militaries like to fight militaries, so the IDF knew that was the strongest place of the Hamas military, which is a capability, right? So
would that have been in Gaza City, or where in northern Gaza would it have been?
The area,
all of the whole.
So you have Hanun, Sajaiya, Jabalia, all of those places. And it also set the conditions to open the entire northern area. But that was, again, you have to think about too, is in what's the closest location to Israel? Right, so if you look, Ashkelon, northern Gaza, that's a threat. What's the easiest place to move civilians? Southern Gaza. So if you sweep them, which they did, there's 2 roads they told them to go along, go to the Al-Mawasi humanitarian zone, which is a coastal area, the only place where there's the least amount of Hamas infrastructure. So there are many that identify why go into northern Gaza. Yes, hostages. Yes, the strength of the Hamas military is there, but also proximity to Israel, how to get the civilians out of harm's way. And at the time, it wasn't known that Egypt would block its gate and build a new gate and send an armored division there, say no civilians coming out. Again, the number one thing that could have sped this war up, so we talk about protracted the war, or prevented civilian harm, saved thousands of lives, would have been to move civilians into a displaced person camp in the Sinai Desert, and every international agency would have access to them, and there would not have been a problem.
But you say that, but wouldn't Hamas have just followed with them?
So, no. So it's actually historical and urban warfare to do this, to evacuate everybody, but you search them on the way out. And Israel started to do it later. You asked me about northern Gaza. Later, they started doing facial recognition stands, where they're scanning the crowds in Al-Nasser Hospital and Khan Yunis when I'm there. They're very effective at identifying Hamas terrorists in the crowd that are trying to blend in, even in what we call call-outs of hospitals. Now, Nasser Hospital in February of 2024, the IDF encircle it, they evacuate everybody out, use facial recognition, they pick out 700 Nukba fighters that are hiding in the hospital dressed as patients or doctors, and they use that facial recognition. So it's historical that if they would have gone into Egypt, that they would have been searched on the way out. Right. And I'm not saying that if you're somebody who, I guess if you're on the Hamas cause, if you understand warfare, it isn't that these people get killed. There's a reconciliation process that happens after wars. So there's an echelon of Hamas, right? You have Hamas political bureau, you have Hamas's military, but I don't think that Hamas military would have been foolish enough to try to do that, try to cross the border and to go that way without being identified as that and being grabbed. Right. And it's not that they all leave either. So this is going back to, doesn't Hamas just move? Israel has been very effective at destroying Hamas's military, despite the constraints that we've been talking about for the last, whatever hour or whatever. Israel's military fights a certain way too. That isn't like others. They're raiding method. It's a raiding military. It's designed to raid into enemy and come back out. But the way they've done that and still destroyed all 5 of those brigades, all 24 of those battalions. Then you get to, but John, there's still just as many fighters. Yes, I mean, it's a very radicalized population. That's a fact as well. So the average age of a new Hamas fighter is 16 right now, because they have a radicalized population they've radicalized since birth, who is, once they think they're of age, and all of a sudden now you're Hamas, it's the only way to make money in Gaza. But the entire Hamas's military, as in all the named commanders, have been eliminated. Doesn't mean you've won the war, because you still have a fighting population that believes that they can win. But Israel's military, again, going back to give it credit where it can, has been very effective at destroying Hamas's military while protecting civilians.
Just back to the point of Egypt. So they decided not to go ahead with these early plans, specifically because they thought they would be helping the quote-unquote Palestinian cause. Is that right? By not letting Gazans into Egypt. But not only that, didn't they also agree with Israel to close the Rafah crossing and allow aid to come in via the Krim Shalom. Closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
Find it with Realtor.com. With Real Commute, it's easy to find a home closer to what's ever close to your heart. Do y'all recycle? Realtor.com.
Crossing on the Israel side, but I understood that. So why would they even close the Rafah crossing then?
Out of fear of things coming in, I'm sure. There's different time periods because it opened back up. There's definitely lots of humanitarian aid that's flowed through Egypt's border.
Okay.
It didn't close this entire 2 years. There was a period in the beginning, of course, where it was closed in order to control it. Then there was the issue of the Rafah Philadelphia corridor that caused a lot of tension because
that was around the ceasefire negotiations at the beginning of 2025. Is that
no, before then. The whole all eyes on Rafah.
Oh, that's the Rafah offensive.
The Rafah offensive was also before that is the Philadelphia corridor offensive. And that caused a lot of problems with Egypt. So during that time, the Egypt crossing was closed because some people argue that Egypt didn't want the world to discover the tunnels that were between here. I personally don't believe that they knew the extent of the tunnel network, even of themselves. And again, people think that just on the other side of this border is Egypt. Well, while that's true, there's the giant Sinai Desert. You have tribes that live along that area. You have a very small Egyptian military. Looking at the reason of why Egypt closed its borders, it was this, of course, that political element, but domestically, they're not as strong as people believe as well. I mean, the Sisi government, the Muslim Brotherhood, the threats to their survival are legitimate, and they have to attend to that as a primary initiative.
Okay, so they might say it's for the Palestinian cause, right, but more obvious is that if you have a bunch of people sympathetic to Hamas, which is a Muslim Brotherhood offshoot, that's going to agitate.
And again, history, if that was the reason, why did they eradicate 50,000 Palestinian people living in Egypt, Rafah, in 2017?
They eradicated them?
Well, as in forced displaced, which is the difference between temporarily displaced.
Into the rest of Egypt.
Who knows where they all went. Or back into Gaza. But that's a fact. And the UN did report on it, although it didn't, there weren't protests in the United States about it, where the UN reported that they were doing this. But out of counter-terror, what they called it, they destroyed thousands and thousands of homes on their side and displaced that entire Palestinian population on their side of the border.
I'd also say I met and had dinner with a refugee from Gaza who had paid an extremely high fee to evacuate via the Rafah crossing via the south, and he ended up in Egypt and eventually went up to Greece. So
the estimate is 100,000 Gazans have left through Egypt if they pay anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000.
Since when?
Since October 7th.
100,000.
Yep.
Okay, and that money's going to the Egyptian government.
Oh, to the Egyptians.
To the Egyptians.
So you have Egyptian military. Again, we have a Western way of thinking about things sometimes. Like, I understand enough about the Middle East going, just because that went to somebody on the Egyptian border doesn't mean it was going to the government. You have military commanders doing their thing. You have the tribes that have been there for a very long time that are experts at smuggling in and out. There's so many elements that profit from this.
Can we, obviously we haven't got the time to go into, we've already gone into so much detail, but by the time that the war has moved from the north back down to the south, as we've talked about, we then get to this sort of period, beginning of this year with the 2-month truce. And I just wanted to get your sort of take on how think I guess I'm kind of interested in the kind of the Colonel Spencer history of how we get to that period, and just in terms of getting from. I want to say unpick that with you so that we can see where we get from there to where we are now. What's your sort of understanding of how the war had progressed by the time the IDF were coming down the south?
So again, 2 years is hard to summarize. You rightfully said we started on the first phase where the IDF targeted northern Gaza because it's the heart of the military. Going back to what we talked about, the three goals for the war haven't changed since October 8th. Return the hostages, destroy Hamas's military and its political power, but also prevent any threat from coming. Militaries are very comfortable, per se, attacking other militaries and destroying other militaries. Mm-hmm. Now the hostage situation, which is very complex, even for the military, where do they go, right? There's been areas in Gaza that to this day have been untouched for 2 years because of the density and sensitivity of where the hostages are, and the likelihood that you could get them without them being killed is very low, just based on the location. As the war progresses, the IDF is putting pressure and destroying Hamas's military targeting its leadership, as in from the Yahya Sinwar's, Mohammed Def, Mohammed Sinwar on down, but also targeting all the brigade battalion commanders, destroying them in and out, right? These raids. So even when we say they transitioned from northern Gaza, now they're shifting into central Gaza, like Khan Yunis. They didn't finish northern Gaza. They were doing, they raided to Al-Shifa to remove that as a military headquarters and searched it, and then left and went back to operating capability. The way they've approached it has been on doing targeted objectives into the environment to target the military locations that are there, not clear every inch of it, which is, there is a way that other militaries might have done it using the clear, hold, and build status of clearing an area, holding it, never leaving that area as you progress forward to get to the enemy in other locations. Mm-hmm. But the IDF, for many reasons, like the Seven Front War and having to shift almost all forces to the north when that starts, don't hold areas in Gaza. And if they do hold them, they hold them for a short amount of time, and then they pull back and rotate out, and they shift to other areas.
Because it's too exhausting, it's too expensive, or it's not a good use of resources.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them. I'm Noah Rosen, founder and owner of Forged to Table Knives. Working my way up through the culinary industry, I know a lot of people that would love an affordable handcrafted knife, so I saw the opportunity and built my own online empire. When someone first gets to forgetable.com, we want them to have a curated shopping experience. With Wix, the detail and precision we put into crafting every knife went into the website in the same way. At Forge to Table, we're all chefs, so our blog is our creative outlet. With Wix, we're able to provide content and really good recipes that are really delicious while bringing customers into the products. Having a great platform means that we can serve 1,000 customers on the site every day, $1 million in revenue, and I'm just getting started.
For the fat classic first-timers, they don't know that nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident. But Carfax shows how accidents impact price. Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
One is a rotational military, right? So they have to rotate the reserves back. And they have minimum amount of divisions that they have to then put in other areas, like in the north, or just doing other things, or they're rotating and recouping and everything. There is an element here of them also not wanting to occupy and govern Gaza. But to hold an area...
Right. So as soon as the sort of conflict zone moves, yes, they're now it's a different kind of game altogether.
Right. So as we show this evolutions, I know you want to do the evolutions, that they piece by piece target the Hamas military and start. Then they went to Khan Yunis and attacked the Khan Yunis battalion. And they go to Rafah and the 2 Rafah battalions. And they are very successful at destroying Hamas's coherent military capability. And by that I mean their ability to hold ground as a coherent formation, to do operations at that scale, whether it's battalion, company, or even platoon level operations. You still have a guerrilla force all across, because like you said, many elements are saying, I ain't staying to die, and they just move, and they try to reform and do operations in other areas. So they went to northern Gaza, went to Khan Yunis, went to Rafah, and then target back to northern Gaza, different areas, wherever the Hamas military they're trying to destroy, while they have to stop at times, right? So of the two major ceasefires, they have to pull 100% of everything out to allow for hostage exchanges. So Hamas asked for thousands of prisoners that are replacements as well to leadership and everything, as you have to pull out and then deal with all the things. Then you have the humanitarian aid delivery situation.
The prisoners, by the way, is another way in which Israeli, the better behavior, i.e. instead of killing various Hamas people and taking them prisoner and holding them, they then have to send them back. Whereas if they'd eliminated them, that wouldn't be in that situation where they're vulnerable of giving back Hamas leadership. Have I understood that correctly?
I mean,
or is that a bit...
it's a little macabre.
Yeah. Sorry.
You can kill somebody if they're trying to kill you. I mean, there's reasons when you can use lethal force versus capturing somebody.
I don't think killing Hamas high command.
Yeah.
Look, killing is terrible. War is terrible. I think that goes without saying. I mean, I guess we haven't said it in this conversation, but it does go without saying. We both want the war to end, and absolutely, etc. But to do that, if you kill the high command, then the war comes to an end much quicker. Hypothetically.
Although that's not always the case, right? This is the ideal. So I've heard somebody say that Israel should declare victory after they killed Yahya Sinwar, and I think that's ridiculous because
they hadn't achieved any of the goals.
3 goals. Yeah. Right. So when they declared that, which would have been July 2024, when they got Yahya Sinwar, if they would have just victory, good enough, we're leaving, and they would have left 50 plus hostages, living hostages behind, would have left Hamas in power to do what it says it's going to. It literally would have created such a terrible condition for Israel in general. It wouldn't have been any type of a victory in achievement of military goals. I dealt with this a lot as a professor of strategies. Like, what does winning look like? Well, a military analyst is, did one side achieve their goal or not? And there are mediums of, like, they achieved their goal of surviving and got whatever it is, and there's land exchanges, there's all this stuff. But in this case, it's pretty clear. Both sides have very clear goals. Although Hamas is more intangible, like the destruction of Israel. But their victory for this war after October 7th was just to survive it. If they survived the war as an organization, not as a living fighter, but as an organization, then they were victorious. They attacked Israel like they did on October 7th, and they survived it as an organization.
We've assumed that, and I certainly would assume that, but we have intel that that's actually what they were thinking?
We have to take their leadership's words. So we have access to the leaders, and I'm talking about the Qatar leaders, since October 7th. And what does victory look like for them? So same thing when Macron and others designate the state of Palestine, and the Hamas leadership does an interview going, thank you very much. This is it. He literally, so recently the Hamas leader just in a very long interview with Jared Diamond said, look at what we did. Because of October 7th, we got people to designate a Palestinian state.
He literally called it the fruits of October.
That's right. And their survival is the benefit of that as well. So they will survive as an organization. This gets to the current negotiations about Hamas not existing. The 20-point plan that's been proposed, very detailed, shows how Hamas cannot survive as an organization politically or militarily. But the Hamas leaders are trying to argue that their survival is a part of the Palestinian resistance, and et cetera. Well, they're willing to give up political control. They want to exist and be a part of it. They probably want what's called the Hezbollah model, where they don't have political control, but they have military control,
right?
Which isn't acceptable as well. But the ideal that
Hezbollah do have some political control.
They do have some, but they had they're a military within. They're
Move over, Einstein. It doesn't take a genius to understand personal loans. They're lump sum payments that can help you pay off credit card debt with less in interest. And with set monthly payments, it's easier to budget as you pay them back. Now that's smart thinking. Find the personal loan for you on Intuit Credit Karma.
Maximize the full potential of your electric vehicle. Charge up faster for less. Pacific Power is helping to make it easy and more affordable with rebates for Level 2 EV chargers, along with tools and resources for hitting the open road. Save on expenses for charging equipment for homes and businesses. Plus, income-qualified customers earn extra rebates. Save time and money while charging your electric vehicle faster. Learn more at pacificpower.net/EV.
They're terrorists with a state within a state. They do have some influence, although it's been definitely weakened since October 7th, in the actual political apparatus, right? A political party, but their military controls terrain, and that's what Hamas would want in Gaza. They don't control all of Gaza. They would want parts where they rebuild their power. According to them, again, like you said, documents or statements, they want to rebuild and do October 7th over and over. But this latest interview where they say that October 7th led to the designating of a Palestinian state, led to Hamas being recognized as a leader of the Palestinian people, that's them articulating victory after October 7th.
Could be, but it could also be them trying to do their own PR and persuade themselves and the people that they govern that they've done a good job and that their sacrifices were worth it. A lot of people in the West, particularly in America, Britain, have the anti-Israel types have shown great concern about the support from Western countries to Israel. I wondered whether you might explain, you've already mentioned the bulldozer parts. What actual weaponry from America and Britain specifically, I asked for those, I'm probably more interested in Britain given that I'm British, but what weaponry and have we given to Israel, and how was it used during the Hamas-Gaza war?
So I know more about the American because I'm an American than I do the British. It isn't just stuff, although there's some very critical things to include like Iron Dome interceptors that are mostly made in America products. But there's a whole list of just artillery ammunition, mortar ammunition, of course the different bomb sizes. The 2,000-pound bomb was one that was marked as some type of vicious weapon, and I wrote about that, the MK-84, which is an American, or even the JDAM kit. There's a kit you put on a bomb that makes it more precise. That is, again, a US-made product. I think you could do this spectrum of what actual end item device, although Israel is a very big producer of military technologies, very advanced technologies that the US military benefits from like the Iron Dome interception or the Trophy active protection system, medical gear, all this stuff. But when you start to parse it down to what product is made, you can get to like Apache helicopter parts, the F-35, which was critical during this war as well, the F-35 and its parts, which you can put restrictions on how it's used and who's it used against. You know. So you have all the flying apparatuses that have some type of American, you have all the actual ground items like the Caterpillar, although they make their own systems. There's a lot of interchangeability, and one of the reasons, and this gets to like the disinformation agent or anti-American person that says they don't want their taxpayer dollars going to Israel. So as an American, I can say like the amount of foreign military sales that the U.S. gives to Israel. So we give Israel maybe a foreign military sales amount of money, but then tell them that 90% of that has to be used on buying American products. So this is where the circle goes, as in we're giving Israel something. Well, we didn't really give them anything. We gave them resources to buy a product that they need for their military, but that then drives the economy, our own economy, in the sales of that, and it creates the reliance of that Israel on that product, whatever it be, whether it's the Caterpillar part or whatever.
Is it aid money or is it a loan? Do the Israelis have to pay it back?
different variations of it, but most of it's the foreign military sales where they get it, they don't have to give it back, but they have to use the product on Americans.
So the Americans who are anti-Israel are somewhat justified in saying, why were we sure it's fueling the American economy, but I don't want the American economy fueled this way, and we're not even going to get our money back from Israel.
If they're anti-war, anti-military establishment, yes, they could do that. I don't want the military-industrial base that creates jobs for.
So that sounds like a pretty sound argument. You don't even have to be anti-Israel; you could be anti-war.
Right. But then they had to do a line item of all the countries because Egypt's very high on that list on how much money goes to Egypt to buy. You'd have to look at this whole element of foreign military sales. If you wanted to say, sure, you want to cut the factories that create artillery rounds, whatever. Same thing was happening with Ukraine when they throw $1 at Ukraine. The United States is not giving Ukraine very little. Actually, the presidential drawdown was us giving them military equipment and then us restocking our equipment with newer stuff. So there are some people with some validity. They want to be isolationists and say, I don't want any of my money going into the U.S. economy then to support military sales to another country.
Mm-hmm.
That's I think a novice, naive position to have, but they could do that. That's different than saying I don't want my tax.
Why do you think it's novice and naive?
Well, a little birdie told me rates are taking a dip, which means that dream home won't be there forever. Don't let someone else beat you to it. Start your search today. Make it real with Realtor.com.
The post-World War II global international order is backed by the American might, which includes military-industrial base, the evolution of military technologies. Like Israel's partnership with the United States has wedded immense amounts of military capability, which keeps us as a superpower in the United States.
Mm-hmm. And the significance of America staying as a superpower is because if it isn't a superpower and there's a vacuum created, other superpowers will come in and they might not be so.
Or even for me, it's not even that. It's that the international order starts to unravel. Like this is where you have like the Russians and the Chinas who say, now that American influence and power is weakened, we'll start wedding, like Russia did with taking Ukraine. Like, what are you going to do to me? I know it's against the UN charter that we set up and everything, but what power is going to stop me? Nobody. And it's a sitting member of the only body that matters, which is the UN Security Council. That gets to that, yes, you're right in what you just said, but for me, it's much larger than that. Not only does another power fill the vacuum, and we see this, right? China's influence in Pakistan and other locations, and where it's trying to go in Iran, all Russia. Yes, there's always a great power competition, what we call it. But the actual backbone to the international order right now is backed by a Western, I wouldn't say just United States, power alliance, which relies on all of these systems. Even the naval kind of free flow of goods and services, which mattered, again, why does the military East matter, is that the Suez Canal, Tehran Strait, all of these things matter in the whole system working.
Yes. As we saw with Signal Gate, and
yes,
we saw the Americans having to step in there to protect European shipping. So just after the ceasefire at the beginning of 25, up until now, we had Operation Gideon's Chariot, which is the last great offensive strategy to get us to this situation, coupled, of course, with Trump's efforts and other efforts. But just in that period, everything you've described in terms of the strategy and tactics for the preceding part of the war Did things change for this last part with Operation Gideon's Chariot, or is it a continuation? Is it the same sort of thing, moving to different parts, choosing different parts of Gaza to operate with the same sort of objectives, trying to get the hostages out, remove Hamas? How is it different?
So Gideon's Chariot A, because now we're in Gideon's Chariot B, was different. You had new Israeli leadership, so a change of the IDF chief of staff, you had a change of the minister of defense, you had a change of the strategy in briefing that they were going to push into areas and hold them longer. And this is what they did, is they continued to shrink the areas in which Hamas had freedom of movement. And they wouldn't leave those. So that was a big change in Gideon's Chariot, unlike the raiding of the different areas, going in, clearing them of Hamas in a certain amount of time and infrastructure, and then leaving that area, and then Hamas would reoccupy those areas. Gideon's Chariot was more of a boa constrictor and shrinking the areas in which Hamas would have freedom of movement back onto, using a bigger force, right? So there's this period of time that we weren't able to cover where, of course, there's the operation against Hezbollah, when they go down to a single division in Gaza, holding ground, because they have to move divisions in other areas. So why
would that have been sort of the last couple of months before the Hezbollah ceasefire, sort of November 2024?
Yeah.
And so they were, by the way, I think that it was only in the last month that Israel were doing actual targeted missiling in southern Lebanon. I know they were targeting Hezbollah, but it wasn't until that late period that they were sending rockets to southern Lebanon to try and force leadership to a ceasefire.
Yep.
So that's the period you mean?
Yeah, but there's a period before it. Well, so it's not just like moving in blocks. Like when they made the decision that the southern Lebanon campaign was about to begin, because there was like a 2-month period where they're doing like 70 raids into southern Lebanon before the ground invasion even begins, to eliminate Hezbollah pre-positioned locations, which is what I was talking about. That was their strategy, Hezbollah strategy, is to have all these pre-positioned strategies in southern Lebanon, which they would fall in on if the war began, all this stuff. But most people who just try to look at Gaza go, why has it gone on this long? Why couldn't they just get this done? Of course, you have the civilian population, you have the ebbs and flows of belief of humanitarian crisis, although there have been, of course, humanitarian absolute issues because of Hamas's stopping of aid getting in different areas during this strategy, which is really hard to separate what did the IDF do in military strategy-wise and what's going on with the humanitarian efforts from even the vaccination campaign, which stops everything for like a month when you have to vaccinate the entire Gazan population from polio that was starting to spike. And Israel did that. It vaccinated
When did that happen?
The summer of 24.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
It must be quite something for anti-Israel people in Gaza to take vaccinations from Israel. I mean, you think about it in the West, there's quite a lot of pushback of our own governments giving us vaccines. It's quite something to take a vaccine from a government that you consider an enemy.
I didn't see that though. I saw lots. Lots of lines of people thankful to get the vaccination. It's almost
really?
like, absolutely. It's almost
You
like
witnessed it firsthand. You were there.
No, not the vaccination campaigns, but watching it, the videos.
Okay.
I'll definitely say what I have seen and what I haven't seen.
Yeah.
Because I'm usually with the IDF, and the IDF want to be separated. We want the population separated, but at that time, it's like COGAT, which is a different wing of the IDF, or have more interaction with the population and doing those vaccination operations.
Just as a sort of side point about the accusation that Israel are committing a genocide whilst they're literally inoculating, vaccinating for polio. It's such an inversion of the truth.
It is. I mean, the whole list. I mean, the water pipes, the electricity to the desalination pipes, the sheer tonnage of food. Like, it's such an inversion of the truth that it's not even, but there's so many malign actors who have like this nefarious theory, which is the demonization of the Israeli people, that I just can't stand. That, well, of course they're doing that a little bit because they can't do it in the open. Like, how nefarious do you think Israel is that they're vaccinating them on this block, but they're slaughtering them over here? They're delivering food over here, but they're keeping them over there starved, and you have emaciated babies over here, but don't look over here. Yeah. It's crazy, right? It's the complete inversion of the truth. But from a military strategy, to separate that, because again, the population, all of this would be gone if the population was just a couple kilometers into the Sinai Desert. But to fight within that, right? So what's going on the ebbs and flows of the whose election, right? When the U.S. had an election in 2020, that was a big
2020 or 2024?
2024. November 2024. That was a big, don't go to Rafah, don't even touch it.
Yes, I remember. Yeah.
So that holds that operation for 6 months.
Is that right? They actually held it because of the Kamala Harris posting this sort of Instagram meme of all eyes on Rafah. That was actually
But direct threats from the U.S. administration to Israel saying, of course, they weighted it with, until you show us plans. And this is where I quoted, and I'll forever quote this, when the U.S. administration during that time said the correct number of civilian casualties in Gaza is 0, which means you can't fight. Because all Hamas has to do is get a single civilian killed, and when Hamas has a strategy, which we haven't mentioned, which I'll state every interview I've done, I've never studied a military force whose goal is to get its own population killed as a strategy. So Hamas has a human sacrifice strategy, where it's trying to get its population killed, if not killing its population itself, to achieve its political goals.
And you've seen the intel that...
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody, just the fact that they say that no civilians are allowed in my tunnels, the fact that they believe says we need the death of our women and children, that the people aren't our responsibility. Like, I don't need to see that of course I've seen it myself, absolutely. I've seen the turning every infrastructure, the hospital, mosque, schools into military purpose, but this human sacrifice strategy, like, this is again where people that want to make a case against Israel will exclude anything that Hamas says or does.
Operation Gideon's Chariot, Part B.
Yeah, Part B.
Can you explain this part of the operation?
Sure. I think the biggest change in all of the operations has been Gideon's Chariot B. Although there was like in any democracy, a debate at the civ military. So best military advice, civilian leadership, the goal versus the ends, ways, and means to achieve that goal. People viewed it as some type of disagreement in continuing the operation, which wasn't true. And I just talked to General Zamir, who was being portrayed in the media as just completely disagreeing with Operation Gideon Chariot B, and that wasn't the sense of it. There were just so many nuances to what were they opposed to, the timing of it, and everything. Gideon Chariot B was the taking on Gaza City. Unlike they had for 2 years, this teleoperation, while we talked about northern Gaza, we were talking mainly about the neighborhoods around Gaza City Central. And even going back to the first Gaza war, the IDF have not seriously gone deep into Gaza City, the heart, the densest part of Gaza, everything. Now we could say, why haven't they for the last 2 years? Well, one, it's where the hostages were being held because it's very defendable, very dense, it's very hard to get into, even like to surprise, right? Israel did one hostage rescue on the outskirts of northern Gaza. It's very successful, although debatable on the number of civilians that supposedly died. Everybody who dies is a civilian in Gaza.
I'm gonna get
prototype. The hardest thing is to get started.
It's the ideas and the choice of which ones to flesh out that I think are very human discipline.
We have started to deal with computers in higher and higher levels of abstraction. Just push a button.
Rapid prototyping allows you to identify what's important early on. People then end up spending more time on the decisions of what they want to actually make.
huge savings at JR Furniture during our Overstock sale. Top brands, trending styles, and a great selection in stock and ready to go. Great deals on the brands you know at sale prices you'll love. Plus, JR Furniture offers white glove delivery or free in-store pickup. And ask about our special financing options. It's our huge Overstock sale at JR Furniture, family owned and operated since 1975.
According to the Gaza Health Ministry. Gideon Shared B, though, was to take on Gaza City, although most people didn't understand the nuances that during the last ceasefire, Hamas insisted that 1 million civilians be moved from humanitarian zones into northern Gaza. So they forced 1 million civilians to repopulate northern Gaza, minefields.
Why did they? I mean, I can see why the nefarious reason why they would want to do that.
Yes.
Given their tactic of hiding behind civilians, but how could they possibly have sold that to the world as a good idea?
I don't know. I don't know how the world thought that was a good thing. Or it escaped the nuance of the last negotiation. They also asked for, which everybody, so this is where, again, facts are facts. The last ceasefire was 42 days long. That's when they pushed 1 million people back into northern Gaza. That's when they asked for 25,000 trucks of aid. That's a lot of aid. 25,000 trucks in 42 days. And then Israel goes on a 10-week part where they stop allowing aid to go into northern Gaza as they set up the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation distribution sites. But everybody thinks it's a zero-sum game day to day. Nobody accounts for how long would 25,000 trucks of aid last for the population. No. On this day, Israel cut off and there's zero aid going in.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Right. Yeah, but what about the 25,000 trucks that went in during this 42-day period? That's crazy. But nobody talked about, they thought of it, it's giving people their homes back. Like, no, you forced 1 million people back onto IED-laden minefields of rubble. And then they brought tents and they set tents up next to buildings. But for Hamas's strategy, they knew it would severely complicate Israel ever attempting to go into their stronghold of Gaza City, which Israel never did outside of raiding into it. Like the Al-Shifa operation was go into the Al-Shifa operation, evacuate it, search it, and then leave, and not in that area. Gideon Shared B was to take on Gaza City. It actually was to take on Gaza City and the central camps, which is the other area that Israel hasn't touched, really because of its proximity to the humanitarian zone, but also that it's very dense and that's where hostages are as well. But these two last areas that, in order to go into and actually hold it and clear it for a certain amount of time, the way the IDF do it, as we talked about before, the IDF doesn't hold for an extended period of time, although since Gideon Shared A, they've held almost all of Gaza except for 25% of it, which is where the civilians are, and these strongholds.
The densest 25%.
Densest 25%.
If it is the case that the hostages were most likely in these dense areas and there was Hamas concentrations, why would they not prioritize targeting those dense areas? Why leave it so late in the war?
There's a list of reasons, again, going back to each goal can't be separated from itself. So the goal of destroying Hamas's military is very high on the list, right? Their capability. The war is a contest of will, though, so it's ultimately what is giving Hamas the will to continue the operation is the belief that they have this resource, so they lose the military power. And then Gideon Shared A also was a shift in was the first attempt to remove Hamas's power over the aid. Because of the density of these areas, no aid went into Gaza, not one grain of rice, not one bag of flour, nothing without Hamas control of it. Even though there is civilians who are selling the free aid to the other civilians, but they're paying Hamas its tax for that. Gideon Shared A was also
response to
that by setting up the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to give aid directly to the civilians, which somehow was turned into a bad thing. And Hamas attacked it. They caused chaos at the sites. That evolved, and the GHF and the IDF got way better at securing those sites. But it's all about these powers that Hamas have and its belief that it can continue and will win. that pushes towards, again, the goals of Gideon's A and B are also to push Hamas towards the political negotiation. All war is political. And now you've seen that. Why is Hamas now agreeing to discuss, and we don't know as we're talking if they're going to completely agree to the 20 points of giving the hostages up and disarming, giving up power, every de-radicalization, demilitarization of the Gaza Strip, which is meets all of Israel's goals and will bring peace to the Palestinian people.
Yeah.
But it's been a combination, so it's hard for you. You asked me, like, why didn't they do this before? You can't separate the military from the other things that are going on. You can't separate the military from the political goal, which is, of course, the will of Hamas to give the hostages back.
I'm not suggesting with my question that they should have done it earlier. I'm trying to understand why things have happened in a certain order.
Yeah.
And as you said, you've shown that there's a million moving parts, and these things happen as they happen.
Oz for the fat classic first-timers. They don't know that nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident. But Carfax shows how accidents impact price. Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
This Friday,
You don't know anything about me.
Whose fault is that?
Julia Roberts delivers the performance of her career.
You are not entitled to any information about me in my life. I always expected this. You should be ready. Ready for what? I know you have feelings for me.
I don't feel comfortable having this conversation with you anymore.
Not everything is supposed to make you comfortable.
After the Hunt, rated R.
All the while that Israel, the IDF, don't want to kill their own hostages, which is made.
Don't want to kill, and they also don't want to sacrifice IDF soldiers, to be frank. I mean,
do we know how many have been killed? I heard about 800, but do we have a sense of how many IDF
yeah, it's
fatalities?
it's in the 800s. They've had a lot of wounded too, so they're thousands. They also have a really low rate of wounded to death that other militaries might have. Like we have a wounded person who then turns into dead because the IDF can get a soldier back to a world-class hospital within 30 minutes.
Yes,
that's been lower, but they still have had a lot of injuries. But in comparison, again, I tell people to get out of the numbers game. It's like the whole civilian to combatant ratio thing. Like just get out of it. Like it's not how war works. Comparatively, though, the IDF have lost very few soldiers in comparison to the intensity of the combat they're involved in. The dense urban environment with cities underneath you, with the IED threats, with the sniper threat, everything. The IDF have actually had a low, so that also factors into, which was a factor into Gideon's Chariot B, as in you enter that hornet's net of Hamas stronghold, you're going to lose IDF soldiers. There are things you can do to mitigate and the way you do it and all these factors are in there. But I mean, war does involve death and destruction, to include your own soldiers, because the enemy's evolving and doing all kinds of things to figure out how to hurt the other force.
Yes, quite. Look, you've mentioned the Trump plan, as I did earlier at the beginning. We'll come back to that, but I just want to focus on the aid, because there's been so much controversy.
Yeah.
And I think you have already sort of touched on certain aspects here, but it's worth trying to understand. There's so much nonsense that's been said about aid, and so many accusations that have been said about aid, and it's quite hard to get to what the truth is. And of course, what was happening before the GHF was set up is different to what was happening after. There's also the period, as you describe, of the blockade, where there was no aid going in, but there was already aid waiting. Before, is it at all helpful to sort of, if you think I'm wrong, by the way, you should say this, but is it helpful to sort of see, in terms of aid, the Hamas war in two parts? There's the sort of pre-blockade, when UN are sort of dealing with the aid distribution, and there's the time when the GHF are dealing with it. Is that a useful way, or have I?
No, because there's nuances. Because there's even a period in, again, mid 2024, late 2024, where the IDF are trying to deliver aid themselves into northern Gaza. It turned into what people dubbed the Flower Massacre.
Right.
So the IDF were actually escorting aid into northern Gaza, where there was a population, because of Hamas, that was not getting the full force of the aid. Even where the United Nations kitchens are set up across the Gaza Strip, the northern Gaza, because it's such a combat-rich area, going on, it's harder to get food to those people. And those people, to give credit, you have to give everybody free agency. There's a population before the last ceasefire that over 300,000 Gazans in northern Gaza that no matter how many times they were notified, refused to move south. So, but then everybody criticizes the status of aid going into northern Gaza for those 300,000 people.
Right.
Like, I want to be as objective as possible.
So that's why you, for those who are listening to the podcast, won't have seen that you did inverted comma signs with your fingers there around the flower massacre.
That's right.
Because
it wasn't a flower massacre. It was actually, again, I wrote about this too, and it was a very deliberate effort by Israel to deliver aid directly to the people, from the IDF to the people, which isn't what's been happening at all. And they were successful on it multiple nights. So in the middle of the night, the IDF would escort convoys of aid into northern Gaza. And as they did that, then Hamas and other agitators decided to come out at 01 in the morning and attack those aids by sending mobs of people to get to the aid. Not as in directly attack it, although they started to attack security positions, which this is, again, people that just don't know warfare, understanding about the IDF wanting to keep everybody away from them, and why they don't want to interact with civilians, because the biggest killer, one of the biggest killers in Gaza has been Hamas fighters dressed in civilians walking up to vehicles and either sticking a magnetized bomb to it or throwing one inside of it. So why do you think, like during this so-called flower massacre, which was on the fourth night of these convoys, when a mob of people attacked the convoys, there was actually a group headed towards a tank as well, headed towards the IDF, like civilians who warning shots were fired at, and they kept moving forward. If you're a young soldier in the middle of the night, and there are people moving up to you, no matter what you do, they won't stop moving forward. It's really stressful situation to the point where you feel a threat, and every
Maximize the full potential of your electric vehicle. Charge up faster for less. Pacific Power is helping to make it easy and more affordable with rebates for level 2 EV chargers, along with tools and resources for hitting the open road. Save on expenses for charging equipment for homes and businesses, plus income qualified customers earn extra rebates. Save time and money while charging your electric vehicle faster. Learn more at pacificpower.net/EV.
Every soldier has a right of self-defense, but that's happened at the GHF in other cases too, where somebody will walk up to an IDF stationary vehicle and throw a bomb into it. Somebody in civilians. So of course they want to keep civilians away from them, but this event that everybody analyzed only from the first night, not the 4 nights of aid delivery, and then it turned into chaos, and then the IDF, separate than the mob that attacks the convoy, to include the drivers and everything, the mob attacks the food. And then they start moving towards the idea of security, which creates this event in which people take the security event, apply it to the convoy. That's why they're being chaotic. And they call it a flat, because people get driven over at that point, because the truck drivers try to drive out and they drive over people. It is an awful situation. But if you just keep the variables of the context, you might understand why. Then they go, well, wouldn't you do that if you were hungry as well? Like, the nuances here are very different. So the aid delivery, it's hard to separate aid before GHF, or even before GHF is started, which is actually an initiative to give aid directly to the people, to weaken Hamas's power of the aid.
That's because the Americans and Israelis no longer trusted the UN to be that.
No, I wouldn't put it that straightforward. I would put it from a more military sense, because everybody involved knows that that's one of the main sources of power at that point of the Hamas faction, is its power over the aid. It's in creating a situation where the people are so dependent on the aid and hoarding it and selling it at a higher prices. If you're trying to break the will of your enemy to continue and to get to a political negotiation, even I on the whiteboard would go, okay, we need to eliminate this power. That's how they're paying their fighters. That's how they're getting new fighters. That's how they know that they can keep surviving this, is that you have to bring aid. They control every bit of aid. And this goes into like the United Nations know that it's all being diverted, like 90% of it, which is also, it gets the nuances of their aid distribution is actually cooking the food and giving it out versus the staple of it and handing the staple out, which is what the GHF does.
Okay.
There's some nuances here. I think it's not because they don't trust the United Nations. I don't go nefarious with the United Nations workers that are inside of Gaza. They're trying to get food out under the recognition that they have to go through Hamas. They have to be approved by Hamas. Everything is Hamas. But if you're the Israeli or anybody who wants to end the war to end soon, then you would say, if that's the main power in which they have, then we need to start addressing that power as much as we can, which is to give the food directly to people, because there were people who were being kept from food. And so Hamas started, once it started sticking, an actual starvation strategy, and that's pretty straightforward as well, as in when that information warfare started to work, because they were saying food insecurity and starvation in November, December of 2023. It didn't stick as much as it would later in 2024. And then Hamas doubled down on it and started creating the situation more and more, especially in this new test bed of northern Gaza, where they just forced the entire population. To be clear, they moved that 1 million people away from where they were getting food. These people were in the Al-Mawasi expanded area after Rafah. So after Rafah, they moved 900,000 or whatever it was out of Rafah into the central area, the Al-Mawasi humanitarian zone, and expanded it. And it had like 400 food distribution points. Hamas forced them out of that into northern Gaza, where they knew it would be more difficult to feed them, and also just more difficult to continue the war in general, because you would have to move the people back. And of course, that's a bad thing. You start to see the Hamas strategy here tied to the people in which Egypt and others have allowed to continue without even questioning. I've never seen, and I actually asked General Gallant this.
What do you mean that Egypt have allowed it?
Yeah. So Egypt, again, could have been the sole country that could remove that from Hamas, remove that power over the people, and being the gatekeeper of the aid and all aid deliveries, medical services, vaccinations, everything. But not one.
Sorry, I haven't understood that.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't Hamas, if I think you're implying that if they'd used the Rafah border correctly and brought in aid, they would have been
No, but the people out of Gaza.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Put them into an area they were already building in the Sinai Desert, and then there would not be a single mouth that wanted water or food.
Gotcha.
And Hamas would not have survived for long after that. They wouldn't have had I mean, it's pretty factual that that's their main strategy of survival, is that you can't get to them without the civilian population being present, not just as a shield, but also the food strategy, because the world takes the numbers of the access to food and all of this stuff and the statistics and everything. If that was taken away, Hamas wouldn't have survived a few months. And nobody, and I asked General Gallant this in multiple interviews, not one delegation, doesn't matter from UK, US, anybody, ever said, like, well, can't we put more pressure on Egypt to get the civilians out of Hamas's control, where we can feed them? Very straightforward. Not one country brought that up. Wow. Not one protest, not one UN speech, nothing.
It might seem like a minor point, but was the UN decision to cook the food rather than giving the supplies directly a way for them to try and get around the fact that Hamas were just taking it in storage? That was their tactic to deal with.
Yeah, it's pretty standard.
The hardest thing is to get started. You have to get it on paper.
We have started to deal with computers in higher and higher levels of abstraction. As we push a button.
Rapid prototyping allows you to identify what's important early on. You're able to learn very quickly. People then end up spending more time on the decisions of what they want to actually make.
That's that
method of the kitchens and feeding. Same thing with World Central
so
Kitchen.
much work.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, they're hiring locals to do it, just to be clear.
right.
So this gets into the concept of like who is UNRWA, who are the UN workers, who are the journalists. I mean, they're hired people from the population. Sometimes they vet, sometimes they don't, which is so when we say UN, and there's a bunch of UN organizations, and then there's the World Central Kitchen, which is separate, and others. But their main way to, in any conflict zone, is to cook it and give people meals directly, rather than give them supplies in which to take and then cook their own meals. Then you have the cooking asset that you have to give them, and they're all these things, which people don't track, like the cooking oil and cooking gas that gets brought in, all of that stuff. I mean, the bakeries. I mean, COGAT tracks the bakeries. Like, there's been 20 plus bakeries producing X amount of bread every day. But anybody who claims genocide, famine, starvation, none of that data comes into any of their analysis.
So you've sort of painted a picture when it comes to aid that no matter what time, you basically come to the same problem where Hamas are deliberately trying to sabotage any sort of aid distribution, no matter who's trying to do it. Was there any improvement with the GHF coming in? Your analysis now did that improve things? Even though I understand GHF workers were killed, and they had the same problem of having to decipher who's Hamas, who's not Hamas, and hordes of desperate people coming towards them. Was it the same sort of situation, or was it better in any way?
It's absolutely been better. So this is the ideal that I've struggled with, again, studying even humanitarian aid delivery in many war zones, is that what the GHF was experiencing in the beginning was the worst that anybody's ever seen. That's just not true. If you think about even massive humanitarian zone, which is deep in the American history of Somalia, when thousands, tens of thousands were dying of starvation, the UN sent convoys in of aid, and it almost sounds like these action scenario of Hamas, and the clans would grab it and kill people that tried to get it, and then aid workers were starting to get killed, and then we tried to distribute it, and then we started targeting those that were targeting the aid, and it turned into, of course, the Black Hawk Down, Mogadishu, all this story. Like, it's a very chaotic situation. And yes, when the GHF started it, it was chaotic because there is no set way to do it. And this is the ideal, and I've been very straightforward with this, just as a fact. There's never been a war where the attacking military feeds the enemy's population during the battle in a war, especially when the enemy still controls terrain and hostages. Not World War I, II, Vietnam, Korea, none of them.
Never in history.
Never in history, because it doesn't make any sense, right? You would think that the enemy is caring for its own population, and that would factor into its effort on whether to continue the operation. Of course, we surround, like in Stalingrad, we surround and starve the military itself, but you can't starve civilians. But there's never been a military in history that I can find, and I've actually had people try to challenge it, and I put the nuances like, okay, that battle ended. And yes, other militaries will feed enemy civilians that are hungry, of course, after the battle, but not in a war. And when the enemy is still controlling the area, controlling the hostages, everything, it's just never happened. So then you go to GHF, okay, let's start distributing food in this combat zone. I heard somebody say, it's a law of war violation to feed in a war zone. Well, what part of Gaza is not a war zone? It was just this idiot. I don't give people the credit.
Don't give them the pleasure.
Don't give them the pleasure of mentioning their name, but they're far-reaching on their understandings of law of war, saying it's some violation to require the Gazans to walk through a combat zone to get to food. The entire Gaza Strip is a war zone because of Hamas. But the GHF tried to initially set up these 3 and 4 distribution centers, and it was chaos, and it was confusion, and even the civilians trying to get to the locations weren't straightforward on the signage or the routes into the safe area and the way out, and they figured it out. And then Hamas started attacking the sites, like you said, and people were killed. Not by the GHF or the IDF, but people were killed. And then there is the element of warning shots at the IDF. I wrote about that. I don't like warning shots. But the GHF now, people visit, and it's not a news story because people visit and it's like, wow, this is an amazing, well-run distribution site. And my friend Matt Tardio just was here last week reporting on, like, this is amazing because that's the way it works when you're trying to figure out something new. Even when Hamas is trying to fight it and trying to figure out a way to fight it, which they were, but now they have like women distribution times, children distribution. It's a finely tuned machine, but it's also has a scale problem. The people that are moving into the humanitarian zone, how do you get to the GHF, and they have plans. I mean, the GHF, before even the bad news, had already started a community distribution process where community leaders would come to the GHF, pick up large loads, and then bring it to their communities and families. So it's definitely running a lot better. It isn't the end solution, of course, but to get people aid without Hamas interdicting and doing all the things that it does to the aid.
The Jordanians and the Egyptians have been giving some aid, right? So most famously is the Jordanian airdrops.
Yep.
Has that been in any way substantial? Was that a successful operation? What's the analysis, your analysis of that operation now?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, if you're a person who's got there's a really mostly meals ready to eat, which I didn't enjoy eating myself. But if you're somebody who hasn't eaten, you getting that aid, I'm sure you view it as substantial. From the aggregate, those aid drops were very minor, a bit of the help. But yes, many countries were a part of that, or to include getting not just food but aid, because there's all kinds, hospital beds, incubators, like all this aid that's been set in that other countries have been a part of that has had an effect. There's not one country other than Israel and the United States and the United Nations, which is a conglomeration, if you say like their aid has helped. The airdrops are unique because they're just like putting your finger in the dike of the problem when it is where are the people located and how can you get them the food.
Do you think it was just sort of virtue signaling, or do you think that was meaningful?
I mean, I think it was meaningful and a virtue signal. I mean, I think it was meaningful as some people got food, although then people griped, well, the aid hit somebody because you're dropping very large pallets of food on. So then there are people complaining that it's hitting people, and it's like you can't do anything good in Gaza other than ceasefire.
Right.
Which I have been a very advocate about. Then you're advocating for the continuation of violence, subjugation of people, the starvation of people.
Sorry, you've been advocating for what?
No, if somebody's been advocating for a ceasefire now,
yeah,
they are advocating for the continuation of the violence in Gaza, the cycle of violence.
Because it'll be a ceasefire now, but it will just allow Hamas the time to recoup, pull themselves together, and carry on.
Absolutely, and the way Hamas has governed why are Hamas billionaires in Qatar and millionaires in Gaza, but 90% of the population are dependent below the levels of poverty and dependent on daily deliveries of aid.
Right.
It's because of Hamas's way of governing them.
So this is perhaps something that we might not have too much clarity on, but I was wondering whether there are forces, Palestinian or Gazan forces within Gaza. I know of one at least in southern Gaza who are anti-Hamas,
yep,
who operate alone, and I wondered how effective or helpful such a group has been, and to what extent is that happening. We've seen anti-Hamas protests, we've seen terrible, brutal executions by Hamas of certain protesters. What is the resistance within Gaza?
So it's hard to know how effective. You're right. The Bedouin tribes in southern Gaza, in Rafah area, where they wrote the leader wrote a Wall Street Journal op-ed saying, "I'm not Hamas. I control this area. There's no problem with aid, and I'm hunting and killing Hamas." And Israel provided them with weapons, and that was some type of a bad thing because they had some of the supposed nefarious background. This is again where I come in. I'm not a historian, but I'm definitely a student of war, going like, that's a very regular practice in almost every war, is to support the enemy of your enemy to help you achieve your goal, which is the destruction of that entity, political and military. So that was that tribe, clan, really clan, but in Khan Yunis last week, we actually saw multiple clans rising up against Hamas after they demonstrated that exact killing that you just talked about. And you had them, they did multiple recorded video messages saying, we support President Trump's 20-point plan, we're anti-Hamas, well, we are not Hamas, and we're targeting Hamas after they killed, which is after
they killed who?
The Hamas, basically secret security police, did a very videoed killing of, I think it was 4 or 5.
Yes. Oh, I see.
I don't know if you saw that one.
Yes, the nighttime sort of execution.
Yeah, those clans in Khan Yunis rose up against Hamas because of that, which is almost the same thing as the protest you're talking about. They killed one of the young teenage leaders of the protest, which then again pushes these clans to rebel against Hamas and actually take action against them. You have these clans in Khan Yunis that are seeking out and killing. Now they've aired some of their killings of Hamas.
Do we know to what extent those clans are operating with the IDF? Is there any collaboration?
We know for a fact that the IDF armed has provided small arms to at least the southern Gaza clan.
The Bedouin tribes?
Yes. But you can guarantee that, I mean, there's many forms of intelligence that these clans also help provide intelligence on Hamas, and some of the Hamas leadership might have been targeted through informants and things. Although I also point out that Israel offered, I think it was 5 million shekels for anybody who had information about hostages that would come and give that, and not a single person was awarded that, or so I assume didn't give any information about the location of hostages. The clans, though, back to your question, is, for me, it's very normal in war to do that. So if people say, even if they're bad people, why are you helping them? Because I'm helping them because they're going to help me achieve my goal, and then we'll deal with demilitarizing the Gaza Strip afterwards. First goal is to remove the power of Hamas. But by the fact that these people can publicly come out, especially these Khan Yunis clans, means that Israel has been successful, despite all the obstacles, at weakening Hamas's even coercive power. So it doesn't have a military anymore. Hamas's military isn't coherent. It's a guerrilla.
Degraded beyond recognition.
Right, which is, the definition is a certain percentage, like 50% capability to do its assigned mission. Is a definition for us to destroy, and its inability to reconstitute itself, which is always the question, like, how do you prevent it from reconstituting itself? Like getting new fighters, although they don't have the same training and experience. It doesn't have a military, it has a guerrilla force. It still has a really big guerrilla force because it has a radicalized population which, either for self-interest or for radicalized interest, will join in the fight.
And do you think it's big enough to reconstitute itself at this point?
No. Okay. But which gets to its power to reconstitute itself. And then you see now its powers are weakening. When you see these clans saying, it no longer is it is of my interest to align with them, to allow them to operate in my city. Even though it's this idea of power within urban areas is part of my research as well. But for me, it is an ultimate sign that people that argue that Israel hasn't been successful despite 2 years of war. This is a clear sign, one of the clearest signs that you can get. Not only are they successful at distributing food, they're successful at weakening Hamas's power, so much so that you have clans who are openly saying that they are resisting Hamas in Gaza.
Right. This might sound like a callous question, but I'm trying to put myself in the... I'm not going to for a second suggest that I would be either brave enough or even physically strong or maybe crazy enough to act such a way. But if I was a Gazan and I was anti-Hamas, the war starts. Now this obviously, I'm not including children and women in this scenario, but if I was a man, as I am at my age now, in my 30s, and I was anti-Hamas and I thought that they were destroying my country, I've spoken to several Gazans who are anti-Hamas. I recently spoke to one who was tortured by Hamas. I'm not sure I would have the courage that he had to stand up against Hamas, given how they were treated. But how do we see these sort of non-combatant males in Gaza? Not sort of including the clans. What's the frame of mind there? Are they sort of trying to... How much, to what extent can they say I'm not involved with the war. I mean, I imagine if something like this had happened to Britain, firstly, I'm sure I would be compelled to save my country and fight for my country, but that would be assuming I actually liked the government and believed that we're on the side of the righteous. But that, for that part of the demographic, but perhaps it's a weird question to ask, but how do you think we should think of that demographic?
Yeah, it's hard to, with the knowing of the radicalization of the population, it's hard to distinguish, but you can say they'll vote with their feet, right? So the ones that are moving to the humanitarian zone and not participating in the fight, we can start with those, as in those aren't the males that are staying in areas, doing these, they're still trying to attack the idea, that are holding the hostages, whatever. You could separate them from all of these in the humanitarian zone that are just working to live their lives, even the markets that they show, just trying to be a market vendor, even though they're paying Hamas their tax, just trying to survive. To be able to distinguish it by just straight looking at it, it will be hard, but you can vote, people do vote with their feet.
Right, I see. So look, we've covered so much, and I'm sure we could speak for hours longer. I also note that there's various different theatres, and we could have done this for each of the different ones. We could have done this for what's happening in Syria, what's still continuing with the Houthis, by the way, which seems to be the theatre of war which will continue beyond the peace treaty, even if the peace plan is accepted and followed through on. But many of these other theatres, if they have not been completely cut down, the enemy has been so degraded that it's not the same conversation that it was. But I wonder if we might actually finish on the peace plan and your analysis of it. It's so frustrating actually, because we're recording now on October 7th, and we're going to try and put this episode out as soon as possible, but there's every chance that it gets scuppered like the several different ceasefire negotiations have been scuppered over the last 2 years. So really the listener now could know something that we don't know. But what's your analysis of this deal? Is it something that is good for Gaza? Is it good for Israel? Is it good for Hamas? What's the Colonel Spencer analysis?
Sure. And I've been very vocal because I was surprised at it was a 21-point plan. One of the points they took off was the Israel requirement not to strike Qatar, which was covered in the phone call between.
Israel had that point removed.
No, it was negated because Israel made the call and made the apology to Qatar.
Right.
And so now it's a 20-point plan. Just so sometimes people are like, why do you go from 21 to 20? Like, well, they had to point about,
because they've agreed that regardless of what happens.
Yeah. Right. The 20-point plan, for me, one, as somebody who's been arguing with people over the last year about what is war, what are their goals, what's the realm of possibility in Gaza, it's a manifesto of you didn't know what you're talking about. Like the idea you can't defeat Hamas is an idea, you can't defeat, it's a resistance, all this stuff. The 20-point plan as written is a comprehensive plan of peace. It absolutely removes Hamas as an actor. If you follow every point of that plan, there is no more Hamas. It will have no role in the political or even societal efforts of the way forward, in which is also critical, the Arab and Muslim majority nations that signed up for this is the way forward. This is not a deal to be negotiated. It's a 20-point plan. It involves number one in and of itself would tell you everything you need to know. The Gaza Strip will be de-radicalized and demilitarized. Doesn't say anything about Hamas. All the hostages will immediately be given back. Hamas will give up all its arms. Like, it is a comprehensive plan, but it also covers Palestinian interests. If you're like, this is just Israel's terms, it does achieve every one of Israel's goals stated on October 8th. Absolutely, definitively covers them, complete victory. But it also covers any argument of a Palestinian interest separate than Hamas. Even if you say, they were elected, they never had another election, it's just a fringe majority, and then you have the entire population paying the price. for the war that Hamas. Okay, fine, if that's your goal, this plan covers every interest, no forced displacement. There'll be a new governance made up of multiple countries, and Israel doesn't want anything to do with the government's plan structure. There'll be a new de-radicalization school program, the aid distribution, every element. And even talks about a path towards Palestinian self-determination in general. It actually puts into this about the Palestinian Authority doing the reforms, which have been one of the greatest hurdles to there being a Palestinian state, has been their representation, let alone the agreements on where the lines are between Israel and a new state if there was one. But this plan actually gives that actual conditions-based plan for a Palestinian self-determination, Palestinian reform, all of the negotiations. So it addresses every issue that any country, whether a true issue or just a political issue, it comprehensively goes through them and leads to the greatest potential for peace for not just Gaza but for the Palestinian people.
Has Mahmoud Abbas or the Palestinian Authority commented on the peace plan?
I haven't seen that.
Okay.
To be honest.
Okay, because presumably they don't agree to those reforms. It's a moot point.
I think they have said, because I saw them during the United Nations talking about the reforms that they're already doing. So I think they think they're on that way as well, like the pay-to-slave program that they supposedly are reforming that I've written about, which I think is most people in the West truly don't know what it is. It's a complete societal program for Palestinian upper mobility in the Palestinian society. Is they have to stab a Jew, kill a Jew or something, and then they get free education, free healthcare. Not only the stipends, if they die, their family gets money for the rest of their lives.
This is from the Palestinian
Authority. It's the current pay-to-slave program that they say they're reforming, which is a big part of the reform. But also, they have to get rid of right of return, acknowledge that Israel exists, all these things. But this, I don't know if he's commenting on the 20-point plan. He might have. I just don't. I've been watching Qatar, Egypt.
Yes.
Now you had Indonesia coming on it, UAE, everybody. But now, as we're talking, you have Hamas going, well, we agree to release the hostages, but I don't know if they want to try to deal out of the 20 points. I personally believe, not only does this achieve the goals of the war, it actually achieves a path of peace that couldn't have even been thought of before even October 7th.
What are the incentives for Hamas? The Hamas get amnesty, right? So
they could, yeah.
That'd be one aspect, but can they go back to their people and sign this with their heads held high? Is this a golden bridge for Hamas, or is it actually a kind of...
It is not, and I don't think that I think it was foolish to believe that had to be present. I understand why Israel had to negotiate with Hamas because of the hostage situation, which is awful, and the price that Israel has paid for every single hostage, thousands of prisoners in exchange, was just the fact of what is going on, what Israel will give to get a single hostage back. But this 20-point plan it literally destroys Hamas as an organization and as an idea. It starts the de-radicalization. So Hamas could not survive in any way if this plan is implemented as it currently is.
So the incentive for Hamas to sign is this is their last chance to live, which isn't necessarily an incentive because of their martyr culture and the radical Islam nature of their ideology. And the other incentive to sign it would be that the Americans appear to be sending their military into the region again. I don't know if that you can, whether you know it.
No, I don't think that's a part of the calculation.
But sorry, I mean, said it looks like, or let's put it differently. President Trump has said there'll be all hell to pay or something else like that along those lines if they don't sign. So it might be that there's a hammer blow that even Hamas.
So I don't think I think that's important, right? Because anytime there's been daylight between Israel and the United States, Hamas is viewed as hope that they will survive. This plan, for me, there is no incentive for Hamas, and I think it's naive to believe for a Hamas supporter that they have to get something out of this. They get destroyed and they surrender. Some of them, because the Hamas that is fighting today isn't the Hamas of October 7th. That entire leadership structure is gone, all dead. Now you have the radicalized idea in a certain population of Gaza that call themselves Hamas. But to clears, it's almost like people want to go, they started it for this reason. Like, who's they? Like, the entire Hamas ideology started it for that reason. The entire Hamas ideology is genocidal. It states the destruction of Israel and the complete removal of Israel as a state and the Jewish people. It isn't, I'm not negotiating with that, as in whoever's negotiating. This plan, it does give incentives to the reconcilable. This is what we usually say, the irreconcilable kind of terrorists and the reconcilable. Because DDR, disarmament, demilitarization, reconciliation, you actually had people who used to be Hamas who could sign a paper saying, I'm no longer Hamas, and I want to live and be a part of this new society. It actually is a path of peace, like other wars where there has been unilateral defeat of the other organization and it doesn't exist anymore. Although it'll exist on the fringes. I mean, there'll be Hamas on the fringes, but from a actual power left. This is what this plan does. It doesn't give Hamas any incentives. It removes any hope. This plan, unlike any other plan that's ever been talked about in the last 2 years, removes an ideal of hope that Hamas could win. Even if they have the whole insurgent theory, although Hamas is not an insurgent, there's this insurgency theory thing of where you have the watches, I have the time, where they'll just take their licks, lose whatever they'll lose, but they're just waiting it out until something else changes. That's an insurgency kind of mindset. The Taliban did that, right? They hid in Pakistan, like, we'll wait as long as you need us to. And then this removes hope that Hamas will survive.
Sorry, can you explain to me insurgency theory again? So it just means you can just sit out a siege as long as...
Not a siege, just a war. Just say, the saying is, you have the watches, I have the time.
Right.
It's a very common in multiple Vietnamese, Afghanistan, it doesn't matter. It's the insurgent.
Okay.
Or even if you believe in the freedom fighter, just says, this is a matter of time.
I see. So just back to the deal though, presumably whatever Hamas leadership are still sat in Qatar,
yeah,
they are, it's them that have got to, they're still representing Hamas and they have got to be the signatories.
Yeah.
So the incentive for them to sign is that this is the best possible situation for you. It gets a hell of a lot worse, but it's not a good situation for you, but things are going to get much worse.
Right, because you can't get much worse for Gaza, Hamas, right? They think they have survival, and Gideon's Sheriff B started to remove the ideal of those no-go areas of survival, right? So this is why they are concentrated now into 15% of Gaza Strip, but the noose is around their necks. But the leadership is in Qatar, and as soon as, this is why the Trump statement, which I'm proud of as an American, like, yeah, there's no wiggle room here. You're going to do this. But once those Middle Eastern or those Muslim and Arab nations started signing up for the peace plan, it removed Hamas's leadership in Qatar's ideas about achieving a victory. It removed their hope. If Qatar was to kick them out.
So still the problem with that, just to go back to earlier things we've said, is that if they are sort of radical Islamists,
yep,
and actually death is preferable because then they get martyrdom, and signing this deal would mean to, in their mind, I guess, dishonor the martyrs who had lost their lives. It's all for nothing. I still don't quite see why they would be incentivized to sign it exactly. So,
and that's why the details of the plan are so, it takes away any save face for me in their plans of just surviving and then existing.
So it is a humiliation.
It's a defeat. I don't care about people's feelings. It's literally, because even the International Stabilization Force, if Hamas says no, this plan covers that. This plan says, even if Hamas says no to this plan, we will progress forward with creating Hamas-free zones.
Yes.
Now with the backing, unlike ever before, probably in Israel's history, now with the backing of multiple other countries being involved in actually creating that stability in that area. It takes the ownership of the interacting with the population, the clear hold bill, all this plan. That's why I've been so supportive of it. Not because it gave this ultimatum or anything like that. The details destroys Hamas whether they want to or not. Bit by bit. Even if Hamas says no, I don't care about their feelings and incentives to say it. If they cared about the people, they would sign it. But we've already established they don't care about the people.
Right.
It shows that even if they say no, they won't be able to reconcile. They will be destroyed bit by bit. So it's like the end is already laid out for them. Now they're going to probably try to negotiate some way for them, not to save face, but to see a path towards eventual survival. Even that's why they mentioned in their one response so far that they approve a technocratic governance of Gaza, but then they in the next paragraph talk about they'll always be a part of the process. They want what's called the Hezbollah model, where they, like we just talked about, exist in a society with military capabilities, but technically aren't the government.
They're not going to get it.
They're not going to get that.
They're going to get Tony Blair instead.
Yeah, but the fact that they added that paragraph, we approve the technocratic and Hamas is a part of the Palestinian struggle, will always be a part of the process and responsibility. No. This 20-point plan addresses that as well.
Very interesting. Do you have opinions about the Tony Blair being the possible governor of Gaza, given his reputation?
I mean, President Trump's the head of the committee. It says that in the pen.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't have any. I think I don't care about the personalities. I care about the details of the plan and what is said rather than what is not said, because there are a lot of questions, right? There are a lot of questions going forward about who is a part of the stabilization force, who will head the curriculum in the schools, who will do all this. There's lots of questions here, but there's enough detail in this plan that despite the personalities, if that plan was enacted, I personally, John Spencer, believe you would have peace in Gaza unlike you've had for 30 years.
My last question to you. Lots of people who even are pro-Israel might throat clear before they utter their support with not full-out condemnation of Bibi Netanyahu or displeasure. They might critique certain aspects of what he's done. But from my point of view, having looked at this multi-theater war, I would challenge any of them to say that they think they could have done a better job. And I'd wondered what your take on Netanyahu's leadership has been throughout this war.
So you're asking me to do what I say that I won't do, which is politics. So in my analysis, I absolutely factor the political leadership decisions and the politics of the society in which the war is happening, right? Israel is a vibrant democracy with very unique, even electoral process and the way the Knesset and the votes of no confidence and the majority building and you have the ultra-Orthodox recruitment, like all these issues. That's definitely a part of the decision making when you say, why did that person make that decision? I agree with you though, objectively as possible, and I really can't stand analysts who include their personal political beliefs about somebody and then add on the details of why they're making decisions without even knowing or talking to that person. Like I've interviewed him multiple times during this war about his wartime decisions, to include the times when he personally had to make a decision, like go north, go south, execute the Hezbollah operation, don't execute this, respond to Iran while the US president is saying, if you respond, I cut you off. So many elements that I agree that I don't know of anybody else who would have navigated those strategic waters that way with that level of political, even capital in its own society to be able to make that decision, or even internationally to have understanding of making decisions, charting this strategic path. Israel in general, every war I've ever studied from 48, 73, 67, all of them, it's almost unexplainable how they're able to manage the victories that they are despite the constraints and what they're faced with. It's a hard, long way to answer the question. Is I agree with you that objectively, it would be really hard to say if that leader would have made a different decision in that moment, it would have went better. That's the kind of revisionist history, right? Where they imply why he made that decision, right?
Yes.
I've heard somebody say that his lifelong dream was to bomb Iran. Like, I've never read that or got that from him. his dream was to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon so it doesn't destroy Israel, because that's what it says it wants to do as soon as it gets it. So yes, he's had a career-long task and objective, and he's written about that in detail, to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon. And during this Seven Front War, he just, with the help of the United States, but with a lot of leadership and risk to the state of Israel, prevented and set back the clock on Iran getting a nuclear weapon. So I'm saying, yes, I agree with your assessment, and as objectively as possible, I understand the people that hate him. Anybody who's going to be in politics for that long is probably going to be hated by a lot of people.
Yes. Yeah.
But the same thing with my own president, although I don't do politics, made decisions, to include during the last 2 years or last year, that have benefited everybody.
Yeah. Colonel Spencer, it's been an absolutely fascinating conversation. Easily one of my favorite ever. Favorite, not because it's a topic at all, quite the opposite, but favorite because you've enlightened so much of my understanding. In this fog of war, you have brought clarity where the fog has started to clear in certain parts. Thank you so much. Is there anything that you think was important that we missed, and is there anything you'd like to plug or bring attention to before we bring it to a close?
No, I really appreciate the conversation. I will say the pursuit of understanding in war is one of the hardest tasks, because even the fog of war, even the things that we think we know, sometimes will reveal later we didn't know, whether that's why October 7th happened or all the decisions since, even from a Hamas perspective. 3 things in war will never change. It's human, it's political, and it's uncertain. So that's why I don't do predictions on, like you don't, like what's going to happen tomorrow, even with the 2040 plan, or for the next war, or if that the war is going to continue. It is uncertain by its very nature.
Yes. Colonel Spencer, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching the Winston Marshall Show with our guest, Colonel John Spencer. Remember, if you want to support this show, to press subscribe and follow, and head over to winstonmarshall.co.uk for exclusive content, videos, and ad-free viewing. That's all at winstonmarshall.co.uk. But otherwise, thanks for watching, and until next time, be well.
Unfortunately, great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on Sunday, actually, and we'll see. But there's a very good chance that negotiations are going along very well. We're dealing with Hamas and many of the countries. As you know, we have Muslim, all of the Muslim countries are included, all of the Arab countries are included, very rich countries and some that are not so rich, but just about everybody's included. It's never happened before. Nothing like that's happened before. And our final negotiation, as you know, is with Hamas, and it seems to be going well, so we'll let you know. If that's the case, we'll be leaving probably on Sunday, maybe Saturday, maybe a little later than Saturday evening, but that seems to be our schedule. It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately, and I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying out a campaign of violence against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled at least 4 local ICE facilities and posted diagrams of the buildings online, meaning nothing but bad, accompanied by photos of specific ICE agents that they're targeting, one in particular who's a top person and a great patriot. In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas and then lured officers out of the building before firing dozens of rounds at police. They were crazy, frankly, shooting one Texas officer in the neck. And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked our officers and laid siege to federal property in an attempt to violently stop the execution of federal law. Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful. And what the governor and the mayor of, as an example, you could say of Portland, and you can say certainly of Chicago, it's not lawful what they're doing. They have to be very careful. In addition, 2 weeks ago, a radical left terrorist in Dallas conducted a sniper attack on a local ICE facility, killing 2 people and leaving behind a note that read, "Hopefully this will give ICE agents some real terror." That's bad. This attack came the very same month that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a far-left extremist who inscribed the words, "Hey fascist, catch," meaning catch the bullet, onto the bullet shelf itself. The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time, and these are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid. And you'll find that out. You'll be finding it out very soon. You should see what we have on these people. These are bad people. These are people that want to destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen. They've used armed gangs to assault local police in cities nationwide, and they've attacked journalists reporting on their crimes. So the journalists that report on their crimes, don't worry, you're very safe. I hope that's not going to turn you around, but they have been very threatening to people, but we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them. Probably some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with, but if they do, they're in deep trouble. So we're going to be looking very strongly at the people that are funding these operations. When you see the signs, and they're all made out of a beautiful, beautiful paper, beautiful, nice, stiff, very expensive paper, with beautiful wood handles, all the same color. They come from very expensive printing machines. These are not people that write out this in a basement that believe in something. These are paid anarchists. At least 3 of these courageous journalists have personally been victims of Antifa attacks. Andy No has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa thugs for his work in Andy is a very serious person too, I have to tell you. I've been watching him for a long time. Is Andy here? That's what I thought. Hello, Andy. I thought that was you. You're looking better than you do out on those streets, huh? You look much better. It's nice to have you. You feel a little safer here, I think, maybe. Well, not that safe, because you have them. You have to worry about that. But thank you very much. Andy No has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa, and including one assault that left him with a brain hemorrhage. Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made it 1-year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. I've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it not from the freedom of speech, which I always felt strongly about, but never passed the courts. This is what they do: is they incite. When you burn an American flag, you incite tremendous violence. We have many examples of it, many examples of it, and it's actually down on tape. And you see things happen that just don't happen unless it's a flag that's burning. Very recently, Katie Davis Court was hit in the face with a flagpole in Portland by an Antifa radical, leaving her with a very blackened eye. So Katie, thank you very much. And I'd like to also say that I watched Nick. Where's Nick? Is Nick here? Nick? Hi, Nick. That was a rough time you went through. I hope you got my little note. I wrote you a note.
I really appreciate that. It helped a lot. It was a difficult situation. It was very stressful, and your note helped a lot. I truly appreciate it.
I thought it was terrible, actually. I thought it was terrible. So we'll talk about it a little bit. Under the last administration, the Department of Justice targeted faithful Catholics, Christians, and patriotic parents as domestic extremists. They said, oh, they're extreme because they believe in God. They're extreme because they go to a Catholic church, or evangelicals, where everybody was under the gun. Unless you were a really bad, sick person, then they left you alone. Under the Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble. And we have a lot of records already, a lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think. I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, who, by the way, yesterday was incredible in Congress. It was amazing, and she just did it from the heart and the brain, because she's very smart, in all fairness, but she did it from the heart, and she did an incredible, everybody was talking about it. She exposed some of these fake senators, these terrible senators, people like Blumenthal that had a phony war record. For 20 years he talked about what a hero he was, and it turned out he never went to Vietnam. For 20 years he talked about being a hero in Vietnam. Then it was exposed when he said what platoon he was with, and it was exposed that somebody was watching from that particular platoon. They said he was never with us. And then he went out and cried and was ready to drop out of the election. And disgraceful. And then he looks at people like Pam and he starts criticizing her, and she's a patriot. They ought to do something with that. You know, we have a young congressman that's right now in jail for lying about where he went to college and other things. It was, you know, frankly not good. It was pretty bad. But it was nothing compared to Blumenthal. I mean, what Blumenthal did, he was for 20 years a hero, a great war hero. And then he sits back and, you know, sanctimonious kind of a guy, looks at, how dare you do this to the American public? What a fake. But I thought Pam was incredible yesterday, as well as Secretary Kristi Noem was really out there courageously, and I appreciate it, Kristi, amazing what you're doing. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's really coming up with some great information, Kash. It's great. Keep it coming, because there's plenty of it. Deputy Attorney General, one of the best lawyers you'll ever find, Todd Blanche, who I know personally is a good lawyer because I'm here. Thank you very much, Todd. Good job, Todd. Let me ask Attorney General Bondi to say a few words, and then we'll follow it up with Secretary Noem and Director Patel. And we're going to have some of the people around the table, very courageous people. And they're going to be talking, journalists, almost all. And they're going to be talking, and we'll take some questions from the press at the end. Okay, Pam, please.
Thank you, President Trump. And as you made clear, Antifa is a domestic left-wing terrorist organization. We've seen them on video for years because they wanted to be seen and they got away with it. They beat journalists, they attack courthouses, they attack police stations, they dox and assault our law enforcement officers. The Biden administration let them commit these crimes with total impunity for years. So did Democrat leaders like Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson. Last week, independent journalist Nick Sorter was arrested just for protecting himself against Antifa. I saw it online and I called Nick. I couldn't believe what happened. He did all this trying to save our American flag from being burned. He was pushed down and assaulted, yet the local police arrested Nick, not the Antifa thugs who did this to him. Antifa feels empowered to operate in the open because weak Democrats have turned a blind eye to their actions. Their hatred for President Trump and for law and order agendas fuels their violence. We've seen more than 1,000% increase in attacks against our ICE agents since January 20th. Secretary Noem is out there fighting for you firsthand to keep our federal officers safe, to keep our federal buildings safe, and we're not going to have it anymore, these thugs. We saw what's happening in Portland and Chicago, and you saw it happen in Dallas. No longer. This is not activism, it's anarchy. We can't and we will not let masked terrorists burn our buildings, attack our law enforcement, and intimidate our communities. Under your leadership, President Trump, we're deploying the full might of the federal law enforcement to crack down on Antifa and other domestic terrorist organizations led by Stephen Miller. And Stephen, thank you for everything you're doing. Last week, I issued a memo ordering our federal law enforcement agents, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and ATF to protect ICE officers from Antifa and other radical left-wing violence. Director Patel has been going non-stop. He and Deputy Attorney General Blanche were in Chicago yesterday, While Secretary Noem was in Portland, we are around this country fighting against this domestic terrorism. We had Apple and Google take down the ICE block apps. Hope they continue to comply with that, threatening the safety of our federal law enforcement officers. We're not going to stop at just arresting the violent criminals we can see in the streets. Fighting crime is more than just getting the bad guy off the streets. It's breaking down the organization brick by brick. Just like we did with cartels, we're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. Destroy the entire organization from top to bottom. We're going to take them apart. Thanks to your bold leadership and the designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is exactly what they are, Americans will no longer tolerate their unhinged violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Christine.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting today and focusing on Antifa and the terrorists that they are. Let's not make any mistake. These individuals do not just want to threaten our law enforcement officers, threaten our journalists, and the citizens of this country. They want to kill them. Their agenda is to destroy the American people and our way of life, and this president is standing in their way. He is stopping them from bringing their death and their destruction to the individual citizens in this country that just want to raise their kids and their grandkids in peace and in safety. I want to also thank everyone around this table for being so bold and so brave, for standing up and recognizing the threat that Antifa is to our way of life. By recognizing how advanced they are, how sophisticated their networks are, how they've infiltrated our entire country, and we're seeing them play out with their tactics from city to city, and how they have built out their funding mechanisms. And sir, I also want to thank our Treasury Secretary for his work in getting to the bottom of these funding mechanisms and individuals who are perpetuating this violence on our American cities. I was in Portland yesterday and had the chance to visit with the governor of Oregon and also the mayor. They're in town and they are absolutely covering up the terrorism that is hitting their streets. While you talked about some of the stories of our ICE agents, our Border Patrol agents, how they have been attacked, how they have been shot at, injured, the damage that they've done, these leaders in these local cities, along with Pritzker and Johnson, ignore what's going on, or sir, they're helping Antifa cover it up. We have arrested dozens of individuals that are Antifa members or affiliated with them, and I want to thank our Attorney General for prosecuting them and making sure they never see the light of day again. They have been so bold in making sure we're bringing those individuals to justice. One of the individuals we arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and that we are hoping that as we go after her, interview her, and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society. I want to thank the new journalists here today for telling their stories and for being able and willing to go to the streets and to cover what's happening here in America. Many times the legacy media has looked the other way, refused to tell the stories. The networks have not really focused on what this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as all of them. They are just as dangerous. They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years. And today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand up and fight for the American people. So thank you for being here, for being so bold, and for standing in the gap at such a time as this. It will matter, it will make a difference, and your life will be one of significance because of what you've done today. So with that, God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people gave you a sweeping mandate in your victory in this election cycle, and they demanded safety and security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole of government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole of government approach. The interagency seated up here with the Department of Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, including Stephen Miller's leadership, has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're putting their lives on the line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI, will go after the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Besson, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this disease temple of corruption over decades. And in 8 short months, Mr. President, you have crippled the nation because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will arrest every single one of them from whatever perch you sit in, private or public, no matter how your goal or your ambition is. It will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law and order, and that's what we're going to give you.
Thank you very much, Cash. Great job. Maybe we'll start over here. Would any of you like to say something? Feel free. You can say it in front of a fine group of people, also journalists and reporters. You want to start?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. President Trump, members of the cabinet, really appreciate you guys bringing this together. And the fact that we are here today on such short notice shows how serious you guys are taking this issue of trans terrorists and frankly, the cities and police departments that are cooperating with Antifa, such as Portland. I mean, the Portland politicians are literally willing to sacrifice their own citizens just to appease these Antifa terrorists. It's sickening. I've seen it firsthand, obviously. When I went to jail that night, never expected it to happen. I thought that they were maybe removing me for my own safety. It never crossed my mind that I was the one that was being arrested for a crime after I was just thrown into a hole. I heard from the Department of Homeland Security after I had gotten out of jail, and one of your, I won't say exactly who it was, but somebody very close to Secretary Noem over here, said that they were legitimately worried for my safety in the Portland jail. But luckily the Portland jail was, I was the only one there, essentially, because they don't actually arrest people in Portland, besides conservative journalists, I guess. So, look, I'm glad that it was not a good night for me, let's just say that. It was not fun sitting in that jail, but I'm glad to see what has come of it. And I've been able to talk to a bunch of FBI agents, ATF agents, DHS agents that I didn't even know existed until I went there and went to that ICE facility. And the morale is at an all-time high. It is so exciting to see these guys know now that they have the backing of the Secretary, the DOJ, as well as the President of the United States, and they are there to do their job. They are going to fulfill this mission and deport these violent criminals. I believe one of the ones that I did a ride-along with Secretary Noem yesterday, President Trump, and there was a pedophile that had come into the country 5 times over the past 7 years. 7 years, and apparently under the Biden regime that was just allowed to happen. That was fine, no problem. It's concerning to me that you're seeing the Portland Police Department, as well as the governor of Oregon, and the mayor, of course, coming out and running defense for pedophiles that have entered the country illegally 5 times. It's crazy. I'm glad it's taking a front row seat in the media, and they're being forced to talk about it in reality, because we're the ones that were on the ground. We're the ones that are actually reporting what's going on, and much of the legacy media has been either ignoring it or covering for Antifa for years now. So thank you guys so much for taking this seriously. And President Trump, you mentioned that flag. So remember, you put out a truth right after I
That's right. I saw that.
took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
Do you know who he is?
Oh yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam? Give it to the Attorney General and let's start prosecutions.
Yeah. I actually have a second flag that he tried to burn as well. So I have two of them from
Well,
the
you
same
also
guy.
saw what happened when that flag started burning. Everyone went crazy. And that's when it started, when they started burning the flag. So thank you. If you could give the information, it would be great.
Absolutely.
And at least that horrible night made you famous. You got something.
I got a text from the President of the United States, so I appreciate that.
And President Trump, after that happened to Nick, I called Harmeet Dillon and we opened a pattern and practice investigation into the Portland police, very publicly, as to how they let this happen.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, Brandy Cruz, you're gonna hear us be very fired up today, and you can tell, and it's because some of us have been covering Antifa for 15 years and have never had anyone in a position of authority even acknowledge their existence. And I'll also tell you that I think that had you not done, the single most powerful thing you've done to deal with this scourge has been acknowledging that Antifa is a real thing. I genuinely believe there would be people at these tables who would be dead today and would have been killed in Portland had you not called them a terror organization and said we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear. I talked to Katie Davenport in Portland the other day. She'd been assaulted all summer. And she said the same thing. They didn't seem quick to violence as soon as you made that designation. So they're thinking in their heads, they're worried. There's been 24 or so arrested in Portland. They don't want to go to federal prison. There's this video of them, one of them who was in the face of an ICE agent, and then he's in custody shaking. Once you take the mask off, they're nothing. And I was told by probably a dozen people not to tell you this. I'm going to tell it to you anyway, because it's relevant to what we're talking about. I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. You know, I'm a reporter in Seattle, and frankly, I could not care any less what any of you have to say about this meeting. Could not care any less. We're not here for you. I'm not here to convince any of you that Antifa is a real thing, because if you have not come to that conclusion by now, you are never going to come to that conclusion because you don't want to see it. And you're going to go and you're going to say it's a bunch of right-wing conservative influencers who are here spinning a tale. I was one of you. I was a mainstream reporter in Seattle for 10 years. I was a TV reporter on the streets doing my job, and I was still assaulted by Antifa. So it's not about being conservative, it's about people who go there and show what they're doing. And when I saw, after all those years, that the media wouldn't be honest about what was happening, that Democratic politicians wouldn't be honest about what was happening, I thought, well, gosh, if they're not being honest about that, maybe they're not being honest about President Trump either. And it opened my mind to just looking at things for what they were. And now I find you quite funny, actually. Now it's like I said, I'm much happier about it. But, you know, for me, again, I could not care any less the stories that they go to print. This is what I care about. We have 3.5 years. Nothing is guaranteed, although I think if Democrats keep it up, we'll probably have Republican presidents for the next 3 decades. But nothing is guaranteed, and so what I want to see over the next 3.5 years is a full court press to dismantle Antifa once and for all in a meaningful way. I know, Andy, we talked before this about some ideas. That's really what we want to, I don't care what the media says, I don't care what Democrats say, they will never wake up to this fact. So we want the federal government to take as many of these cases as possible, look at the interstate travel between Portland and Seattle when it comes to these people who are committing violent acts. And hopefully in 3.5 years, they will be a shell of their former selves.
Very close to that, and it's Antifa and many others,
Yes.
unfortunately. There are many others, bad ones. Most have been named terrorist organizations. There are a couple that we're going to, but I think we've got it pretty well covered. But there are many others, but very specifically today it's Antifa, and it's really bad. And we're going to get it cleaned up. Andy, do you have something? Thank you very much. I'm glad you no longer have TDS. I feel very good about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Cabinet. I have a lot of gratitude, and a little bit about my background. I'm born in Portland, Oregon, from there, and growing up, it's always been left-wing, very progressive, and I liked it. It had cafes and artists, and those who lived a bohemian lifestyle. And in 2016, I was a graduate student at Portland State studying political science. I was an editor at the student paper there, a very progressive paper, and I was assigned to cover the election night demonstrations. Well, the elections night protests turned to riots, 3 days of violent rioting in Portland, and it was the first time that I saw groups dressed in black with their faces covered. This was 4 years before COVID. Some of them were waving the black flag of anarchism, some the red flag of Marxism. And within seconds, they would ravage one street to another, to another, to another. And the next day, I would read the legacy media, which I still read at that time and looked forward to, and I looked up to those journalists, and I was really shocked to see that the narrative was that these, in my view, anti-democratic political violence was legitimate acts of protest because people were concerned about racism or all these other lies. And so for the next 4 years, I just continued going out with my video camera. I thought, look, people can ignore what I write because of spin, but videos can quite speak for themselves. And in 2019, it led to me nearly losing my life. I was covering another Antifa protest turned riot. At that point, had been routine in Portland, and then I was ambushed in a mob beating. And I had never been in a fight. I didn't even realize that I was being assaulted until seconds in. And the punches came from everywhere on my head and my face, and I was bleeding out of my eyes and ears. And then they threw all the drinks in my eyes to humiliate me further and to laugh at me. And I was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance and CT scan, and I had subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is bleeding the brain. I nearly died. And after surviving that, the reporting that I saw in liberal media it seemed to suggest that I had deserved it because they branded me far right. And some even went so far as to suggest that I may be faked my injuries. A BuzzFeed reporter asked for my medical records, which I did provide, but this felt so, it's like because I didn't die in that attack, there was another round of people who wanted to finish me off. But I continued, and then 2020, Portland was really the epicenter of the longest political violence. Those months of riots, I was on the ground, undercover, and there was an assassination there. There was a supporter of Donald Trump named Aaron Danielson who was shot dead by a self-described Antifa member who then fled out of state and died in a shootout with US Marshals. In 2021, I returned undercover, naively thinking that time had passed, and was chased through the streets of downtown and beaten, nearly choked out. The person who was trying to choke me out held me so tightly that I had the blood, the vessels in my eyes burst. So one of the symptoms were my eyes were completely red after that, and I was hospitalized. So thank you so much for acknowledging Antifa and for directing your administration to treat them as domestic terrorists. It's going to be really challenging because how they organize is that they are decentralized, autonomous, and they operate on deception. And we're still to this day told that they don't exist, that it's a figment of our imagination. I think the DOJ could look at federal conspiracy charges. The state of California and San Diego County last year broke up an Antifa cell in San Diego. And I think maybe perhaps the State Department should designate Antifa its international arm as a foreign terrorist organization, FTO. So thank you so much for this invitation, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Andy. Great. That's a rough time you had, huh? So the chokeout was almost the end, you felt?
Yeah, that was my only near-death experience in my life, and I'm quite shaken when I think about it now. It really feels unbelievable to me that on the streets of America that this type of violence against citizens could become so routine and accepted and cheered on by people. Although, you know, in the immediate aftermath of Mr. Kirk's assassination, we saw again that type of depravity play out on quite large swaths of the left. So there's there's a deep sickness that's in this country right now, and it pains me a lot to acknowledge it.
Yeah, the amazing thing is you look at Portland and you see fires all over the place. You see fights and, I mean, just violence. It's just so crazy. And then you talk to the governor and she acts like everything is totally normal. There's nothing wrong. It's almost like, are you waking up from a dream or something? You see it on your network. You see it all over the place. And it's so bad. It's so crazy. It's like the movies you see for the kids. I guess not only the kids, adults also, where you have these bombed out cities and these bombed out people. It's like worse than that. I don't think they could make a movie as bad. And then the governor will get up and say, I don't know why they're coming here. It's such a wonderful place. And the amazing thing is the people want us to be there. The people, when they get the real people that live there, many of them have left, but the real people want us to be. The same thing in Chicago. So they've had 60, 70 murders over a short period of time. Murders, people that got shot. They've had hundreds of people shot. And then a guy like Pritzker, or this low IQ mayor, gets up. I mean, he got up, he's got a 5% approval rating. And the people are all against him. They want people to come. Beautiful black women are wearing a MAGA hat last night on television. Beautiful people. And they said, we don't care who comes, just stop the crime. They don't care, frankly, they don't care if it's National Guard and military. Send in anybody you want, stop the crime. And they're afraid to go out. They can't even go out. And then a guy like Pritzker, think of that. 50, 60, 70 people over a short period of murdered, actually murdered, mostly gun violence, but knives, but gun violence, they're murdered, and hundreds of people shot. They had one weekend with that, but they said, you know what their excuse is? Yeah, but it was a long weekend. In other words, it was a long weekend, so it was okay. And then Pritzker gets up and he says, like, I don't know what they're talking about. We don't have crime here. They're crazy. I think actually they're petrified. You know, their families live there, everything else. I actually think they're scared. Pritzker was a failure in his family. They threw him out of the family business. The guy's a loser. But you know what? I believe they're scared. They're actually frightened for their lives. Jack, please say a few words.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here today and holding this roundtable. Antifa is real. Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years in some instances, going back to the Weimar Republic in Germany. And it's now been just under 1 month since we saw a far leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and we saw thousands upon thousands of people, other far leftists and people in positions of authority, people like nurses and pilots and doctors and HR departments celebrating the death and the murder of Charlie Kirk. This sickness that's out there is absolutely real. And Mr. President, thank you for mentioning the fact that one of the bullet casings read, "Hey fascist, catch" on it. One of the other bullet casings right next to that had Bella Ciao written on it. Now, Bella Ciao is a song that is known in Antifa circles as the international anthem of Antifa. And all of us around the world, around this room that have studied Antifa, we're very familiar with these symbols. And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. When you look at people like Luigi Maggioni, in his 20s, Thomas Matthew Crooks, of course, who took a shot at you, sir, the ICE shooter in Dallas, and now this Tyler Robinson, we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. And this same violence is not just random, it is targeted assassinations, which are getting worse. And every single one of us in this room that goes out there, and obviously you as well, sir, and all the staff, we are now under that threat every single day. And working there at Turning Point USA, and I've spent just about the last month out there in Phoenix with Erica, with the family, with the team. And I will tell you this, Mr. President, even though going through something like that, which is an absolute nightmare, and people say, you know, what was it like to speak in front of all those people? It was horrible. Every second of it was horrible. But we're not going to quit. And Turning Point USA is continuing the tour that Charlie was on. We had 6,000 people when we went back to Utah. We had 5,000 people last night in Montana, if you can believe that. We are continuing to organize on campus. We are getting more and more people coming out in the face of this threat, knowing what happened to Charlie. But Mr. President, we need to do something about this, because I fear that the next one who could be killed could be sitting at this table right now. And we're not going to stop, but they need to stop, and they will not stop until they are stopped. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it very much. One thing I have to say is that Washington, D.C. was almost as bad. I don't know what could be worse than Portland. You don't even have stores anymore. They don't even put glass up. They put plywood on their windows, but most of the retailers have left. But Washington, D.C. was so bad. And Pam, I'd say it took 12 days to really make it pretty good, and a month to make it great. And now people are going out to dinner. The restaurants are booming. They don't have enough seats. They're opening up new restaurants because many of them closed. And people are walking down the street totally safe. A reporter, I'm not sure if she's there. I can't see if somebody reported it. She is. She was violently assaulted. And I don't know, she tends to be somewhat liberal, but she wasn't liberal on this one. I appreciated your honesty, but that won't happen again. It won't happen again. You're lucky you're alive, frankly, with what happened. I know exactly what took place. So Washington, D.C., our capital, we thought we'd start there appropriately, and it's safe, and people are so happy. They're so happy. And now it's a couple of months. I went to dinner there. I felt totally safe. I gave a press conference right in the middle of the street, which I don't think Secret Service was thrilled about. But, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted to do it 6 months ago. It's incredible what happened. Now we're in Memphis. As you know, we're having a great impact in Memphis. It's been only a week, but it's, Cash, I hear it's been amazing what's happening there, just very early. But you take a look at D.C., and you take a look at some of the other, we've had a big impact there. What we haven't said, because Pritzker said, well, crime is going down in Chicago. Well, 5 months ago, Cash went to Chicago with a lot of FBI agents just to prepare it, so that we went in with, I guess you could call it a surge, call it whatever you want, but would be even more effective. And we're going to be doing that, and very, very strongly doing that, because Chicago is a very unsafe city. It's a great city. The head of the Union Pacific Railroad said, sir, please save Chicago. It's a great city. It can be saved. Other cities are gone. I mean, they're lost. They can get better, but they've been so decimated. But I'm so proud of what they've done so quickly in D.C. And it's taking place quickly in Memphis, where we were asked to go by the mayor and by the governor. And it's really incredible what we can do and how fast we can do it. Let's go for two more. Would you like to go? And then Katie, you'll go. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. And not to sound like a broken record, but it needs to be said that Antifa is real. Yeah. It's real. It's a threat. I just saw them last weekend over in Portland while they're causing mayhem over there. And the reason why there's such a big problem is because we have Democrats and a lot of people in the mainstream media refusing to acknowledge that they even exist, right? So how can we as a country begin to address it is when you have large swaths of these people who are supposedly decision makers and people who are supposed to inform, they don't want to say that it exists. Because the common argument is like, well, they're not a real organization because there's no national leadership, they don't have national headquarters, so how can law enforcement go after a group that doesn't exist like that? Well, law enforcement goes after criminal groups that organize to rob banks or do smash and grabs. They don't have a registered LLC, they don't have official membership cards, they don't have a business address, but law enforcement still goes after them because they're working as a group. These people don't just show up, randomly at the same time to do the same thing, dressed in a very similar fashion, espousing the same ideology. And they say, well, it's an ideology. It's like, well, yes, it's an ideology because there's people alive, present, that believe in it, and they're acting on it. And so I've been very well aware of what Antifa's been doing. I was very busy during the riots in 2020. That was probably my most exposure to them prior to this year. I've been at the ICE facility at Broadview. I'm originally from the Chicagoland area, unfortunately, but that's where I grew up around. Like I said, I was in Portland. I was covering the riots in Los Angeles as well, and probably one of the most disturbing parts about that is, in addition to Antifa being present, they were tagging the streets with CJNG, which is Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, which is a cartel. So you have these people who are working basically in concert with other terrorist groups to say that we're here, we're present, and we're gonna attack federal agents and people who are gonna expose what we do. And so, to be clear, political violence, sustained political violence that we're seeing in this country is not a both sides issue. I was, I was at Charlie Kirk's Memorial in Glendale recently. Conservative gathering, totally peaceful. It was the most peaceful gathering that I've been at. Every other time that I've been covering violence in the streets, just this year, just this year, it's always been from left-wing people, radical left-wing people. And it's not even just Antifa anymore. The shooting that happened in, the defensive shooting that happened in the Chicago area, that wasn't someone dressed in black bloc. That was just somebody that had taken upon themselves to go out and try to interfere and ram federal vehicles. So people are becoming more and more radicalized, and it was to be expected, unfortunately. And the reason why we're in this position today is because after I was done covering the riots, I was at the border from the San Diego sector all the way down to the Rio Grande Valley sector, covering the border crisis month after month. And we all knew the solution to that. We all knew why it was happening. It's because, well, it's racist to have a border. It's like, well, actually it's not, but okay. And so it required you to come back into office and to fix the problem, but it's no longer just a border issue, it's a nationwide issue, and that's one of the reasons why you got elected back into office, because thankfully the American people said we're not going to deal with it anymore. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people, as we've seen, who are willing to take to the streets to do violence. And that's a scary thing, because typically when I was in 2020, I was covering Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle. I was over in Chaz, and that was to be expected. But now, because the issue of immigration, illegal immigration, is so widespread, riots can happen anywhere. Attacks can happen anywhere. So that's why it was weird kind of going back to my home state to cover this violence. I mean, just after the Dallas shooting, they were chanting outside Broadview, shoot ICE, shoot those, efforts, shoot those efforts. So I'll just leave that. Thank you so much again for having this. This is very dangerous. We don't work for companies that have billions of dollars. We're running and gunning often on our own. We became friends. A lot of us are friends because we would see each other all the time, and we became friends because we wanted to have someone watch our back while we're out there. Because like I said, we're just out there. And but we'll continue to do it because it's an important topic. It's an important issue. The American people deserve to know what's happening in these chaotic situations, and we're more than happy to do it. So thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you very much. Katie, please.
Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor being here today, and I first wanted to start by thanking you guys for designating Antifa a terrorist group. It's exactly what this group is. It's a long time coming. I'm an investigative journalist from Seattle. I work for the Post Millennial alongside Andy No and Jack Posobiec. I have been infiltrating Antifa cells in Seattle and Portland for the past decade. I know their inner workings, and Antifa uses extreme political violence to crush the civil rights of their political enemies and believes that violence is justified by any means necessary. But today, I want to focus on what is happening in Portland at the ICE facility. I've been covering this for the past 4 months, and this is a call out to corporate media who has completely ignored this story or has falsely reported on it. This is nothing short other than a sustained attack on the United States, which is being supported by Democratic elected officials. The Portland Police Bureau has completely abandoned several blocks outside the ICE facility, giving away their jurisdiction to a terrorist group who has spent the past 4 months harassing, assaulting, and intimidating anyone they perceive to be against their cause. Not only have federal agents been relentlessly assaulted for more than 100 consecutive days, black-clad anarchist militants concealing their identities behind black facial coverings have been assaulting reporters just for trying to cover their crimes. Today, I am sitting here with a black eye and a concussion after being violently hit in the face with a metal pole while reporting outside the ICE facility just this past week. After the attack, I immediately went to three Portland police officers who refused to detain the suspect. I took the time to chase down the suspect in the streets, had her held for 35 minutes. I was waiting for Portland police to come, and they never came. Then that's what opened my eyes to what this group is actually doing. I watched 20 Antifa militants help my assault suspect escape into an Antifa safe house that is 1 block away from the ICE facility. And this safe house is where Antifa affiliated protesters are conducting paramilitary operations. It's where they're arresting, they're showering, they're eating to continue this occupation. I have staked out this safe house and have observed shift changes. This group is highly organized. It is being funded through mutual aid groups, and they have no plans of stopping. Residents living across the ICE facility have been held hostage by Antifa. They are begging for federal intervention. The city refuses to help, and they want you, President Trump, to come in and restore law and order. I want to stress the importance of taking this situation seriously, because when I first started reporting on this occupation, I went undercover in Blacklock. I talked to these Antifa militants. I lasted for about a month. They believe that ICE agents are the Nazi Gestapo who need to be killed. They told me that directly, and I think that if this situation is not taken as seriously as it is, it's just a matter of time before someone gets killed. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Katie. That's pretty incredible. The only question nobody can answer is why. Why are they doing this? They're like insurrectionists. They're terrible people. But you really wonder why. Why are they doing it? What are they gaining other than they're obviously paid? They're paid a lot of money. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, if I can answer that question, the reason why they're doing it is because the same media that's sitting in this room with us has declared all of us at this table Nazis and fascists, and they've been doing this for years. This is why Antifa feels emboldened to attack us. Now, almost every single person at this table has been threatened with a steel bat. We've been assaulted, we've been harassed, we've been threatened, and that is in huge part due to the media. So my message right now is for you guys. Because 2 years ago, back in 2020, by the way, I was censored for my reporting on Antifa here in Washington, D.C. You were talking about how safe it is. Now, Mr. President, it wasn't so safe back then. Back in 2020, I watched as a father was being mobbed and surrounded by Antifa members as his terrified, crying children looked on and the police here did nothing. I watched as a woman have her hair violently ripped out of her skull simply for waving an American flag on the streets of Washington, D.C. And by the way, if you guys try to go and find any of this footage, you won't find any of it because Twitter deleted all of it because our president shared my reporting and they deleted my entire account immediately after. So now, if you want to know what happened in 2020, all you're going to see is the media headlines that said it was fiery but mostly peaceful. Thanks for that one, CNN. The reality is that it was an extremely violent period of time, and for the last 10 years, Antifa has been wreaking havoc on law-abiding and innocent American citizens, and it needs to end. Now, I'm with Turning Point USA. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. Thank you guys so much, everybody in the administration, for giving us a seat at the table, because the media has not only been demonizing us for so long, but immediately after the brutal assassination of our founder, Charlie Kirk, our Turning Point USA chapters have seen an uptick in violence across the nation as Antifa chapters that are embedded in our universities go and target them. It's been extremely difficult to report on the ground, and for a long time I was afraid to go to Portland because I knew that the only people who would have my back, like Julio said, were one of my friends on the ground because there is no police force there. I was terrified to go because I knew if I got shot or stabbed, and I have been assaulted, I've been mobbed and robbed in Austin, Texas by Antifa, that nobody would come to help me. So my plea to the entire administration, especially to the DOJ, is every single radical left-winger who is in front of the ICE facility in Chicago, in New York, in Portland, please make sure that you use the full force of the law to come after each and every single one of them, because it is us being soft on left-wing violence that has fomented all of the terror that we have seen in this country, and it is the left wing getting away time and time again with assaulting law-abiding American citizens that has led us to this place. So truly, to the Americans that I speak to on the ground, they feel completely abandoned by their state and local government. So please step in. You have Americans begging for the National Guard, and to the media over here, please report on the truth. Please do your jobs. I'm an American citizen. Everybody at this table simply views ourselves as American citizens who have an iPhone and the will to actually tell the truth. So please take your job seriously and tell the truth to the American people. And thank you for letting me be here on behalf of Charlie to continue his legacy of cleaning up the country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Wow, you feel very strongly, I can
I
see.
mean, I'm mad. I got beat up so many times, Mr. President. My friends have gotten beaten up, and I want to cry right now from happiness because we have been completely ignored for so long. For almost 10 years, we've been getting assaulted on the streets. I have watched children cry as their parents have been attacked on the streets. That should not be happening at our nation's capital. So please, again, the DOJ, please utilize the full force and go after each and every single one of these people.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Great job, impassioned. That's important because you should feel like that. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here and bringing
Thank you.
together this panel of brave journalists, everybody on this side of the room. And no one can speak to the violence better than these people here. So I think we know that this is not just a story about violence and chaos, as you alluded to, Mr. President. This is a money story. And at the Government Accountability Institute, my colleague and I, Peter Schweitzer and our team, we followed the money, and we followed it to the top of what we call the protest industrial complex, Riot Inc. And we found a network of NGOs. It's not just the Soros network, the Open Society network, it's other funding networks, the Arabella funding network, the Tides funding network, Neville Roy Singham and his network, Foreign Cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country. Mr. Hans-Jörg Wyss of Switzerland. They're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. And so I want to share 3 money facts with you about what we call Riot Inc. Number 1, like any corporation, Riot Inc. has many divisions. It doesn't just have the Antifa boots on the ground division. It has PR divisions. It has marketing divisions. It has a very well-funded legal division to get these boots on the ground back on the streets as quickly as possible. But it does have those investors that I mentioned. Number 2, we have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. These would be the lawyer groups. These would be the groups that advocate for calling good, honest Americans fascists, etc. And then 3, I think the most shocking thing is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks, including at least $4 million to these very groups themselves, not just Antifa types, but there was an event in Atlanta called Stop Cop City. Over 60 rioters were charged with domestic terrorism. These groups received money for that from both the billionaire class as well as taxpayer money. So one other thing, this money helps fund the decentralized crowdfunding platforms. These are ways that Antifa, the John Brown Gun Club of Elm Fork, which had links to that attack on the ICE facility, the Socialist Rifle Association, and just because they don't have LLCs or EIN numbers doesn't mean they can't get paid. Some of these funding platforms, crowdfunding platforms, are funded by this network that we call Riot Inc. So again, I want to thank you for your leadership, for the whole cabinet's leadership on this. We're going to keep following the money and appreciate everything you're doing, sir.
Do you know the name of any of the funders? Do you know the names? Because if you do, I'd like you to give them to Cash or Pam.
Absolutely.
Or Christy.
Yeah, we'll do that.
As soon as you can. That's all of you. Because you probably know the names after a certain period of time. You tend to find out. But these are people that do not have good intention for the country, and that's treasonous probably. So if you could, very important, if you could do that, it would be great. Nobody would know better than you. You'll figure it out. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. And over the past year or so, I've been able to go to 15 countries. I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of Secot. But yet the most dangerous places I have been here in the United States, unfortunately. And I've had the opportunity to show people about the protest Antifa here in the United States, and there's nothing organic about what they are doing here in the United States. I've watched people be bussed in from states. I've watched the same lady at a protest in Atlanta be bused to protest in DC and then New York City. There's nothing that is honest about what they are doing. And they have signs, I've seen the same signs here in DC and in London as well. It's a big organization and corporation that they're running. And people may wonder, like, what's the threat to us as Americans if we go? well, you'll be labeled as a fascist, you'll be labeled as a Nazi, and they'll wish death upon you because they wish death upon me. And just last week in Portland, Oregon, I watched a lady get trapped in her car, surrounded by Antifa, and her sister messaged me after seeing the video. She said, the only reason I think my sister was safe is because you were there recording. I also was chased out by a member of Antifa who said he would smoke me, and next thing he knew, a DHS sniper had lasers on his chest. If he was not there, who knows what would have happened that day. These people are very dangerous, and people wonder how they're able to do it. It's the reason is because these cities are not enforcing the law. And why should these people be worried if the law is not being enforced? And we are not far right, nor are we far wrong. We're just right. And the truth about what's happening here in America with these groups is very dangerous. And I thank you, Mr. President, and your administration as well for acknowledging that.
Thank you very much. It's too bad you have to go through it.
I know, it's
Thank you
still
very
crazy,
much.
right, Mr.
Yeah.
President?
Well, you're going to get to the bottom of it, so it's a very important thing you're doing. Thank you very much. Please, Ken.
Yeah, I've just got something very short. I'm attacked every time I do my job. When I leave my house to go to work, I am violently assaulted. I've had guns pulled on me. I've been bear sprayed. I've been beaten down. I've been almost killed. So my question for all of you is, how would you feel if every time you showed up to work, masked militants tried to kill you? Because that's how we feel. That's our lived reality. And you guys go and tell us that we're liars, the riots aren't that bad, right? I've never seen any of you guys on the ground. In fact, I've never seen anybody representing the companies you work for on the ground. You guys come to us for interviews that never get published. Stop saying we're lying. We're not. We risk our lives every day to do the job that you guys are too afraid to do.
What network would you say is the worst, if I could ask?
Oh man, you have to throw a tight spot.
Honestly, it's a simple question.
Well, there's a lot of people in this pool, and I would say I'm not talking about Fox. I'm not talking about Newsmax or any outlet that resembles them. So I'll let you guys put the pieces together on who I'm exactly talking about.
Say, which network? would you say?
MSNBC for sure.
Oh, they're terrible. I agree. That's
CNN, probably
CNN.
close. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rate it that way. Yeah. MSNBC. That's Brian Roberts.
Yeah.
That he allows that to happen is a disgrace.
Absolutely.
And CNN is second.
Yeah.
I would say CNN is not quite as bad as MS.
MSNBC is not
What
really a
about
news
others?
site anymore.
Oh, MSNBC is sick.
Yeah.
They're sick.
Well, sir, it's
who
also
else?
just the stories that they publish about what's the ICE enforcement operations that are so heavily slanted that it's no longer, as I was saying, no longer just Antifa, but Americans that are becoming radicalized. So they've been very irresponsible with how they've been reporting.
Who is
on
that?
it. MSNBC, for example, they're
Would you rate them the worst?
probably.
Who
ran
would
a
you
story.
rate second?
Well, they ran a story about an operation in Southern California about how a father of 3 Marines was arrested, and they made it seem like they just did it because he's brown. But there's video of that same man charging at the agents with a weed whacker. Now, I've worked with weed whackers back in the day, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of one of those. So that's why he was arrested, but the story was presented as if it's a brown guy just simply being arrested. And I've been around ICE agents, and I'm a citizen, so I feel fine. But it's just that's why. It's not just Antifa. It's not happening in a vacuum. It's
No, it's
multiple
working in
factors.
conjunction. I think they work in conjunction with some of the media. I think ABC is very bad. I think NBC is very bad. And CBS has a new owner, so we have hope for CBS. CBS has a great new owner, my opinion. But I will tell you, ABC is terrible. NBC is terrible. NBC's MSNBC too. They changed it. They moved it over legally so they couldn't be tainted by the words MSNBC, but they are absolutely terrible. There are a lot of them. What about independents? Independent networks.
They're a little bit better, but I would say that we're an example of how you don't need to be part of a super large company to be able to do just basic journalism. All you got to do is sit and record, and you'll let the story play out. And that's why they hate us. That's why
Well, I
Antifa
watched
targets us.
a level of dishonesty that's incredible, where answers are changed. Like just before the election, an answer was changed by Kamala. She gave a horrible, death-defying, election-defying answer, and they took the answer out and they replaced it with another answer that she gave 5 minutes later, having to do with a different subject, but at least it wasn't election-defying. No, the level of dishonesty with the media is incredible, whether it's on Antifa or many of the other groups. You're talking about Antifa, and I know that's close to your heart because that's the one that's most affecting you, but there are others that are as bad or almost as bad as Antifa, having to do with different people, different sections of the world, but it's terrible. We're not going to let it go on in this country. We're not going to let it go on. And a big problem is not all of them, but some of the networks out there. And you do wonder why. You really do. Okay, please. Go ahead, yeah.
Mr. President, thank you again.
Thank you.
My name's Jonathan Cho. I am an investigative reporter for Frontlines Turning Point USA. I'm also a senior fellow at Discovery Institute in Seattle. And I cover far-left extremism as well as the homeless drug crisis in America. And I find it oftentimes those worlds intersect. And hot off the presses, what I wanted to bring to your attention today is a report from a Capital Research Center here in DC in conjunction with Discovery Institute. They just put out this study right now. And what it shows is that Antifa is heavily embedded in the homeless and housing nonprofit sector. In many cases, the homeless industrial complex is running cover for Antifa. Antifa is benefiting from American tax dollars, and they're essentially being used as the muscle. Let me give you an example. There's a group called Stop the Sweeps in many US cities right now. They get in front of encampment sweeps. What they're doing quietly is they're bringing in Antifa militants to manufacture a crisis to make the police look bad. Another group right now that is behind Antifa and working with Antifa very closely, based on the research that we have right now that we're going to give to you and your team, are the Democratic Socialists of America, also known as DSA. Again, these far left progressive groups tend to be aligning themselves with Antifa. So finally, in closing, what I wanted to thank you again, Mr. President, is that a few months ago, earlier this year, you put out an executive order on homelessness and the drug addiction crisis in America, and that's sent the entire homeless industrial complex on the run. You have absolutely moved the needle and changed the game. But what's also come out, again, is that there is a connection, a deeply embedded connection with the homeless housing nonprofit game in America, connected to Antifa and the far left activists. And finally, I just wanted to say that all of our resources at Turning Point USA and Discovery Institute are at your disposal, and we will continue again to carry on the legacy of Charlie Kirk. He would have wanted us to pursue and chase the story.
Well, he was a good friend of mine, as you know, and he helped us get elected. Us, it really is us. It's even some of them, but not too many of them, not enough of them. And did you notice when we mentioned CNN and MSDNC, the cameras went off. Two of the cameras immediately went off, but they're not going to cover it anyway. The problem we have is that this is a very important meeting, but you'll see very little press about it. These are major statements being made by major people, including the people right here, and you're not going to see too much about it. They don't like to cover this kind of thing. So it's very dishonest what's going on there. I think the press is a big factor. Please, go ahead. Thank you, James.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us all here to bring attention to this matter. You did mention MSDNC, CNN, a handful of those other outlets that have been lying about, various things, but especially what ICE, brave men and women over at ICE have been doing. I was talking to Antifa members in Portland the other day, and a lot of these people genuinely believe, they buy these lies, and they genuinely believe that they're fighting against literal Nazis and not brave men and women that are putting their lives on the line to basically, enforce basic immigration law, right? That everyone seemed to agree with up until maybe a few years ago, a handful of years ago. So once again, thank you so much for having me. My name is James Klug. While my primary job is traveling around the country, having conversations with Americans about various political topics and issues, I have had a lot of run-ins with Antifa over the last 5 years. And I do think that Antifa is a primary reason why many conservatives are afraid to go out and protest and make their voices heard and maybe bring friends and family to a demonstration and exercise their First Amendment right, because they are literally deathly afraid. I talk to these people all the time. They're afraid of militants showing up in black bloc and hurting them and their families. And, I've personally witnessed Antifa assaulting hundreds of police officers. I've witnessed them firebombing police departments and federal property. I've witnessed them making death threats against federal agents, police officers, journalists. I think I've witnessed every single person here, maybe not personally, but I've seen them get, hunted down and attacked. And so, This is a group that is responsible for a good percentage, if not a majority, of the violent riots in 2021 and 2020 when Democrat mayors had a kind of a hands-off approach with these left-wing militants. Just as a quick reminder for everybody, we're talking about dozens of murders that happened in those riots. We're talking about billions of dollars of damage to property and communities all over the country. We're talking about thousands of officer injuries. So this isn't just like some little thing that they're, they punch a journalist here and there. No, they're responsible for a lot of damage and a lot of people that have, unfortunately died and basically suppressing people's voices, And so what I did want to talk about is to get this footage, almost every single person in the room here, to get this footage, you have to go undercover because you are at risk of being beaten or worse. You have to go undercover, you have to film low key to capture them committing crimes. This is stuff that the mainstream media was not doing and has not been doing. They'll show when Antifa is maybe, it's a little bit more peaceful, and they'll show when it's more mellow, but they'll remove the cameras when things get violent and it's actually dangerous to be here. And I've personally witnessed legacy media vans showing up at a riot 300 yards away, getting out of the vehicle, filming for 30 seconds, saying something like, fiery but mostly peaceful, packing up, and to add insult to injury, you have Democrat politicians that are saying, it's just an idea, right? That's all this is, so it's just an idea. After all of this chaos, it's just an idea. Well, that idea has threatened to kill me and many of my friends that are here today. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for bringing this to the forefront, and it's definitely making a big change. Really appreciate you.
One question, so why is it there are numerous groups? I mean, Antifa is terrible, but you have other groups that I guess probably are almost as bad or just as bad. Not one other group was mentioned. I'm sort of surprised at that. You just come into contact with Antifa? It seems to be that you mostly come into contact with Antifa, please.
There's a lot of overlap, and I would say that, for instance, Jonathan brought up the Democratic Socialists of America. They're basically the same thing. I mean, there's a lot of Democratic Socialists of America who are out there in black bloc, hiding their faces. And so I think we use, and I do understand, for the record, I do understand the challenge, as Andy pointed out, with Antifa as a graspable entity. I do. But at the end of the day, when you look at behavior, you prosecute behavior, right? We're not prosecuting ideas or ideology, you're prosecuting behavior. So whether you can prove that this amorphous thing is Antifa or someone has a patch that says Antifa, it doesn't matter. Did they assault someone? Did they assault a federal agent? Were they engaged in rioting? What is it? And so they're always using that, they don't call themselves Antifa, even though some of them literally do. It's called Rose City Antifa. How long has it been around in Portland, Andy?
Since 2007.
They call themselves Antifa. In Seattle, I was outside the federal building, and they were yelling, "There's no police here, this is Antifa land." And at the same time, Democrats, like our governor, Antifa is an idea. But yeah, I think Antifa can overlap with a lot of other entities and organizations.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
President Trump, I just want to add this real quick, because you were asking which mainstream media outlet is the worst. What I think, it's any of them that decided to call Kilmar Abrego Garcia Maryland's dad. Because when I'm out there on the street talking to these people, they call Maryland dad is this human, he's actually a human trafficking MS-13 gang member that's illegally in the country. But the amount of people on the street that I spoke with that thought that he was a U.S. citizen that was being deported to Uganda is dangerous. These people genuinely believe, based on what comes out of the garbage standing over here, that you guys are deporting U.S. citizens. So that's
so when you have a governor like Pritzker in Chicago, where you have Illinois, which is in a lot of trouble. Chicago's there, potentially great city again. It's not great now, but it could be great again. That's why we have to get there soon, because eventually you can't do that. What makes a man like that say that things are wonderful? Why doesn't he say, we love that President Trump is going to come and help us clean up Chicago and make it safe again, as opposed to fighting us and pretending that there weren't 50 murders and 200 shootings and all of that? Why is that? Go ahead, Nick.
To spite you. to spite you, to spite the administration. That's simply what it's about at this point. Because, you know, if you go and talk to some of these citizens, like I'll use Portland as an example again because I've been there for so long now. You talk to the neighbors that live in the apartments next door to the ICE facility. There are veterans with PTSD that live there, and they're here all night long, screaming, fireworks being lit off by these rioters, children crying because they, you know, can't sleep at night and they're scared of all the noise outside, and they can't leave. They can't. I mean, they got a lease. You can't just leave. These people aren't wealthy individuals, and that's one of the major problems here. These people are afraid to come out and speak out, and they're getting no help from their government at all. They've been begging for the noise ordinance to be enforced outside of their apartment complex for months now, and the city of Portland has ignored them every single time. The victims are, as I said, but the governments aren't doing anything because they want to spite the administration. It's all political.
And the politicians make you feel like you're foolish, like there's something wrong with. How could President Trump be saying that about Chicago? And yet the night before you see that, you know, 11 people were shot, 5 people died, and you have them talking about like it's a wonderful situation. They make you feel guilty. And a lot of people don't get over that. They just don't get over it. I think they convince the people. Do wealthy people leave too or not? Places like Portland, are the wealthy people leaving? People that can leave, are they leaving?
I think that they're moving to the areas that have been gentrified. I mean, the Oregon governor, when she was saying, we don't need Trump here, she's walking around, it's a very tight shot, if you notice that. And she said, Portland's just fine, you know, look at me. And they'll focus on the couple areas of Portland that are very nice.
And there were explosions in the background.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, there was a reason they propped it in.
Explosions in the background. Anybody have anything else to say over here? And then we'll get, should we be taking questions, or is it just a waste of time? Because they can ask questions, but, well, there's Brian, he's good. But you know what? In a way, it's a waste of time, because if you give a great answer, they don't put it on. If you give a horrendous answer, or even if you give a great answer, they make it sound like it's not a great answer. They're very dishonest. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, and I think part of that dishonesty comes from what they see. For instance, I've never been asked to go on any other show besides Fox News. My clips go viral everywhere, but they've never even asked, like CNN's never asked, MSNBC's never asked. And a lot of times when I go to hotels, I'll stay and I'll watch like MSNBC.
Fortunately, their ratings are terrible.
They are terrible.
MSNBC is dying, and CNN is dying like a dog.
And
poor CNN, they're so pathetic.
It is very
You ever see their anchors in the evening? Nobody ever heard of them. Where did these people come? I could take anybody off the street in Washington, D.C. that do a better job.
Yeah, it's not hard to show what's going on these days. You literally have an iPhone and you can post it on X.
They don't believe in the star system, yeah. It's one of those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nick, you finished, Nick?
Yeah.
Are you finished, Nick? Good job. Thank you very much. Well, you've been through hell, I tell you that, but you're really incredible patriots, incredible people. Go ahead, please, Brian. Brian, go ahead.
I'm so thankful for each and every one of you here right now. And I'm very grateful that my network, Real American Voice, has partnered up with many of you, Jack Sylvan, the Chillin network. Many of you, Savannah, have appeared on a network as well. So thank you for being here. My question is this: in terms of following the money, I would just notify that the city of Austin is clear to vote tomorrow to basically waive a $120,000 fee so that a no teens, basically an anti-Trump rally can occur in their city. They're bypassing the fees, rolling it to the taxpayers. So my question is to you, what can the people of Austin, Texas do right now to make sure that their tax dollars don't fund a no teens, anti-Trump rally coming up?
Well, I would love to do something about that. You know, bring a lawsuit, do something. You know, the best thing you can do is have honest elections, because the elections are totally rigged in so many of these places. You know, you take a look, the people, they're all loving you. They can't breathe. They love so much, every one of them. You don't see one negative, then all of a sudden you lose the election by 20 points. The elections are so rigged, and we proved that in 2020 more than any other time. But even the last election, there were areas that I won by much more. We won in a landslide, but I actually wanted more of a landslide than we thought. I said, you got to get out, make it too big to rig. And fortunately, the people made it too big to rig. They tried. But the biggest thing you can do is have honest elections, and if you don't have, and you need great media. You need borders. Wait. You need borders, you need honest media, you need honest elections, and you have a great country, and you need all three of them. Yeah, go ahead.
Lieutenant, had ties to all these radical groups that you talked about inside here, so thank you for removing.
I would like you to make a big deal though, they're waiving the fee, but I guarantee they wouldn't waive it if it was, it's not Trump. If it were a conservative rally, they wouldn't be waiving it, so maybe you can look into that, Pam. Todd? That sounds like one for Todd, Pam. Go ahead, Todd, good luck. Thank What network?
I'm with Al Arabiya. It's an Arabic network based in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. But I am referring to that today. Mr. President, you said that you might go to the Middle East in Sunday. Do you mean Egypt and Israel? And would you consider going to Gaza to see what things are on the ground?
I might do that. I may do that. We haven't decided exactly. I'll be going to Egypt most likely. That's where everybody is gathered right now, and we appreciate that very much. But I'll be making the rounds, as the expression goes. I probably will.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza. You're saying, first off, I'm representing the TV pool, but I'm with NBC, so.
That's too bad.
Okay. Well, just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza, and then the second question I had earlier today, you said the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois should be jailed. Have you asked the Justice Department to look at possible charges?
No, I've seen the law, and when you have a group of people where the police call off the safety for ICE officials, I've understood that, and I've read it today in numerous journals, that that's illegal. What they did is I guess it was ICE, Christie, right? They were under threat, and the police were helping beautifully, and it was fine, and then all of a sudden, a woman was on the line saying, everybody move back, get out, and they were given an order by the second person in the police department, and the governor knew about it, the mayor knew about it. I understand that's a criminal offense. Do you want to comment on that, Christy?
Yes, sir, we're seeing that kind of pattern happen with local law enforcement and state law enforcement, not just in Illinois, but also out in Oregon too. In fact, in Portland, I was there yesterday, but some of the ICE officers were telling me that as they drove by the rioters that were saying, kill ICE agents, Molotov cocktails, melt ICE, that the Portland police were cheering them on and had their fists in the air cheering on the rioters that were threatening their lives. So in Chicago, we had a 10-car caravan trail our ICE officials and pin them down, and those ICE officials, to get out of their vehicles, a woman tried to ram them and run them over, and shots were fired to get them to safety. So it's happening on a regular basis, and any elected official that allows this to happen and gives cover to those kind of individuals who are perpetuating murder should absolutely be prosecuted, in my opinion.
Daniel?
Thank you, Mr. President.
And by the way, we have Marco Rubio. Marco, come on up here, please. He's going to bring a little stability to this group. Come on up. Does everybody know Marco Rubio? Is there anybody that doesn't? Some of the reporters don't. That's why they shouldn't be reporters.
Which job is he here for today?
Come on up here, Marco. Anything we should know about the Middle East?
That's what we're going to talk to you about here, Mr. President.
He's done a good job. He was born for this job. I can tell you. Daniel, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I have two questions for you, if that's okay. Seamus talked a little bit about the money aspect of this. Do you believe if you go after where the money is coming from with Antifa, in regards to Antifa, do you believe that would be similar to cutting the head off the snake, so to speak?
It would help. You know, I don't know that it would be totally complete, but it would certainly, you'd knock out 75%, 80%, 85%. These people, a lot of them don't believe it. You know, when they, I watch them, I say, I can almost tell a pro by, they're like professionals. That's all they do. And they get paid by somebody. I think it would knock out a lot of it. Yeah, not all of it maybe, but a lot of it.
a lot of the people who we've listened to over the last hour, they've emphasized that Antifa, it's not necessarily this big organized thing. It's a bit ambiguous. It's deorganized. I think that's one of the words that Andy used. What is the challenges of going after a group that makes it intentionally difficult to go after and find? That could be for you, the Attorney General, or anyone up there.
Well, they're smart people, and they deceive. A lot of them are crooked people. A lot of them have been staying out of trouble their whole lives, and they've been bad from the day they were born, frankly. But these are sick people. Pam, go ahead, please.
Well, they're smart, but they're not smart enough. Oh, my microphone's broken. They're smart, but they're not smart enough. They have been covered by these liberal cities for so many years. And that's why we're all working with Treasury, with all these different departments, to find the criminal conspiracy.
Okay. I'm just giving, I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East, and they're going to need me pretty quickly, so I will take a couple of more questions. Please.
Thank you, sir. I also have 2 questions for you, if I may. Have you given any more thought to possibly suspending habeas corpus to not only deal with these insurrectionists across the nation, but also to continue rapidly deporting illegal aliens?
Yeah, is suspending who?
Habeas corpus. So.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather leave that to Christie. What do you think?
No, sir, I haven't been a part of any discussions on that.
All right, go ahead.
In the ceasefire.
This is CNN speaking, by the way, so.
Are you
This is one of the worst reporters that you'll ever see. I don't even want to take a question. It's a waste of time. Go ahead.
How will you decide which workers get back pay and which workers do not?
Well, we're going to see, most of them are going to get back pay, and we're going to try and make sure of that, but some of them are being hurt very badly by the Democrats, and they therefore won't qualify. Go ahead, please.
What will the administration do to foreign Antifa organizers and funders who are located overseas?
Go ahead, in the yellow, please.
So the Nobel Peace Prize will be announced on Friday. You've been nominated by many world
By many, many countries, that's right.
countries as well as the hostage families. Do you think you will win?
I have no idea. I mean, look, I did settle. Marco would tell you we settled 7 wars. We're close to settling an 8th. And I think we'll end up settling the Russia situation, which is horrible. 7,000 people died last week, by the way, in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. I think we'll settle that. So I don't think anybody in history settled that many, but perhaps they'll find a reason not to give it to me. You know, perhaps they will. Thank you.
Going to the shutdown quickly, what is your position on the extension of healthcare subsidies, which is what Democrats are asking for?
Well, all I want to do is very simple. I want to get the country open, and then we're going to discuss that. And we'd like to, Obamacare is a horrible mess, and it has been from the beginning. We want to make it better, stronger, even if it costs more money, we want to make it better. The Democrats want to make it worse. The Democrats want to approve health care for illegals coming into our country, many of them coming in from prisons and mental institutions and drug dealers. They want to give them health care. We don't want that for our people because that's going to destroy the health care that we already have. We'd like to make Obamacare better for people, less expensive and better health care. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, I'm wondering if you've been briefed on the organization and funding of Antifa, and if so, what have you learned?
I have been, and they have pretty good knowledge, but they don't have a very good knowledge. And I really ask you, very brave patriots that we're surrounded with today, to let us know, because I think you probably have some pretty good ideas. And even if you're not sure, let us know and we'll figure it out. Okay, if you could do that. You're from Italy?
No, I'm from France. Can you specify how close we are to the deal? Would that be announced today, tomorrow? And do you want to see the hostages released before you travel to the region?
No, I think I'll probably go maybe before the hostages are released or shortly thereafter, pretty much shortly thereafter. Yeah. Go ahead. Who you with?
The Center Square. I
I had the honor of asking you originally if you would designate Antifa a terror organization. And I stand here before you today, and I'm echoing what Andy said over here. Are you going to work with your administration as the Secretary of State's here? Are you going to work with your administration to designate it a foreign terror organization?
You mean a terror? Antifa?
A foreign terror organization.
Well, has that been done? Pretty close, right? Would you like to see it done?
Yes, Mr. President.
You think it would help?
They have foreign
I'd be
links
glad
all
to do
across
it. I think
Western
it's the kind
Europe.
of thing I'd like to do. If you'd like, does
Middle
everybody
East.
agree? If you agree, I agree. Let's get it done, okay? Let's get it done. Marco, we'll take care of it.
Mr. President.
That's international, you mean?
Mr.
International.
President.
Sounds good to me.
Foreign terror organization.
Steve, are you okay with it?
Yes, it's true, there are extensive foreign ties, and I think that would be a very valid step to take.
Good, I think so too.
Yes.
Good, I think it's a good point. Thank you.
On the shutdown, you're now about 1 week away from military service members missing their paychecks.
We'll always take care of our military.
Would you encourage Congress to pass a standalone bill to pay our service members?
Yeah, that probably will happen. We have to worry about it yet. That's a long time. You know what 1 week is for me? An eternity. 1 week for me is a long time. We'll take care of it. Our military is always going to be taken care of. Yeah, please.
I'm curious to know, so you're talking about the money funding these Antifa organizations, and somebody brought up Roy Singham, I think it was you, who, by the way, is married to one of the co-founders of Code Pink, this infamous left-wing organization. I'm curious to know the administration.
Who is that? Who is that?
Roy Singham, he's married to.
No, did you say they're here?
No, he's not. A journalist brought him up, but.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seamus, thank you.
Good bring up.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
He's somebody who's been reported on extensively, and I'd love to know what the administration is going to do to actually bring consequences to some of these names you mentioned.
Well, I don't know the name, but I would like to ask Pam to take a look at it. You know, a lot of the best information we find are through you and other people like you, so I'd like you to look at it, Pam. In the back, please.
Compelling proof that Antifa did infiltrate on January 6th, dressed up like Trump supporters and incited violence. Is that something that you would want the new J6 committee of Congress to look into?
Well, I've heard that. They dress up like, they're fresh out of MAGA, but they have nothing to do with MAGA. And they make trouble and they try and blame it. And yeah, we know some of that and we will be acting on some of that. We've seen it. So I think you could stay a little longer, but you know, the problem is, although you have some very honest journalists in here, you also have some largely dishonest journalists like MSDNC and CNN. I think they're very dishonest, unbelievably. It's like a waste of time even talking to them. But I have to go now to try and solve some problems in the Middle East, although I'm very well represented by our Secretary of State. He could probably do an even better job than me. But who knows? We don't want to take any chances. So we're going to go and do that. If you'd like, Pam, would you like to stay for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes while we have all these great people? And I'll let Pam and Christy take over and get some good points out. I just want to thank the people around the table in particular. You've been amazing. You've been brave. You're real patriots. You're real patriots. And at some point, we're going to have to look into, at least in certain cases, rewarding you with some very important medals and honors, okay, as we have done and will be doing with Charlie Kirk. You know, Charlie is getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is our highest award outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I think they're sort of even. One's civilian and one's military. But unfortunately, the civilian sometimes is military also because of what we have to go through in the streets of this country. I can only tell you this. We have a great nation. We have a nation that's right now the hottest in the entire world. We're the hottest nation in the world, despite all of the things we've been saying today. But that's going to make your job easier because nobody's doing better than we are financially. We've never done better. We've had, I think, 58 stock market increases since I've been top, meaning record increases. We have never seen anything like it, and we're going to keep it going. That makes it a little bit easier for what we're doing. I guess maybe it also makes some people crazy because they don't want to see us do well. But we're the hottest nation anywhere in the world, and we were a dead nation 1 year ago. I say it all the time. We were a dead nation. Now we're the hottest nation in the world, and that's said to by every leader. One of the reasons that we have every country already signed up or just about to sign. Every country in the world on this whole mess we have going over with Hamas in the Middle East and all of the things you see is they respect our nation. A year ago, you wouldn't have been able to get it. You certainly couldn't have gotten it with Biden. You didn't know where the hell he was. But a year ago, you wouldn't have been able to have a situation like this. So I just want to thank the people around this table and then certainly the officials around the table because they've been incredible. They've been brave. And I watched yesterday, Pam, and I watched a little bit. I thought it was so good. I rounded up and I watched it late in the evening because I thought you were fantastic yesterday. You really, look, you had some wonderful senators, some great politicians asking you very fair questions, and you had some real slime balls. But I thought you were amazing, so thank you very much. And Christy, thanks for the great job. Cash, thanks for the great job. Always my man back down there. He's the silent type, but he's a hell of a lawyer. Thank you all. We're gonna get peace in the Middle East. That's what we want to do. Thank you very much, everybody.
What specifically makes you so hopeful, Mr. President?
Mr. President, what's up to do on Gaza?
This is a very, very important thing. Thank you very much, everybody. This is a very important thing we're going to be discussing. Please sit down. Thank you very much. This is good news indeed. People said it couldn't be done. You got it done. I just have to sign, right? That's very good. This is really something. And it has to do with the California Auto Regulation, CRA. It's been a disaster for this country. And I want to thank everybody for being here. We officially rescue the U.S. auto industry from destruction by terminating California electric vehicle mandate once and for all. They said it couldn't be done, but boy, it's had us tied up in knots for years. And they'd passed these crazy rules in California, and it would be 17 states would go by them. The automakers didn't know what to do because they're really building cars for two countries. When you have 17 states, you're building cars for two countries. And I want to congratulate you all, the Senate, the House, the whole thing. It's incredible. I was going to sign a executive order and give it a shot. But the one good thing with this, number one, it holds up forever. And number two, unless somebody votes it out, they'll never do that. And it's just so much better, huh? So much better. That's so great. Very proud of you. We're joined today by the great Speaker of the House. I think he's going to go down as a great Speaker of the House, too. I may be wrong. I may be wrong. Who knows? Who the hell knows? I think he is. And he's doing something, the only thing I would say is more important than this one, and I'll tell you what, it's almost close. That's how big this is today. But the great, big, beautiful, I added the word great, I used the word. The great, big, beautiful bill, it's going to be one of the most, I said it this morning to a group, I think it's the most important, one of the most important pieces of legislation ever signed, ever approved. So it's going to be something very special. Thank you very much. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, thank you. Secretary Sean Duffy, and they had a problem in India today, and they're on that. Sean's doing a tremendous job. Secretary Chris Wright, everybody said you'd never be able to get him. He's the most talented man, they say, in the oil and gas industry. I'll let you know in about 2 years if that's true. Well, Doug Burgum, I wanted Doug Burgum to head up energy because he was so successful in North Dakota. He's governor. And he said, so there's one person who's much better than me. They said, who? They said, Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? I had no idea. Now everyone knows Chris Wright. He's going to be more famous than me. But he said, there's a guy named Chris Wright, and if we could get him, he'd be better than I am, sir. And if you know Doug, Doug's not here, is he? If you knew Doug, he's always working someplace. But if you knew Doug, you'd know that he doesn't say that often. And he did. And Chris, you're doing great. But I don't like it. The oil prices have gone up just a little bit over the last few days. I was going to call it, just really start screaming at you. Are we okay? Nothing wrong, right? It's going to keep going down a little bit, right? Because we have inflation under control perfectly. You probably saw the records. Everyone's on television saying, what's going on here? Trump has proven to be right. All of these things. We've taken in $88 billion in tariffs in 2 months. $88 billion with no inflation. And if we're smart, there won't be. Now, we'd like to get this guy to lower interest rates because, if he doesn't, we have to pay. We have a lot of short-term debt. Obama gave it to us originally, and Biden carried it on. They like short-term. I like long-term cheap debt. But a lot of the debt comes through because Biden, he didn't do it. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. But somebody approved short-term debt. It's all over the place. And it comes due starting very soon. And if we would lower the interest rates by 1 point, we'd pay about 1 point less. That's $300 billion a year. Can you believe it? 1 point. If you'd lower it by 2 points, we'd pay $600 billion a year. That's for years, 10 years, 12 years, whatever we make it. But we can't get this guy to do it. And the fake news is saying, oh, if you fired him, it would be so bad. It would be so bad. I don't know why it would be so bad, but I'm not going to fire him. I just want him to, we call him Too Late, right? Too Late is his nickname, like Too Tall Jones. He was too tall, T-O-O. And I just say this because we want to get rid of inflation, and we have. But we're going to be paying more for debt. And all he has to do is lower it. Europe's done 10 lowerings, we've done none. And nobody understands it. Actually, today when the numbers came out, they were so good. You saw yesterday's numbers, incredible. No inflation. Today's numbers, today just came out, same thing, no inflation. They're all shocked. All these guys are watching from business, CNBC, and all of these different networks. Maria Bartiromo actually got it right. She's been getting it right for a long time, that one. I hope she's appreciated. And Joe Kiernan's been very good at CNBC, I must tell you, but other people aren't so good. But I will say that they can't believe what's happening. But if I could, because we can discuss, we get a lot of press, we get a lot of cameras rolling right now. Not that I like doing it, because I don't. But if we cut our interest by 1 point, for years, we save $300 billion. If we cut it by 2 points, we save, because it's pretty equivalent. We're going to spend $600 billion a year, $600 billion, because of one numbskull that sits here. I don't see enough reason to cut the rates now. And the problem he's got is that, and I explained to him, look, if inflation went up, cut your rates now. There's no inflation. We got it down. We got prices down. We got gasoline down. And you'll keep it going down and put gasoline's down. We drill, it's drill, baby, drill. That's why it's going down. But all that, but think of it. I said to him, he was in my office a couple of days ago. I said, if you think there's inflation, let's find out. Because I think we're going to keep it down. I think gasoline's going to be so far down. Oil, energy, it's so much energy. We have so much energy, we don't know what to do with it. But let's say there was inflation in a year from now. Raise your rates. I don't mind. Raise your rates. I'm all for it. I'll be the one I'll be calling you. He'll be too late for that too. But raise your rates. You don't have to keep them up here. If it's going to go up, I'm okay with you raising, but it's down. And we're going out to financing. And I may have to force something. Somebody said, who's the genius that thought of that? I said, it's me. Unlike Biden, I stay awake at night thinking about how to save our country. He was much better at sleeping than me. He could sleep at a beach. He could sleep at a beach with cameras rolling. I can't do that. But I had an idea. I gave it. They said, this is really, we'll go short term for a year. Let this guy get out of office. Somebody will come in, cut it a couple of points, and we'll save ourselves $7, $8, maybe even $900 billion a year. What is he doing? Why doesn't he lower these rates? And with that, we'll get on to the California standard, which is a disaster, okay? So Chris Wright, you're going to get the numbers down. Thank you very much. Lee Zeldin, one of the most important men in this room. He's the man. I get nervous when I talk to him. He's doing a great job. Nuclear, I say, okay, you can take 2 weeks for that approval. It used to take 20 years, then they wouldn't approve it. Now I say, Lee, nuclear, I'll give you 2 weeks for approval. A coal-fired plant, you only get a couple of days. And oil and gas will give you a week, okay? Something like that. But he's doing it so fast, and we have so many plants being built right now. It's so beautiful to see. And one of the reasons they're coming here is because they have to produce tremendous, especially the AI, they have to produce beyond believable amounts of electricity. And they're doing, I said to them, I think this was more or less my idea. They didn't have the idea only because they didn't think a thing like this was possible. I said, as you build your plant, you're going to become a utility. And you're going to build a separate plant right alongside of it. You're going to build it. You're going to build a plant that produces electricity. And you'll produce it through natural gas, coal, nuclear. We don't want to produce it through wind because we don't feel like ruining 50 miles of beautiful plains and beautiful vistas. And but we want to produce it. You know, interestingly, China is opening up a coal plant every single week. But now I'm finding out it might be 2 plants every single week. And, you know, usually that's a good gauge. If they're using coal, I guess we're supposed to use coal. And, you know, we went to a coal standard. And not that you have to use coal. You're going to use whatever's best. I want to introduce also Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's a tremendous guy, doctor. Okay? And he is a tremendous guy, tremendously talented doctor. When I have a medical situation for the country, for myself, I haven't used it, but I might have to. Maybe I'll do that. It's serious enough, I think I'd probably do that. But he's a tremendously talented gentleman who happens to be a senator and one that's very respected. Chairwoman Shelley Moore Capito, and congratulations. I just endorsed your son. Did you know that? I endorsed your son. I endorsed your son, who's running in West Virginia, and he's great. In fact, he's all Trump all the time. I think much more so than you, actually. You were his largest impediment. No, I'm only kidding. He's all Trump all the time, and he's going to win big, and so congratulate him. Okay, he's really been fantastic. So many people have told me. Thank you. And House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who's a brave man. He went through hell. Steve went through hell. And we have a lot of other people here that I won't be able to because they don't have your name down, and I'm looking and I see people's names. I'll do a couple of you, but thanks as well to Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator. Mark Wayne, thank you. Sit up, Mark Wayne. Don't fight him. He's a serious fighter in a lot of ways, and he's a great guy too. Thank you, Mark Wayne. Deb Fisher, Deb. Thank you, Deb. Good. Pete Ricketts, who's going to do very well in the upcoming election. Thank you. Thank you, Pete. John Husted, who's really moving along in Ohio. John, good luck. You're going to do well. All endorsed people. John Curtis, who's doing terrifically. John, thank you. Good job. They all say excellent. What can I tell you? Good job. And Bernie Moreno, who won a race that was not winnable. They all said it's not winnable. He won in Ohio. They said you can't win that race. It's a waste of time. You're just wasting your time, right, Bernie? Wasn't a waste of time, was it? Huh? And he won by like 5 points too. Won by a lot. Along with Representatives Kevin Kiley, Vince Fong, Jay Obernolte, Doug Lamaffa, Daryl Isa. Where's Daryl? I haven't seen you in such a long time. Look at you. How good you look, huh? Good when you have those big margins. It's easier. John Joyce, great guy. John, thank you. Thank you, John. Dusty Johnson, Morgan Griffith, Troy Bolgerson, Troy from a place called Ohio, and he played very cute at one time, but then he got, boy, I'll tell you, he's become a good politician. Where is Troy now? Where I haven't seen him used for years. I endorsed you early when he was early and younger, but you still look young, and you've done fantastically good work, really good work. Claudia Tenney, New York, Claudia. Thank you, Claudia. John James. I don't know. You know, he's running for governor, but I'm not sure I'm happy about that, John. Do we have somebody good to take your seat? Because otherwise we're not letting him run for governor. We can't. You have somebody good, right? Okay. As long as you like him, they'll win. Tracy Mann. Tracy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Michael Baumgartner. Michael. Thank you, Michael. Good job. David Rouser. Thank you. Glenn Rothman. Hi, Glenn. Thank you very much, Glenn. Brett Guthrie. Brett. Thank you, Brett. Rudy Yackham. Thank you. Thank you, Rudy. And I want to thank you all. There's some additional people in the room, but we have to get back to this. Is like so big. This is a big one. Under the previous administration, I could go point after point, everything they did, open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, let's go transgender. What a group of people you had over there. They must have hated our country. Under the previous administration, the federal government gave left-wing radicals in California dictatorial powers to control the future of the entire car industry all over the country, all over the world, actually. Because they have to build a car. They can't build 19 different cars called the same thing. And really, it was all over the world what was happening. They approved Governor Gavin Newsom's ridiculous plan to impose a 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars within a very short period of time. Think of this. You couldn't buy any other car except an electric-powered car. And in California, they have blackouts and brownouts. They don't have enough electricity right now to do the job. And countrywide, you'd have to spend $4 trillion to build the firing plants, to be able to, they call it a firing, they call it a lot of things, charging plants, firing plants. $4 trillion you'd have to spend. In the Midwest, they built 9 of them. 9 individuals, it's like a pump, just like a pump, except instead of gas, electricity comes out. They spent Actually, they built 8 of them. $9 billion they spent for 8. 8 little hoses, $9 billion. Now, I'm sure they could have done it for about, 1/1000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor Gavin's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. By the way, if I didn't bring the military in, Los Angeles would be burning down right now. It'd be burning just like his damn houses burned down because he didn't have the water that he should have had. He had so much water. They have so much water. We had to send in the military to free up the water. And we did that right after the fires. We told them to do it the first term. But just like that ridiculous plan, this is a plan to ban, think of it, a plan to ban 100, and they call it the 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars and abolish 75% of the gas-powered trucks. 75%. The trucking industry told me, they said, sir, it doesn't work. Number one, the trucks are so heavy. They're 2.5 times heavier than a diesel-powered truck. So one of the big truckers owns 28,000 trucks, big company, tremendous company. He said, I go out of business immediately. I'm not going to play games. I mean, he said, did you explain these things to government officials? Like the truck weighs 2.5 times more than a regular truck with gasoline-powered diesel. And he said, based on that, we have to rebuild every bridge in the United States of America because it wasn't designed to hold cars and trucks that heavy because the batteries are very heavy. They're, probably lead. There are a lot of things in those batteries that weigh a lot. But it's 2.5 times. It's a simple number, 2.5 times. And if you want to do this, you have to spend trillions and trillions of dollars on rebuilding every bridge in the United States, and I guess throughout the world, because they do follow us. And the big rig buses and even cement trucks, they want to abolish certain categories of truck, but they want to go 75% of all of these trucks have to be abolished almost immediately. I mean, the time is just crazy. And they don't go far. Another little problem. With a tank of diesel, you can go from New York to Los Angeles if you want to go to Los Angeles right now. But New York to Los Angeles, and you can go back a little bit. With the electric truck, you'll stop approximately 6 times. Enjoy your stop. And the trucker saw me, and I said, did you just explain this? Because this is like, if you explain it, if a person's reasonable for it. He said, we explained it, they didn't care. They said, we're going all electric. They can't be stupid because anybody that can cheat on elections like them is not a stupid person. But they must hate our country. But I said to this big trucker, I said, sir, I've been buying trucks my whole damn life. He's a rough guy, smart guy. He said, I got thousands of them. I've been buying them for 50 years. And every single year they got better. They got more efficient, they got bigger, they got stronger. I build apartments in my trucks now for the drivers. He said, what's an apartment? That's on the cab, they put this in. And sir, I know you like luxury, but you wouldn't mind living in one of these. I said, maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't. I mean, it doesn't sound too appealing, but I said, so what's the problem? He said, so I noticed one thing. For 50 years, every single year, one thing happened. They got better. They got stronger. They got more efficient. They got faster. They could carry any load. If we went to this standard, we'd go back beyond 50 years. They wouldn't go as far as a truck from 50 years ago. It would be too heavy and have all the other problems. He said, we'd be going backwards. The trucking industry would be starting all over, but actually it would be worse because it was better 50 years ago than. So I said, what are you going to do if I don't win this election? This was before the election. He said, you don't win the election, I'm going to close up my business because I'm not going to lose money. He said, I'm not going to lose my ass. I know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a catastrophe. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. They're making you buy stuff that doesn't work. It's no good. It doesn't work. And I'm all for electric. If you want to buy electric, you can buy electric. Cars are great. If you buy the right ones, cars are great. And you should be given the option, buy the electric car, buy a gasoline-powered car, buy a hybrid. Probably not hydrogen, because hydrogen has a tendency that when it blows up your gonzo, it's over. They find you 75 yards down the road, you know. Where is he? Well, I think that's him, but I'm not sure. So, you know, they said, we think we can solve the problem. I said, that's not good enough. When they think, no, it sounds like it's quite severe. If it doesn't work, Steve, it'll work most of the time, but if it doesn't, it's over. It'll make your accident look like peanuts compared. You wouldn't be around, I'll tell you, because it's pretty fair. But some people like it. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I would say it's off to a bad start. But because of the size of California's population and the fact that 17 other states follow California, that's the problem. 17 other states follow California. They have the most ridiculous laws I've ever seen for a lot of things. This is just cars, and trucks and they have a lot of them for other things. But we have, it's called the California Car Standards. And this horrible scheme would effectively abolish the internal combustion engine, which most people prefer. Like so far, I'd say about 90%. In fact, General Motors announced yesterday they're going to spend about $6 billion because of tariffs, and maybe because of my election on November 5th, but because of tariffs, I think, more than anything. They're all coming back. They're coming back from other countries that took them 25, 30 years ago. They're all coming back. We have now almost $15 trillion. They had almost nothing last year, and the year before they had very, very little. Nobody wanted to be back here. Nobody wanted to come to our country anymore because we were like stupid people. We looked like stupid people. We were laughed at all over the world. Now we're not laughed at anymore, I can tell you that. But they wanted to shatter our domestic supply chains and literally grind civilization to a halt. We would have gone so far back. It's hard to believe, actually. Hard to believe when you don't have enough electricity to give a person a little air conditioning in the summer, and now they want you to take electricity and fire up all these cars. But we're not going to let that happen. Meanwhile, all of the auto jobs would be shipped to China because they're very strong on electric, and it lives off an estimated 200,000 American auto workers would be destroyed. It's one of the reasons I did so well with the United Auto Workers, and now I'm really doing well with them. I did phenomenally with them. No Republican ever got any numbers like I got in the Teamsters too. Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, these guys, they like Trump because I produce jobs. They know that. Everybody knew that the auto workers knew better than anybody how good the tariffs were. And the head of the auto breakers, I don't know him at all, but he didn't like me at all. Now he's going around saying, it's unbelievable. He was very nice to me the last few months. During the campaign, no, but if I've proven, I've proven it. I've done what I said I was going to do, and we brought back tremendous numbers of jobs. And you're having auto plants built all over the country, all over. There's never seen anything like that. They're leaving from Mexico, they're leaving from Canada, they're leaving from other parts of the world. If they want a Mercedes-Benz, you're going to have it made here. It's okay to have a Mercedes, but they're going to make it here. Otherwise, they're going to pay a very big tariff. They already are. That's one of the reasons we have $88 billion. It's a lot of money, but that's peanuts compared to what we're going to be making in another few months. They haven't even kicked in yet. But we're not going to let any of these bad things happen, these stupid projections that I've been reading about for the last 6 months. I think these people are either corrupt or really dumb. And they're supposed to be economists. In the campaign, I promised to end this disaster, and today our Republican majorities in Congress have delivered. And I don't know, I can't imagine. It's so obvious. It's so good. Did we get any Democrat votes? Did we get 1, 2? Who? 35. I think that's great. I think that's good. You got 35 Democrats. I think that's great. That, as far as I'm concerned, one in the Senate. Want something that's so good. But who is the one? Well, I shouldn't have asked. I congratulate her. I don't care. I think it's great. It's very interesting. Why did I ask that question, Mr. Smith? But in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. You can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders. And it's permanent. I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill the California mandates forever, and they're never coming back. Now, the auto companies are the most happy because now they're going to be designing and building one auto. It will be much cheaper. It's a much less expensive. They were showing me, one of the most respected people was showing me that to save a little, like a half a glass of fuel, cost them thousands of dollars with new computers and stop it. The engine has to stop and then turn on and blah, blah, blah. And I said, does it work as well? No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And that's to save a little bit of fuel, this much fuel that Chris Wright can produce with one extra little oil well someplace, right? One little, a small one, a very small one. But think of it, your cars are going to cost you $3,000, $4,000 less, and you're going to have what you want. And again, you can get any car you want. You can get electric. A lot of people love the electric. They like Tesla. So do I, in all fairness. I like Tesla, and I like others too, but I also like combustion engines. And there are reasons for a lot of things. When I was in Iowa, we had an unbelievable victory, if you remember. Remember? That was nice. You won by like so much, nobody even talked about anything else. That was a great victory, but it was unbelievably cold that night. And I was going to watch my victory in the area where I was going to make a speech, and the whole place was littered with cars. I said, what happened? They were electric cars, and they don't work in cold. I said, I didn't know that. And they don't work in extreme heat either. Other than that, they're wonderful. But if you're in a cold climate, how do you do that? But they're electric cars, and I noticed that, and then I didn't pay much attention because we won by about 65 points. So I was more interested in that. But I do remember that scene. I said, what the hell is going on over here? This historic action will also help us reduce inflation and bring down the price of automobiles and electricity very, very substantially. We're building massive electricity right now. It's already started because of that guy right there, Lee Zeldin. By far the most important man in the room, Mr. Speaker. Stand up, Lee. He blows you guys away, John. He blows the politicians away. I'm sorry right now. He's a great politician. He almost won for governor in New York, which is just missed by a few points. And that was another race that was not winnable, but you almost got it. But I think what you're doing now is even bigger, if you want to know the truth. I think it's actually more important, if you can believe that. Under the previous regime, car prices skyrocketed as a direct result of the mandates. These mandates, this nonsense that you had to do. And they have so many other rules and regulations that the car companies who are here today appreciate that. And Susie Wiles is here today. Stand up, Susie. Most incredible woman. Most powerful woman in the world, they say. She's the most powerful. She was rated the most powerful woman in the world, Susie Wiles. One phone call and a nation is destroyed. She could destroy 5 nations with 5 calls, and she's doing a great job. More importantly, right? Doing a great job. Nobody like her. Energy prices would likewise soar as the radical left forced more electric vehicles onto the grid while blocking approvals for new power plants. They want to block the approvals. They want you to have a car with electric, but they block the production of the juice that runs the cars, all of them, all forms of cars. It's just the craziest thing. We're in a different sphere now. We're on a whole different planet right now. The result would be rolling blackouts and a collapse of our power systems, we'd have a total collapse. You couldn't do it. You couldn't even do it. Think of it, they're forcing you to do something, and they want you to do boats also. I assume boats are being covered by this, and boats, they want you to go all electric, and the batteries are so heavy, the damn boat practically doesn't float. I used to have a lot of fun talking about that one on the tours. We talk about it. I said, what would happen if the boat sank? Because we went to North Carolina, South Carolina, we visited boat factories, unbelievable guys. And they said, sir, we have one problem. They're forcing us to go electric for the boat. I said, how's it going to work? The boat will not float, sir. It's so heavy. And it won't go fast, and lots of other. And I did ask him a question, because I have a lot of background. My uncle was a big shot at MIT, the smartest guy. He never had a smarter guy. And I guess I have a little of that. My first question was, what would happen if the boat sank? Do you get electrocuted? Remember it said that? And I used to be decimated by these people back here, right? I used to be decimated. They'd say, what kind of a crazy question is that? So I'm actually serious. What happens if you're in an electric boat and the boat is going down? You're in trouble, Susie. And I used to say, remember, oh, I'd get decimated. The audience loved it, but the press would laugh at it. I said, so if I have my choice of going down, we're jumping 5 or 6 yards away from the boat, but there's a shark there. What do I do? You know what I said? I'd rather be electrocuted. I said, I'll take electrocution every single day. But actually, he said, nobody's ever asked me that question, sir. He makes boats. Nobody ever asked me that question. That's really an unusual question. He said, and honestly, I don't have the answer. He wasn't able. I said, don't worry about it. If I win, you won't have to worry about it. But today we're saving California, and we're saving our entire country from a disaster. Your cars are going to be thousands of dollars less money. And even the ones that, if you buy electric, we're not going to make you do certain things that are just a waste of money and just time-consuming waste of money. They make you do things that are no good for anybody, make the car worse, and make it much more expensive. Over the past 5 months, our administration and Republicans in Congress have fought for the American auto worker and for Teamsters and for, by the way, right to work. We have them all. We have, we just call them just workers. We fought for workers like no one has ever fought before. I understand that. It's why we won. We won with workers. We won with young people. I just saw with TikTok, I was #1 on TikTok in its history. Can you believe that? So I guess I like TikTok. That's why they're saying, are you saving? We probably will save TikTok, actually. But on my first day in office, I ended the Green New Scam and abolished the EV mandate at the federal level. We abolished it, which is basically that everybody will be driving an electric car within a very short period of time. Now we know why Elon doesn't like me so much, which he does, actually. He does. And he never had a problem. It's very interesting. This is not something new. This has been there from day one, Speaker, right? We're going to abolish the EV mandate. And Elon still endorsed me because, honestly, he never, ever spoke to me about that. And I used to say, I'm amazed that he's endorsing me because that can't be good for him. I'm abolishing the EV mandate. And I once asked him about it. You never talked to me about that. He said, well, as long as it's happening to everybody, I'll be able to compete. It's a very interesting answer. I thought it was a very honest answer, to be honest with you. And I talked about it, that incredible, you would have thought he would have been from day one. You got to make sure you don't do the EV mandate, the abolishing. He never did. He was very honest in that sense. And he did say to me, I actually asked him because it was like really strange how I'm with him. He's a very, friend of mine, and he makes electric cars, and we're saying you're not going to be able to make electric cars, or you're not going to be forced to make all of those cars. You can make them, but it'll be by the market, judged by the market. And that's what he said. He said, as long as I'm on the same plane as everybody else, we're going to do good. We make a better product. I said, that's very cool. It's very cool. That was my answer. After that, he got a little bit strange, but I don't know why, over much smaller things than that. As part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, will also further slash the funding for the Green New Scam. As you know, it's the greatest scam in history, saving American taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. The windmills are killing our country, by the way. The fields are littered with them, junk. They're littered with them. And they get older, and they get rusty, and they get bad, and they get... This is other countries also. It's the greatest scam in history. It's the most expensive energy you can buy. They're ugly. A friend of mine comes from Minnesota. He's been in New York. He hit it big. He's a very successful guy, actually. And he wanted to go back see his mother who's not well, and went back to Minnesota. Hasn't been back there in 20 years. And he said, it's unbelievable what happened. He said, I'm driving down a highway and up a certain road and the most beautiful fields. I remember them so well. And I was so looking forward to seeing them again. And I looked at them, and they had windmills all over them, these horrible, horrible structures. He's a very smart guy, this guy. And he said, these ugly, horrible things. And he said, it was so bad, I actually drove back to see it because I couldn't believe it. Before I even got to my mother, I drove back. I said, how much do you like your mother? But no, it hurt him to see it. He said, I looked at this field. It was one of the most beautiful places in my own mind and imagination that I've ever seen. And I said, it's littered with this garbage. It looked like a junkyard, he said. And some, so then you get different manufacturers, and they don't look alike, and they're not painted alike, different colors. You have, even if they're white, one's a beigey white, one's a darker white, one's a lighter white. And then they start to rust after 4 or 5 years. And then they start to wear out, and nobody takes them because you're not allowed to bury the propellers, the props, right? Can't bury the props for some reason. I don't know why, but they say that you can't bury a certain type of fiber, and if it goes in the ground, we're all going to die. It's what bullshit this is, okay? They can't bury. So what they do is they leave them up. If you go to Palm Springs, California, take a look. You go into this beautiful community. Before you get, it's like you're riding through a junkyard. Windmills all over the place. Tall ones, short ones, dead ones. They're all dead. Some are hanging over by a thread. They never take them down. They just leave them there, and they start to rust. It's one of the greatest scams, and it's also the most expensive energy. And the environmentalists say, oh, we love wind. It sounds so good, but it's a horrible thing. Environmentally, it's a horrible thing. I say that to you. It's wind, and we are going to have virtually no, one mandate we have, we're going to natural gas, nuclear. Nuclear, we just had a big signing with nuclear, making it easier, safer, and better. It's really, I would say, probably more than any other form of energy that's come about. It's been amazing what's been done. It's very safe, very good, and very inexpensive. But we're not going to let windmills get built because we're not going to destroy our country any further than it's already been destroyed. You go and look at these beautiful plains and valleys, and they're loaded up with this garbage that gets worse and worse looking with time. It starts when the rust comes. 4.5 years it starts to rust. And it's very expensive to paint them. So they don't paint them, and they're horrible. What's happened is horrible. So we're not going to approve windmills unless something happens that's an emergency. I guess it could happen, but we're not doing any of them. I hope the Senate will soon pass a bill. The House can quickly approve and get to my desk by the 4th of July. We'll have this done. And to further defend our auto workers, I imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles. Investment in American auto manufacturing is surging because of it. They have Mercedes all over. They pay 25% if they don't make the car in the United States. Because of that, and this could have been done long before Trump. This could have been done by any one of the presidents. I did it with China. The reason you don't have Chinese cars here is because I imposed it my last term. I actually asked the question, I said, do we have any Chinese cars? You know, why? Because you imposed a 25 or 27.5% tariff on Chinese cars. So they're not coming here, but they are going to Europe all over the place. But I love China. We just made a deal, and I respect President Xi a lot. And we made a deal that's good for both countries. The deal we made with China is good for both countries. There'll be a lot of money made, and it's going to ultimately open up China, which is the ultimate thing. And I'm going to be working with President Xi. We had a long talk about it. And that's going to be good for China, it's going to be good for us, but we're going to be opening up China. That's bigger than what we signed. And I think, had we not signed it, that wouldn't be happening. It's going to happen. It's going to happen fairly soon. But to further defend our auto workers, I imposed this 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and investment in American manufacturing and auto manufacturing. All manufacturing is surging. And I might go up with that tariff in the not too distant future. The higher you go, the more likely it is to build a plant here. Ford has just announced that it's going to invest $500 million in some of the things involved in what we just did. General Motors is going to spend $4 billion. They just announced that yesterday. Stellantis announced that it's going to reopen its Belvidere assembly plant. That's good. I know the plant very well. Had a lot of problems. They're going to spend $5 billion. And Hyundai announced that it will invest $21 billion in America. They wouldn't have invested 10 cents if we didn't have tariffs, including for manufacturing American steel, which is doing great. American steel is doing great now because of what we did. You wouldn't have, if I didn't put tariffs on steel, they were dumping steel. China and a lot of other countries were dumping steel in our country. Garbage steel, dirty steel, bad steel, not structurally sound steel, real garbage, but it was still there, lots of it. And if I didn't put tariffs, I put 25 and 50% tariffs on steel, right? John James, we put tariffs on steel, and we were doing great with steel. Now we're really doing great. A big investment is being made in Pennsylvania. You've been reading about it. They're going to spend $17 billion on U.S. steel. And all the steel workers wanted it. And we have a golden stock. We have a golden share, which I control, or President controls. Now, I'm a little concerned whoever the president might be, but that gives you total control. It's 51% ownership by Americans. And we have a company, great company, Nippon. They're coming in from Japan. They're going to spend $17 billion. And somebody said, well, what happens if it doesn't work out? I said, they spent $17 billion. We can't put it on a trailer and drive it to Japan. This is a steel mill. You know, some businesses you can move. You move your office, and that's what the business is. With this business, they're spending 17. Think of that, 17 billion. They're going to have them all over the country. I want to introduce several of the great Americans representing the millions of people whose livelihoods we're saving with today's action. I just can't tell you how incredible this action is, because nobody thought. This was one that I wasn't so. I would have rather had it than almost anything, but I was told by everybody, except that guy right there, that you couldn't get it. Bill Kent runs a chain of family-owned convenience stores that opened in West Texas in 1957, known as Kent Quick. And Bill, if you could come up and say a few words about what the signing means to you, please.
Wow, you're probably wondering why I've called you all here today, right? What a great day. From my perspective, I'm in the convenience store and petroleum marketing business, and what this does is it gives us freedom. It gives the consumers freedom to pick what kind of car they want, but more importantly for us, it gives us the ability to plan going forward, because with mandates, we were forced to have to look at putting in infrastructure that frankly is extremely expensive and doesn't give you any return. So this allows us, it's going to free me up and our companies up to invest in what people want, in the cars they want, and it's a great day. So Mr. President, Congress, thank you, Steve, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you.
And a friend of mine for a long time is John Hess. He's one of the top CEOs in the country, and he's now the CEO of Hess Corporation, one of the biggest oil producers, and he's a fantastic person with great knowledge of the subject matter. Can you say a few words, John? I see you in the audience. Come on, thanks.
Hi, I'm John Hess, and CEO of Hess Corporation, a proud producer of oil and gas in North Dakota and the Gulf of America. And so you all know that I was born in New Jersey, grew up in New York, and my father started our company by driving a second-hand oil truck. So, Mr. President, it's an honor to be before you today, and thank you for that. Mr. President, during your campaign, you made a commitment to the American people to repeal unworkable and costly mandates for cars and trucks and let the consumer choose what type of vehicle they drive. Today, with the bipartisan support of Congress, you're making good on that promise. I'd like to recognize Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, other members of Congress whose tireless efforts were critical to the outcome we're celebrating today. And a special thank you to Senator Capito for her leadership. This announcement today is about consumer choice and affordability for American families. It's also about making our country auto industry more competitive, Mr. President, and you said that very eloquently. As you know, Mr. President, one-size-fits-all policies like those adopted in California do not work. America, in every state, every American should be able to choose what they want to drive, not the government. We as a country would be basically leaning into our competitive advantage with this repeal on oil and gas. Oil and gas are a strategic industry for our country, underpinning energy dominance, economic prosperity, and national security. We are truly energy independent. So, Mr. President, on behalf of Hess Corporation, on behalf of the oil and gas industry, and every family across our country, thank you for your courageous leadership and your commitment to consumer choice and energy affordability. Thank you very much.
Very respected guy. The California EV mandates would also have devastated our nation's incredible truck drivers and the trucking industry, and I gave you a little bit of a rundown of that. But a diesel-powered semi-truck can drive from Reno, Nevada, I'll give you some other locations, Nevada to Los Angeles, California, and back on a single tank of diesel oil, diesel fuel, but the same exact journey would require an electric truck driver to stop also 6 times at recharging stations, adding an estimated 9 hours to the trip. I don't know too much about the trucking industry, but this is not sounding good. Here to discuss a little bit about the trucking industry, Gina Jones, and Gina, a real expert on trucks, I can tell you that. She's going to come up and tell us about trucks. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members and Congress. The trucking industry has America's back, and we are grateful that a president and the administration that have our back too. Today, trucks are 99% cleaner than a generation ago. We need great partners in government to continue that process. We cannot allow one state's regulations to disrupt our entire nation's supply chain. Allowing California to do so would have negativity impacted the hundreds and thousands of truck drivers who deliver critical goods across the country each and every day. In order to deliver for American families and businesses, we need realistic national standards. With the signing of this resolution, Mr. President, you have delivered the leadership that trucking industries need. Promises made, promises kept. behalf of the 8.5 million Americans who work throughout the trucking industry, I thank you.
Great job. So just to wrap it up, I say under the Trump administration, we will restore the full strength, might, and glory of the American auto and trucking industry. We'll protect our truck drivers, auto workers, small business, and actually all over the world, and that's okay too. They'll be doing a product that works, a product that's much more efficient, that's better, much better, less expensive, and we'll put affordable energy and affordable car ownership back on the center of the American dream as we make America great again, and that's what's happening. We're making America great. You know, when I went over to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, just a couple of weeks ago, the leaders of those countries, and they're very smart people, they said, you know, you've made in a short period of time America the hottest nation in the world. It's the hottest that you're the only one we talk about now. And 6 months ago it was a laughing stock. They said that to me, those words, it was a laughing stock, and it was an absolute laughing stock. We've got the hottest nation right now in the whole world, and the numbers are reflecting it too. So I just think it's great. And what I'll do is I'll sign this, then we can take a couple of questions if you want. And we will be finished, and you're going to go off and you're going to build the most beautiful automobiles for 20% less money. And I want to thank you, man. You have done some job. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everybody. You guys want to come up here? Come on, surround it. Okay, we're going to sign 3 bills that do everything I just said. No auto pens allowed. That's here. Keep that mic. You know, that pen was so good, give it back to me. That was a good one. No, I'll sign all 3 of them. You never know what you get with the new one. Number 2. Very steady hand. It's very important. Very Only a steady hand can sign like that, right? Absolutely. Right? I've been told that, actually. And here's number 3, and it all goes into effect. Everything I said goes into effect. Lower prices, better cars, and choice. You can say choice. We have choice for education, and you have choice for cars now. Right? Common sense is right. You're right. Common sense is right. Okay, now I can give you the pen. Okay, you'll take these, pass these around, fellas. Don't dance too far. Yeah, you have one, John? Pass them around. Okay, everybody. You're gonna take them.